Yeah.
With all that we have given them, we
Stanley
should
Cross,
own perhaps at least one half of this
book
asset.
smart,
The
street
revenues
friendly,
generated because of it.
cause like philosopher.
And it's not it, just take out the Obama race part. Why the fuck is the president of the United States hosting cartoons?
Stanley walked tall with a paperback brain. Quotes
Well,
big
You
books
saw
I don't know what it
full in the
was, but
rain.
the thing is
Talking a
that
plastic crown.
if you
Street
ever
said,
go and
prove
you
it,
kind of
he
read
looked
these
back
people's
down, thinking
biographies,
his head, fearing his shoes, library brave.
whew, the
Alleyway.
MAGA blacks, you get a bunch of MAGA blacks. That's what you get out of it, President.
Oh, I'm
You
Stanley
get MAGA
Cross, and my
blacks
life is
who
doomed.
will
I'm a drunk old man with a head shaped like a shroom.
and then the other thing we've forgotten is brevity. That's the main lesson I learned today, and I know.
I'm Stanley, bitch.
In your book, We the People, I think it's fair to say, proposed a constitutional amendment based on Senator
Gaylord Nelson.
Gaylord Nelson's constitutional amendment from the 70s, right?
Yeah, I had run for a number of years with some undergraduates and like a crackerjack research team, this amendments project where we made a database that funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities, this digital research project. It's called the Amendments Project, and you can go search yourself by topic and see all the efforts that people have made over the years to try to amend the Constitution. I got really interested in these environmental amendments. Remember Nixon was the environmental president in 1970. He said
EPA
this will be the environmental decade. Most of what was created then is now being dismantled. But one of the things, Earth Day 1970, we're having Sunday later this month. One of the things that Gaylord Nelson, who created Earth Day, started Earth Day, also proposed was a constitutional amendment guaranteeing a right to a healthy environment. And it was really just at the cusp of when there had been 4 amendments ratified between 1961 and 1971. Then ERA passes Congress. It seemed like we were going to keep going. An amendment to abolish the Electoral College had passed the House. It just seemed like there was a lot of the giant was still awake, and if things had gone differently, we might have had that environmental protection amendment, which would mean that things like dismantling the EPA now just couldn't happen, right? They would have been constitutionalized. So I don't know. It's just a kind of big what if for me.
Well, let's hear from our viewers. Jill Lepore is our guest. The book is called We the People, A History of the U.S. Constitution. Jim is calling in from Dixon, Illinois. Jim, you're on the air. Please go ahead.
Hi. I have a question for Joe. I'm studying the First Amendment, and I wonder how much influence the Baptists had on Jefferson and Madison in getting the First Amendment, separation of church and state, and the establishment of freedom of religion.
Jim, I didn't hear the first part. How much influence who had on it?
Isaac Backus and John Leland.
Isaac Backus. Okay.
We're in conversation with Jefferson and Madison concerning the First Amendment and Article 1.
Mm-hmm.
I wondered if, a couple of things really. With the advent of Christian nationalism, I wonder if you see that as something that's jeopardized. We seem to be losing Article 1, but I wonder how much influence.
All right, tell you what, let's go there. We got lots of calls waiting. Jill Lepore, freedom of religion. Isaac Backus, who is
Isaac Backus is an 18th century thinker who was very much in conversation with the framers. I think that actually the First Amendment's origins are best understood in the context of the state constitutions. Remember, by the time the First Amendment is offered by Madison to Congress in June of 1789. The states all have their own constitutions, and they have been laboratories for ideas about rights. So, including in Virginia, where both Jefferson and Madison had been involved in thinking about religious freedom, and Jefferson wrote the Virginia's Declaration of Religious Freedom, which I think is the greatest influence on Madison's framing of that amendment.
Text from Deborah, Santa Cruz, California. Why is the Ninth Amendment so completely ignored and disregarded? And according to my copy of the Constitution here, the Ninth Amendment is the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. Can you explain what that because that's lawyer language?
Yeah. I wouldn't say the Ninth Amendment has been entirely ignored. It's something that people kind of creatively talk about in legal scholarship a lot. I remember, when I was a kid, my mother always used to say, when I was asked to name the 7 deadly sins, the one that you can't name is the one that you must be guilty of.
It's your favorite?
Yeah. So the ninth is not the least attended to. I would say the third is the least attended to. John Mulaney has a very great bit about the Third Amendment. No one can name the Third Amendment. It's interesting that actually historically the Second Amendment was the least attended to up until a very recent history, up until the last 20 years. So I wouldn't say that all the amendments have garnered equal attention in legal scholarship or by the courts, nor is it consistent over time.
Well, again, the Ninth Amendment, the enumeration in the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people.
Right. Okay. So I'll explain it to you. Okay. So the reason that Madison did not want a Bill of Rights before he said, okay, I guess this is necessary, is if the government is a monarchy.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. This is what is this, Tuesday? Yeah, time flies. I took yesterday off. I've been on panels too much this weekend and needed a break. So almost took today off, but I was listening to SKC over on Rumble, and he got the juices flowing. To Imperious's point, I wouldn't be too sure about this. From what I hear, the swing voters, the independents, they are not on that Trump train like they were. So I think all this redistricting is probably going to make it closer than it normally would be. But I don't think this is a shoo-in for Republicans to win the House, and it's definitely not going to affect the Senate races. So don't count those chickens just yet. But this is very. I can't remember. I know it wasn't Patrick Deneen, but I know one of those post-liberal people talked about, it almost sounded like a left-wing thing, like a leftist thing where, they might have to kind of force the issue just to get America back over to the right or shift America rightward. And it's obvious with this unitary executive stuff that they're going to force 50% of America to do what they want, or where the right thinks America should be. And I think they're playing with fire, to be honest. But time will tell. Accelerationism, yeah, that's probably the term. I don't think America works like that. I think they're playing with fire. But who am I? So this is Jill Lepore. She wrote a new book called We the People, A History of the U.S. Constitution. And this is some C-SPAN National Book Festival, 250 years for the Declaration of Independence, that sort of thing.
Then the king has all the power, and you need to declare the rights of the people, because you have to carve out from the massive power, the absolute power of a monarch, rights that are retained by the people, right? In a monarchy, you need a Bill of Rights. Madison said, and this was the argument the Federalists made in the Federalist Papers, in a republic, the people are the governors. We rule ourselves. We create the government. We consent to be governed. So we have never given away any rights. If we make a list of rights, then we risk, this is why amendments were considered not only unnecessary but dangerous, that is right, a Bill of Rights set of amendments, then we risk only having the rights that we remember to list. Do you know what I mean? If it's not on the list, then you don't have that right because you made a list. So better just not to make the list because we haven't given away any rights. That was Federalists said that again and again and again and again, and the Anti-Federalists were like, we don't trust you. We want to have some rights. So the Ninth Amendment is like, okay, let's also say, it's a little bit like, with the sort of like when the genie asks you for 3 wishes and you say, my first wish is I want more wishes. It's like the Ninth Amendment is like, and I have all the rights I have all the other rights that even if we didn't list them.
And Jill Lepore also mentioned the Third Amendment. No soldier shall in the time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. I guess we're not having to house.
Yeah, Candy Cane. I actually have fun with the titles. The convention is sometimes somebody will say something crazy like I think I'm the one who came up with this title, but a lot of times it'll be people in the chat doing these one-liners that I find funny. So generally the show titles are not wedded to what the show is about, especially on the during the weekdays, because it's almost always going to be news or politics or culture or history or something. So I have fun with the titles. That way I don't have to worry about coming up with titles. I just kind of leave it to the chat. And believe it or not, it works well.
Soldiers in our houses, unless for some reason. Joel, Columbia, South Carolina, please go ahead with your question or comment for Jill Lepore talking about the U.S. Constitution.
Well, thank you. I'm enjoying this program. Jill, I teach a course at the South Carolina Honors College on the United States Constitution. And I can tell you that my students are very concerned about the environmental degradation that's going on. And I wonder if you believe we could possibly gin up support through the internet, especially from young people, for a constitutional convention as allowed for in Article 5. I love your writing, and I've got a student that's in the Harvard Graduate School of History. Her name is, I can't think of her name right now, but she's a fan of yours too.
Well, thanks so much. There is a lot going on right now in just kind of trying to get young people to use their imaginations about constitutional reform and constitutional possibility. I believe it's the University of Arizona that has annually a mock constitutional convention. They bring college students from all over the country. And I think also high school students. So I'd encourage your class to look into that. I had a number of students who worked on the amendments project who went to that and had a really great time, really, really fun. In fact, I got so fascinated by this Environmental Protection Amendment from 1970 because I came across in the papers of the great Birch Bayh of Indiana, who was the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee Subcommittee on Constitutional Amendments, a letter signed from like 420 high school students from Wisconsin, maybe. I can't remember where the students are from, urging him to hold hearings on on Gaylord Nelson's Environmental Protection Amendment. So I think it is a young person's issue. And I think it's as urgent now as it was in 1970, if not more so.
Unfortunately, we were unable to get through the history of the U.S. Constitution in a half an hour, Jill, which was our goal. pardon me, We the People is the name of the book, A History of the U.S. Constitution. Jill Lepore's previous books, a couple of them include These Truths, A History of the United States, and The Secret History of Wonder Woman, which came out in 2014. If you want to see Jill Lepore talk about Wonder Woman, go to booktv.org, type her name in the search function at the top, and you can hear about The Secret History of Wonder Woman. Jill Lepore, thank you for being on Book TV.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right,
Welcome to Advice.
we are not going to watch this, though we probably should. But we're going to do some news articles, and then this isn't going to be a terribly long show, at least as far as I know. So let's get right into some news articles here. U.S. says 2 American flag merchant vessels have transited the Strait of Hormuz. Apparently, the Iranians have been just firing drones and missiles at all types of things. So apparently 2 destroyers had to knock down a whole bunch of incoming. And looks like, I think it was UAE had to knock down some stuff too. So lots going on. Doesn't seem like much of a ceasefire. So on Monday, President Donald Trump, and some of these news articles are from yesterday because I was going to do a show and didn't feel like doing it. So some of them, I tried not to make them, too old. But on Monday, President Donald Trump announced Project Freedom, a U.S. naval operation to escort commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz, warning that any interference will be dealt with forcefully. And the Iranians took him up on that offer, apparently. Partially closed since February 28th, the Strait of Hormuz has created a global energy crisis. We all know that. Let's see. International security expert Robert Pape argued on Monday that Trump made a public bet warning the strategy is only 2 likely outcomes: a major military escalation or humiliation for the United States. Well, that's how it should be, all or nothing. By sending escorts, the United States has made itself directly responsible for keeping the corridor open. If the operation fails even once, Washington must escalate to avoid a visible loss of global control and authority. Why not take a gamble? We're already going for broke just by attacking Iran, in my opinion. So let's just go hell for leather. I'm sorry, I didn't switch this over now, did I? My bad. So I think we still have some more Iran stuff here. What else do we have? UAE. What's up, Ola? UAE says Iran has resumed attacks as U.S. opens as U.S. moves to reopen Strait of Hormuz. Let's see. Let's listen to this.
Through the Strait of Hormuz over the
Here, let me. This is from CBS News. Let's play this.
to guide stranded ships from the Strait of Hormuz. In a social media post Sunday, the president said neutral and innocent countries have been affected by the Iran war. He wrote, quote, "We have told these countries that we will guide their ships safely out of these restricted waterways so that they can freely and ably get on with their business." This morning, Iranian officials fired back, saying the U.S. must coordinate with them in order to pass any ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, the president was asked whether he might restart military strikes on Iran.
If they misbehave, if they do something bad, but right now, we'll see.
On CBS's Face the Nation, Margaret Brennan asked Colorado Democratic Congressman Jason Crow if the U.S. can end the conflict without clearing the Strait of Hormuz.
We're blockading their blockade. I think the real question that we should all be asking is, does America really want to continue to have conflict in the Middle East for another 5, 10, 20 years.
According to Iran's state media, the country's latest proposal calls for issues between Tehran and the U.S. to be resolved within 30 days and aims to end the war rather than extend the ceasefire. The conflict, now in its third month, has contributed to rising gas prices.
Even if the strait were to open today, getting supplies to where they're needed and resuming the normal functioning of the system is going to take some time.
Chevron chairman and CEO Mike Wirth says he expects high energy prices will persist for some time. Bradley Blackburn, CBS News, New York.
All right. Well, that's kind of self-explanatory. So, U.S. military sank 6 Iranian boats targeting civilian ships in Strait of Hormuz. This was yesterday, I guess. On Monday, U.S. Central Command forces sank 6 Iranian small boats and intercepted cruise missiles and drones while launching Project Freedom to clear the Strait of Hormuz for commercial shipping. Let's see. Iranian missile and drone strikes simultaneously hit, excuse me, the United Arab Emirates, igniting a fire in the Fujairah oil industry zone, while an explosion damaged a South Korean cargo ship. Wow. Iranian claims the U.S. effort violates a fragile ceasefire held since early April, while the U.S. military denies Iranian allegations that any American ships were struck during the engagement. Well, I'm sorry to tell this, but it does break a ceasefire. If they have a blockade, and the U.S. has a blockade, which is an act of war, I just think that the Trump administration thought this was going to be a done deal practically, and it does not matter at this point. Iran has done what it set out to do. The government has not folded. We're having to fight our way through this Strait of Hormuz, and there's oil fires started during a ceasefire. I don't get why this is some sort of victory. So, the war goes on, and Iran seems to be defiant. So who knows how this will turn out, but it does not look like this is some foregone conclusion. Not an easy one anyway. So let's switch gears here. We're gonna go through some ICE and immigration stuff. Internal ICE records reveal widespread use of force in detention centers. And the reports detail how guards have increasingly used chemical agents and physical tactics on detainees, including groups demanding adequate water, food, and medical care. This is just these guys. This Trump administration, man. This is a longish article. I'm just saying that all is not well at these detention centers. And I keep thinking of something like a Stalag 13, or there was a movie, Stalag something or another. And then there's another movie called The Great Escape. I'm waiting for a prison break from an ICE facility. I just, anything could happen at this point. What's up, Moxie? So let's see, what else do we have here? ICE has not paid for detainee medical care for 7 months. Well, that could be part of why the why the concentration camp prisoners are not so happy. 7 months. On October 3rd, 2025, the Trump administration abruptly stopped paying third parties for medical care provided to detainees in the custody of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Third party providers are used to provide medically necessary care, including dialysis. Oh, wow. Dialysis, prenatal care, oncology, and chemotherapy. Document posted to an official government contracting website by ICE on last November 12 described the situation as an absolute emergency that needed to be resolved immediately to prevent any further medical complications or loss of life. Well, there have been some loss of life. There have been some near mishaps. I seem to recall that like a five, excuse me, y'all have to pardon my voice. I seem to be having some issues here. Seems like over the weekend I heard of a 5-year-old detainee who came pretty near death. So once again, it seems like the Trump administration is creating like our internal humanitarian crisis. Uh, I just do not know. And part of part of it is what I've been saying. This Trump administration is full of like um, fourth rate intellects, basically, who have a cruel streak. You know, you got an administration full of Dan Bonginos, um, um, Pete Hegseths, and Cash Patels. and the smartest one in the administration, at least in my estimation, is Marco Rubio. And he seems to have enough sense to stay out of the limelight as much as he can. So let's go on to some more atrocities. Trump is deporting dreamers. Now here's the quiet part. So processing holds, delayed renewals. Much of the attack on DACA is hiding in plain sight. Don't know what to say, but some of these people, some of these DACA people, came here, is like young children or babies. And you would think that, there'd be some break for these people. But I guess we are past that point. President Donald Trump claimed he wanted to take care of DACA recipients. His first administration sought to end the program, leading to legal battles that reached all the way to the Supreme Court. In his second term, Trump has again ramped up his attacks on immigrant communities, including DACA recipients. So no mercy, no quarter in this Trump administration. So this was actually fairly interesting. And I usually don't do, these kind of deep cuts. But this is some folks here. Is it? Yeah, Idaho. So a GOP lawmaker, she's a senator, supported an immigration crackdown, and her husband paid the price. So I want to listen to a little bit of this. It is a fascinating story.
Can you be patient-centric if you're not doing
dairies? He sold synthetic oil to it and read by Chris, an AI-generated voice.
And if the
Twin
volume's
Falls,
low,
Idaho.
you're going to have to turn
The
up
call
your
came as Tom
earbuds.
Zoiderveld was driving last month, just minutes from his home on 5 verdant acres of southern Idaho's agricultural heartland. It was his district manager relaying that 3 of the dairies he sold synthetic oil to had refused to continue working with him. Zoiderveld felt blindsided. He had known the dairy owners for years, and the accounts represented 80% of his income. But it wasn't about his performance, the manager explained on the phone and in a later email. It was about the politics of Zuiderveld's wife. Glenetta Zuiderveld is a Republican state senator and member of a far-right bloc that was pushing for strict immigration laws. Idaho's dairy industry, which powers the economy of the Magic Valley region anchored by Twin Falls, depends on foreign-born labor and fiercely opposed the measures. To the Zuidervelds, the rupture was simple retaliation that illustrates just how bitterly personal American politics has become. An ambush, Tom Zuiderveld said, that cost the couple as much as $125,000 in commission a year. To the businesses, which are dominated by Republicans in this deep red state, the moves were a fair game and an essential effort to protect the nation's third largest dairy industry. We live in a free country and we can actually do business with whoever we want to, said Ari Roloffs, owner of Riverbend Dairy, which in April became the fourth to cut ties with Zuiderveld, who is his wife's campaign treasurer. What his wife is doing in the state legislature are things that I don't agree with, and he stands behind her. The schism illustrates a caustic split in Idaho's Republican Party, in which Glenetta Zuiderveld's hard right wing regularly breaks with more traditional GOP members, often over spending, but also immigration. That divide reflects an escalating national fault line among Republicans over whether President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown should spare no mercy for agriculture and other businesses that depend on unauthorized foreign-born labor or, as the White House has signaled, approach them with leniency and even new forms of work permits. Which side will prevail in Idaho will become clearer after the Republican primary on May 19th, which essentially serves as the general election in many districts of a state that has grown more red amid a recent influx of conservatives from blue states. The Idaho Dairymen's Association, whose members employ about 4,500 people, 90% immigrants, many without legal work permits, views the vote as one of the most consequential yet. We've seen Republicans openly hostile to farmers, which is extremely unusual, said Rick Narabout, the association's chief executive. This will be a potential tipping point for Idaho. Do we continue to shift further to the right, or do we moderate some? It feels very much like that's what's at stake for us, especially in agriculture. The Zuiderveld case, which the senator wrote about in a Substack post that included the email her husband received from his employer, isn't the first time immigration and agriculture politics have turned personal in the Idaho GOP. Last year, federal officers raided the farm of a moderate Republican state representative, Stephanie Mickelson, after a far-right activist reported her businesses to an immigration and customs enforcement tip line. One worker with a criminal record was taken into custody, according to Investigate West. The dairy owners who ended their working relationships with Tom Zuiderveld declined in-depth interviews. Narabout said they also fear being targeted, but he added that their decisions were not only about Glenetta Zuiderveld's stance on immigration, and that they do not see her husband as an innocent bystander. He is her campaign treasurer, and she supports his oil sales job in an administrative role. Narabout called the immigration bills out-of-state ideas, foisted on Idaho by groups such as the Conservative Heritage Foundation, which opposes amnesty for undocumented farm workers. All failed after pushback from law enforcement, clergy, and businesses, which argued that mass deportations would tank Idaho's economy. But
Yeah, well, I think this particular story in particular highlights how even MAGA has fragmentation. The coalition has some internal cracks, and this is like a whole bunch of Republicans in a very Republican state. This guy literally lost like I think they said like more than 50% of his total business because of his wife's politics, and he's the treasurer of her like campaign. So sometimes politics can hurt your paycheck. So it's not like I feel any sort of I don't feel anything other than interest in this particular strife. So good to see that maybe MAGA isn't all lockstep behind Trump. Like I said, this administration is full of a bunch of people who do not understand subtlety or gray areas, or, hey, sometimes you have to take these cases and evaluate them um, individually, rather than just, treating them like a cookie cutter conveyor belt out of the country sort of process. However, doctors from countries under travel ban now allowed to stay in the US. So if you are a doctor, hey, you might be able to stay. Uh, and I guess that makes sense. If you've got some sort of doctor or medical personnel shortage, it is encouraging that exceptions can be made. Um, so who knows? Maybe there's a glimmer of hope that the probably Marco Rubio made the decision. I don't think anyone else in the administration would be smart enough to actually make this kind of exception. So if you are a doctor, you might get to stay. Who knows though? I bet it'll be like an H-1B thing where they're just gonna pay these doctors minimum wage. All right, so let's shift gears and let's deal with Louisiana drowns in lawsuits over Republicans' election power grab. So yeah, this is the Supreme Court has kind of opened a Pandora's box. I think the Republicans are going to prevail. These lawsuits probably aren't going to go anywhere, but it will bog down some stuff. And who knows? It may get close enough to the elections that I think the Republicans will prevail over this. Somebody will step in and crush, like the let's see here. It says under Louisiana law, the legislature, not the governor or the Secretary of State, sets the state's election schedule. I think this will wind up being, is it going to be an NAA lawsuit? So the National Council of Jewish Women, that's one lawsuit. I thought I saw the NAACP. Oh, the lawsuit from the ACLU and the NAACP, and other voting rights organization, is requesting that a state court block Landry's decision on the grounds that the Supreme Court ruling did not constitute an emergency under state law. Yeah, they're gonna lose. They're gonna lose it. So that will be that. But it's worth noting that they're the Democrats are going to give it the old college try. So this is going to be on that topic, I do believe, and we're only going to watch about half of this video concerning the voting, the VRA stuff. So let's do it.
I think anytime you're in that space where you're looking at your government and wondering, can they do that? Can they do that to me? You might be in a constitutional crisis, like you probably are in something of a constitutional crisis, because the whole point of a constitution is that everyone knows the terms of engagement. Everyone's playing by the rules, and you don't have to ask those questions quite as frequently. But I feel like we ask those questions every day. That seems to me the definition of a constitutional crisis.
It's Tuesday, May 5th. I'm Jane Coaston, and this is What a Day, a show wishing you a happy Mexican victory over the French at the Battle of Puebla Day, also known as Cinco de Mayo. On today's show, President Donald Trump talks about his Iran mini war during a small business summit, and Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has beef with the meat industry. But let's start with the Supreme Court and the supreme law of the land, the Constitution. The Supreme Court surprised many, okay, it surprised me on Monday, by restoring access by mail to a commonly used abortion medication for at least one more week. I'm going to be real with you. I've been covering politics for a long time, and the Supreme Court is still a mystery to me. For a body that intends to examine the law through the lens of the Constitution, it feels like the court is kind of freestyling a lot of the time. And in the era of Trump, a lot of that freestyling has been in his favor. Were the framers of the Constitution prepared for a moment like this? For a president who posts about wanting to blow other countries away? A president who demands Congress bend to his will? To find out, I spoke to Melissa Murray. She's a co-host of Crooked Media's Strict Scrutiny and author of the new book, The U.S. Constitution, a comprehensive and annotated guide for the modern reader. Melissa, welcome back to What a Day.
Thanks so much for having me, Jane. Great to be here.
So the Supreme Court is back in the abortion debate. I'm sure they're thrilled about it. On Monday, the justices temporarily restored access to mifepristone, one of two drugs used in medication abortions by mail. But I'm curious, should people read anything into this? Does this give any light into how they're going to rule on this issue more permanently? Because it's a temporary block until May 11th. Something that seems like good news, but also, I don't know. Like, how should we be thinking about this?
It's a great question, Jane. So this case came to the court. The manufacturers have asked the court to basically stay the Fifth Circuit's ruling on mifepristone, which was issued last Friday. Justice Alito, who got this emergency petition, issued a 1-week stay. So basically, the status quo before the Fifth Circuit's decision is now back in place, but only for a week. And there will, of course, be briefing and whatnot on this question as it goes before the court. But Steve Vladeck, a friend of Strict Scrutiny, who has a terrific Substack, One First Street, noted to me that he thought this was unusual, the 1-week stay, because as a general matter, Justice Alito, who issues a fair number of stays in his capacity as a circuit justice, often issues indefinite stays. The stays that are of finite duration, like this one, which is only for a week, typically tend to be in the cases where he doesn't agree with the underlying claim. So not surprising that he might issue, under that logic, a very short stay in a case dealing with abortion, because I think we know where he will be on this question when it does come before the court. A bigger question will be, where are the other justices when it comes before the court? Justice Kavanaugh is someone who wrote in his concurrence in Dobbs that, states should be free to do as they like with regard to abortion. This whole question of federalism and state sovereignty, that obviously has implications for Louisiana, which says that it cannot enforce its law and protect the unborn as it wishes to do if mifepristone can be sent into the state by telemedicine or by mail. But that leaves a lot of room for the court to make a decision that says, okay, Louisiana, you can enforce this and you can't send mifepristone to Louisiana. But what about the other states? Like the Fifth Circuit made this a nationwide ban. So even states that have more permissive laws with regard to reproductive rights would not be able to access mifepristone through telemedicine. It would only be available through in-person dispensation. And obviously that makes it a lot harder for certain people who work, who can't get to a pharmacy, whatever, will make it harder for them to get access to this. So I think that'll be a real question before the court. Who's here truly for federalism?
But I think that goes to actually kind of something I was thinking about reading your book, which is that sending the issue back to the states, relying on federalism sounds great, but it's also far more complicated than people tend to think it's going to be, because states interact with each other. Something that struck me was that you write that the framers wanted an active president, quote, heavily involved in the day-to-day administration of the United States. You write about this in reference to the original design of the State of the Union address. But we have seen a massive expansion of executive power. How do you think that design from the founders has impacted the expansion of presidential power we see today?
So first of all, let's just talk about what the framers wanted. They did imagine energetic and nimble executive who could get things done, especially in the context of foreign affairs. And they contrasted the imagined nimble, agile president with Congress, which was a multi-member deliberative body that was just going to be more sclerotic. I don't think, though, they imagined that Congress would.
By the way, just for context, this lady right here, she is a law professor at New York University. She might be constitutional law. I can't remember. But she just wrote a book, which I probably won't bother to read. But I think it's on the Constitution, actually. She actually breaks this down really well. And so she is worth listening to.
Be as sclerotic as our Congress is. I think they imagined a Congress that was getting things done and would be an effective check on a president that was perhaps too agile and too nimble. But they were essentially meant to balance each other out. I don't think that they would have contemplated or approved of a president who had such a muscular understanding of executive authority, because I think they very much understood Congress to have very muscular powers, like enumerated certainly and limited in other respects, but also quite muscular in order to be able to check the president and the judiciary if that was necessary. The thing that they feared above all when they were writing the Constitution, and they were very clear about it, they were writing this in a state of trauma. This is a trauma-informed document. They had just come through the colonial period where the British Parliament and the British King had literally been on their necks incessantly. And then they just fought a revolutionary war against the greatest global superpower in the world. And they had done it with a government that was basically held together with like friendship bracelets and daisy chains. And they were like, okay, we've got to thread the needle somehow. We need a government that's strong enough to get things done, like wage a war, but not so strong that they're going to be on our necks all of the time. And so their whole concept was that they needed limited government. They needed every branch to have their own lane and to be able to do its own thing. And no branch could be so powerful because they feared that the consolidation of government power would lead to tyranny, would lead to the oppression of the people. And that's what they didn't want. So they structured a government.
And boy, were they right.
That divided power horizontally between these three branches and then vertically between the federal government and the states. And they hoped that initial structure would be enough to prevent the consolidation of government power, but they wanted limited government.
But why weren't there? I mean, I can't go back. I'm not a founding father. I wouldn't have been allowed to be one. But why weren't there stronger protections against that kind of muscular presidency? This is, Trump is a recent and very bad example, but we've seen that with Woodrow Wilson. We saw that even with Andrew Jackson. You mentioned Andrew Johnson in your book. And I keep thinking about the court's findings with regard to presidential immunity. Did they just not think that a president would try this shit?
So there's a really interesting quote. I think it's from Hamilton's. They contemplated the idea that there might be someone so intemperate that maybe he would seize more power than was necessary. But on the whole, they were pretty elitist, and they believe, for the most part, that the governing classes would be pulled from the classes of the educated elite from whence they came, right? So if you look in the Constitution, and I urge you to take a look at it, they're really distrustful of the prospect of popular rule. They're really distrustful of ordinary people, the ordinary people. It's why we have an electoral college. The president's not elected by the people. It is instead elected by a subset of people who are selected by state legislatures, who are then empowered to vote on behalf of the people of the state. But it's not by the people themselves. I don't think they had the kind of imagination that would have contemplated someone like the president we have now and those who follow him. I think they always thought there would be this class of people from whom the government would be drawn, and that those people and their values would guide the country going forward. And to be clear, I don't know that their judgment was that great. A lot of these people own people, like that's never great, but they believe that these people had the best interests of the country in mind and that they would going forward.
Last year, there was a lot of discussion about whether or not this country was in a constitutional crisis or about to be in one or has been in one. But recently, I feel like I haven't heard anything about that. So after all of the time you've spent with the United States Constitution writing this book, are we in a constitutional crisis?
I kind of think we are. The dog is looking at you, Jane, like, Jane doesn't think there's a constitutional crisis? Come on, Jane.
I know.
I kind of think we are. I think we have become so anesthetized to the excesses of this administration that maybe we've become just inured to it. But I do think there is a kind of constitutional crisis, in part because, and I felt this writing the book, there were so many times I was like, when can I lock this book down? To the publisher. It was like, Venezuela. Is that like, can he do that? Can he send the National Guard in to do that? Like, there's so many moments where I was like, I've got to like really think about whether this can be squared with the Constitution, whether this is permissible. And I think anytime you're in that space where you're looking at your government and wondering, can they do that? Can they do that to me? You might be in a constitutional crisis. Like, you probably are in something of a constitutional crisis, because the whole point of a constitution is that everyone knows the terms of engagement. Everyone's playing by the rules, and you don't have to ask those questions quite as frequently. But I feel like we ask those questions every day. That seems to me the definition of a constitutional crisis.
Melissa, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations.
Thanks so much for having me, Jane. And please, I'm going to send you a copy of this. Like, it's perfect. It comes out on May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. You can like put salt on it, lick it. I don't know. It's great with a margarita. That's all I know.
That was my conversation with Melissa Murray, author of The U.S. Constitution, a comprehensive and annotated guide for the modern reader, which is in stores today. We'll link to her book in the show notes. If you also love that the Army can't stay in your house, you're a fellow fan of the Third Amendment, and this podcast is for you. So subscribe, leave a 5-star review on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, watch us on YouTube, and share with your friends. More to come after some ads. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Life is a journey.
Yeah, I actually, there's one other thing in here that I wouldn't mind going over. The Trump administration is talking about vetting AI before it, like, I guess before it goes on the market or something like that. I'll talk about it tomorrow, but it doesn't sound like a bad idea, except I don't want the Trump administration in charge of AI. They'll only muck it up like they did this Iran thing, I bet. So Supreme Court restores access to mifepristone, the abortion pill. It's just a stay. It's not like a final ruling. Apparently the Fifth Circuit issued a nationwide injunction, which I thought district courts weren't supposed to do. But the Fifth Circuit is notoriously conservative. So nice try, but it was such a bad decision at the Supreme Court. And they're very conservative, had to go, nope, can't do it until, because basically you're depriving other states. This is one of those problems that really could have been avoided if they kept, the nationwide Roe decision. If they kept that in place, we wouldn't have to go through this sort of stuff. But, Big Brother, there are 9 big brothers, and 6 of them are just out of control. All right, so let's go to the main highlight of the day. This is an interview that Tucker Carlson did with the New York Times. Lulu Garcia Navarro, I think that's her name. She used to be with NPR. So we will listen to this probably right around 45 minutes to an hour. And I guess I could drop the link Though I'm, I'll think about it. Maybe if anybody wants to come up, you can ask me and I'll drop the link. But I have not heard this, and I am very interested in it. So let's hear it.
You're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting. Very interesting.
I'm Lulu Garcia Navarro, and I'm in Maine to interview Tucker Carlson. For many years, Carlson was one of President Trump's most vocal supporters.
I mean, I've always agreed with Trump's policies, always. And here I am with a full-throated, utterly sincere endorsement of Donald Trump.
But recently, Carlson has publicly broken with Trump. He's not only come out against Trump's decision to go to war with Iran.
This is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done.
He now says he regrets supporting the president.
We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be.
And has become a vocal and influential critic of the administration.
This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it for the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party.
This puts Carlson at the center of a major battle on the right over Israel, over foreign interventions, and over the post-Trump world itself. Here's my interview with Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson.
Thanks for having me.
Very excited for you to be here.
Let me make one point here to Bobby. He's asking me, Stanley, do you think Tucker Carlson is a racist? I need to remind people that in America, racists come in all shapes and sizes. and I think a Tucker Carlson, and this is just going from his great replacement theory days on Fox News. He may be okay with black people, but there are other types of racists. It's not all just black and white, no pun intended. So, yeah, I think he is probably. As a matter of fact, I'm going to come out and say most people on the right, at least the ones that I come across, so I don't really, I'm not going to make a blanket statement, but I am going to say most of the people on the right, but you know what? I'm just going to get myself in trouble. So let's just say he would have to prove that he wasn't a racist. I'll just say that.
In Maine, we should say, any excuse to come to Maine is always a good reason.
Most people don't come to this part of Maine, so I'm grateful that you did.
All parts of Maine are good parts. I wanted to sit down with you for a number of reasons. You've been at the center of conservative media, obviously, for a very long time. By extension, it's politics. And I want to get your perspective on this moment, on your evolution, your worldview. You recently made quite a dramatic break with President Trump over the war in Iran, and so I'd love to hear about that. I want to start, though, in the lead up to the conflict. You said that you spoke to the president several times about the plan to attack Iran before it actually happened on February 28th. I'd love to hear a little bit about that. Was it just you and the president in those meetings? Can you just give me a sense of what was going on there?
Well, I've been speaking to him about Iran for 10 years.
Right.
Literally since 2016, maybe 15, because there was enormous pressure on him, as there has been on many presidents, to regime change Iran. And we know, based on our experience with a much smaller country, Iraq, that's a tall order, and it doesn't necessarily lead to a place you want to go, and it's not good for the United States. So anyway, and Trump knew that, and that was one of the main reasons actually, that I supported him during, my time at Fox News and campaigned for him. And so it was really central to my views of Trump's candidacy and presidency. And so when it became clear in June that we were starting down this road toward a regime change war with Iran, I was baffled. I was very upset. Not because I have allegiance to Iran, but because I thought it would be terrible for the United States, as it has been. Worse even than I imagined. But I could see exactly where this was going, and he was under enormous pressure to do this. Once again, as all presidents in my lifetime have been. So we talked a lot in June. He embarked on this effort to take out Iran's nuclear program, which was really just the opening salvo in a regime change effort. He knew that. I told him that. Charlie Kirk told him that. We did it. We got out. And then it became clear this winter in January that we were moving toward this thing that we're in now. And I was just absolutely panicked about it.
Did he explain to you why he wanted to take the country into war? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the dynamics of that conversation. What was he
Well, there were
saying?
multiple conversations.
Right.
I flew to Washington 3 times in the month before, 5 weeks, 6 weeks before, and met with him in the Oval Office alone, and people file in and out with the White House Chief of Staff, the Secretary of State, et cetera. Had lunch with him on one of those occasions, and then I spoke to him by phone many times on this topic, and he would begin almost every conversation with, do you want Iran to have a nuclear weapon? To which I said, well, I'm sort of opposed to nuclear weapons. I don't want nuclear weapons. I don't want Israel to have a nuclear weapon. I don't want anyone to have a nuclear weapon. It doesn't seem like a good thing. But that's not the question. The question is, what do you do about it? And that was kind of the end of the rationale for doing this. He never seemed enthusiastic about it, ever. And I would say, well, here are the potential effects of this. Obviously, the geography of Iran being the most important fact of Iran. Iran is not a military power, it's an economic power. That was obvious because it controls the greatest span of coastline along the Persian Gulf, which is the source of a fifth of the world's energy, et cetera, all well known now and well known to him then. And he, I think, perfectly understood the consequences. But
why was he taking your calls then? Because if he knew your position and he understood the perils, I mean, was he trying to convince you to back the war?
No. He made no effort to convince me at all, other than to say it's going to be all right. Everything's going to be okay. And I just didn't feel that way. None of this, I should say, was about Trump or my relationship with Trump or my feelings about Trump or his hair color or anything like that. I just didn't want the United States to go to war with Iran. And my strong feeling by the end of those conversations, which was the last one was probably a week before the war began, was that he felt he had no choice and that he was resigned to it. He was unhappy about it. He didn't seem enthusiastic at all. There was no effort to say, once we do this, the United States will be at peace, we'll be safe, we'll be more prosperous. There was none of that. Zero.
I mean, you speak to many people in the administration, and I'm just trying to understand the fault lines over this. I mean, who was for the war? Who was against it while all this was being discussed?
I mean, I'm guessing to a certain extent. I do talk to a lot of people there still, but I don't work there, so I don't.
Sure.
It's hard to really know. There are people with a long record of making bellicose noises about Iran. They still work there, so specifically the Secretary of State / National Security Advisor has said for many years Iran is the greatest threat we face, which is a ludicrous statement, but has
talking
said
about Marco Rubio.
That'd be correct. But that said, I didn't hear a single time from anyone, including from the Secretary of State himself, who I spoke to about this, any enthusiasm for doing this. My strong impression, and I could be wrong because I don't work there, is that no one in the building was pushing for this, at least overtly, that all the pressure was coming from outside. Constant calls from donors and people with influence over the president, well-known Rupert Murdoch, Mary Mandelson, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then a small constellation of, I guess they'd be called influencers, beginning with Mark Levin, but there were others, Sean Hannity, pushing the president to do this and telling him that you will be a figure out of history, you will save and redeem Israel or something. I think that was the case they were making. And I didn't hear of anybody making a case that this would be good for the United States. I don't think that was ever a conversation.
I mean, there's been a lot of speculation about the president's mindset during this period.
Yes.
And part of it is, of course, about what happened after Venezuela and the successful, in their view, operation there, removing Maduro from office, and that he felt sort of emboldened by that, the success of that operation, and that he felt that this was going to be similar, that he underestimated the Iranians and what they might do in response to an attack.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I think the Venezuela operation allowed him to retreat into a kind of fantasy in which he told himself this is going to be easy. But I don't think he believed that. And I should say, having spoken to him a lot in this calendar year, I detected no evidence at all of dementia, mental decline. You hear people say, well, he's gone, soft. That was not my impression at all. Trump is not well informed on a lot of topics, for sure. Is proudly ignorant on a lot of topics, but he has kind of remarkable powers of insight into people and power dynamics. Like, you don't get to be president by accident. The guy's smart in the ways that matter politically. And my strong read was that he was doing this against his will. Famously, the head of the Counterterrorism Center, one of the top intel officials in the country, Joe Kent, resigned shortly after the war began and said exactly the same thing. I think this decision is connected to a series of seemingly disconnected events, all of which revolve around violence. And we need to find out more about how this happened. And he was, of course, dismissed and threatened with an FBI investigation. And no one kind of followed up on that. And again, I don't know the answer, but this was not a normal decision-making process. And my strong impression was that Trump was more a hostage than a sovereign decision maker in this.
Well, so tell me what you're getting at when you say the president of the United States, the most powerful country in the world, had no choice.
I don't know what I'm getting at. I'm just telling you what I observed. He seemed, and that's kind of the question. And what I'm really fascinated by is the lack of curiosity on display into how exactly this happened. What are the mechanisms by which a guy who's supposedly sovereign, in charge, granted this authority by voters, tens of millions of them, can't make a decision in the country's interest or even in his own interest? He knew, and I know he knew because I talked to him about it directly, that the potential consequences were profound and profoundly bad. The end of his presidency to start, which I think it has proven to be, he knew that. And he wasn't, this is my read. And
I honestly wonder if this is gonna trigger an FBI investigation or something. Now, I don't think Trump is that crazy, but who knows? If Trump actually isn't, making these decisions, could well be that I have made the comment that this Trump administration seems to be a rudderless ship sometimes. No firm hand on the tiller anyway. So this is I don't know, mildly disturbing at least.
To be completely wrong, I don't know what's in his head, and I don't want to overstate my knowledge at all, but this is my strong perception on the basis of many conversations on this topic. He felt he had no choice. And he said to me, everything's going to be okay. Because I was getting overwrought. Don't do this. The people pushing you to do this hate you. They're your enemies. This will destroy you. This will gravely harm our country. We've got kids. I'm hoping for grandkids. Let's not go there. And he said, it's going to be all right. And he said, do you know how I know that? And I said, no. He said, because it always is. And I do think there's a kind of, Teddy Rooseveltian optimism there, but that's not really what it was. And this is my read. That was more a kind of justification from a man who feels he has no choice. And that is my strong view. And not just my strong view, the view of others who were around him and involved in this deliberation to the extent it was a deliberation, which is not much.
Who are the other people around him who had that view?
I can't speak for the views of others, but I will just say once again that I never saw, nor did I hear about anybody who works for the Trump administration, anybody who was enthusiastically pushing this war on Trump, going in and being like, you know what? You want to be you want to make this country great again? We need a regime change effort in Iran. And instead, there were a lot of cowardly people, as there always are, and Trump engenders cowardice in the people around him through intimidation. And there is a kind of quality that he has that's spellbinding. And I think it probably literally is a spell. And the effect is to weaken people around him and make them more compliant and more confused. And I've experienced this myself. You spend a day with Trump and sort of like you're in this kind of dreamland. It's like smoking hash or something. It's interesting, very interesting. And there may be a supernatural component to it. I'm not a theologian, but it's.
Oh my Lord. Wow. Boy, these MAGA folks are, they are an interesting bunch. And that's an understatement. Wow.
Real, and anyone who's been around him can tell you it's real. But whatever the cause, no one around.
You know, oddly enough, this stuff that Tucker Carlson is saying, it really reminds me. Earlier today, I was on in SKC's chat. He went and reviewed the last show that he and I were on. Apparently, I got under SKC's bonnet. You know, I was a bee in his bonnet, so he just decided to do a review or a critique of the show that we were on. Or, you know, it was my show. It was this show, but he came up and we were talking about this economics professor lady and a couple other things. You know, it's just, you know, our usual, you know, culture and, you know, just our usual disagreements. But apparently me mocking him just it was so bad he talked about me to his friends. And of course I was roasting him from his own chat. I'm like, really? I got so much under your skin that you had to go to your friends. It was actually pretty funny, but it's a bunch of people that are his folks. And of course I was getting roasted roundly, you know, by all these people. I'm like, dude, this is a bunch of Tucker. Imagine Tucker Carlson, but black. And that's what I was getting in this chat.
Tim was weighing in strongly, as far as I know, on either side, for or against.
Tucker Carlson is a bunch of old YNs.
But people from the outside were strongly weighing in, calling him constantly.
I'm going to give an alternative view on what may have happened.
Yes.
Which is,
and you may be right, by the way, because I don't want to overstate what I know.
Sure. I just want to due diligence. We've seen the president in his second term be much more interested in foreign policy, as many presidents are, much more open to taking action, not only in Venezuela, talking about Cuba, wanting the Nobel Peace Prize, weighing into situations in which he wasn't terribly interested in his first term.
For sure.
And so
that's real.
Could that not be part of this?
It's a huge part of it. And there's no question about that. And all presidents decide at some point that they're not interested in running the United States because it's hard. And how do you fix Baltimore and Gary, Indiana? And what do you do about homelessness in Los Angeles? Like, these are hard questions. We can't even make Head Start work. Despite, many billions and a lot of sort of well-meaning people spending their lives on it, can't make it work. So these are hard problems. And I think it's universal. It's a universal experience among American presidents, but also among U.S. senators to decide, like, I'd rather run the world because the details are opaque. I don't speak these languages. I can seem, well, first of all, it's a display of male power. Send the bombs in, kill the bad people. But moreover, you get to feel like I did something, and that's important. And I get it. And this is, again, as you wisely note, a process that all presidents tend to go through. And so Venezuela, Cuba, I object to both of those efforts very strongly, but neither one, in my view, risks the future of the United States in the way that the Iran war now does. And so it's a big deal. But because it is, by the way, a contiguous neighbor of Iraq, and because Trump spent years talking about what a terrible idea the Iraq invasion was, in fact, defined his candidacy in 2016 on that point, it's hard for me to believe that he just sort of organically reached this place at the end of February. He's like, I think it's a good idea. He did not think it was a good idea. Shutting down a fifth of the world's oil and gas? Of all people, Trump knows that's bad.
You said he's a hostage just now. You told the BBC he's a slave to foreign interests.
Correct.
So I just want to ask you to be sort of explicit. I mean, Trump is being held hostage by whom? Or
by
who,
Benjamin
or by
Netanyahu and by his many advocates in the United States. And we know that not simply because Trump started the war on February 28th, but because he couldn't get out of it. He declares we're having a ceasefire. This was 4 weeks in. He says we're having a ceasefire and we're having these talks and they're going great. And we're going to open the strait. And Iran says, yeah, one of our conditions is Israel's got to pull back from southern Lebanon. You can't use the Iran war as a pretext for stealing more land from a sovereign country. That's not your country. Like, no. And it's not just Iran who felt that way. I think the rest of the world's like, what are you doing? I thought we were, fighting the great existential threat, Iran, and now you're taking the opportunity to take Lebanon shore of the Litani River and bombing downtown Beirut. Like, what is this? Anyway, this was all very well known. And within hours of Trump announcing this, Israel publicly, in a way that was designed to get the attention of everyone, including the Iranians, starts killing civilians in Lebanon. Now, what was the point of that? Not to secure the Israeli homeland. The point of that was to end any talk of a negotiated settlement, to keep this going until Iran was destroyed and chaotic, which is the Israeli goal. I'm not attacking Israel by saying that. Their goals are different from ours. They're a different country.
Yeah, they would argue, of course, that what they are doing is neutralizing the threat that has been persistent in Lebanon through Hezbollah.
Oh, okay. But I mean, they invaded Lebanon in 1982. Okay. So that was 44 years ago. They've had a lot of experience in Lebanon, a lot. They've had a lot of time to fix Lebanon. They killed Nasrallah. They blew up Hezbollah with explosive pagers. Like, they've done a lot since October 7th in Lebanon. They chose that moment to derail the negotiations. And they've done this repeatedly. And so my perspective as an American is, look, we're the United States. We're a country of 350 million people. You are wholly dependent on us. You're a country of 9 million people with no natural resources. I'm not against you, but we're not co-equals here. But the point I'm making is Trump could not restrain Netanyahu. Netanyahu is the one person Trump could not say, hey, settle down, or we'll just defund you and your country will collapse in about 10 minutes, which is true. Israel can't defend itself without the United States, despite whatever propaganda you may have heard. So again, it's not an attack on Israel. It's an attack on American leadership for not constraining its partner in a way that helps the United States. Trump said, I want a negotiated settlement. Israel stopped the settlement. Trump refused to even criticize Netanyahu in public. Are you joking? That's slavery. That is total control of one man by another. And it's, that's between Trump and Bibi and God, as far as I'm concerned. But as an American, that's our president, our elected president, whose job is to protect our country and our interests and our economy. And he is looking out for Israel first. That's outrageous. And no amount of oh, you're an anti-Semite, which I'm not, and I'm never going to be, is going to stop me from noting that that's outrageous. It is outrageous.
Before we just move on, I am curious about this one point, which is obviously Israel has tried to exert its influence on a number of presidents. Many presidents have been asked to decapitate Iran, to do a joint military operation in the Middle East, which this is the first time really that this has happened, where the United States and Israel are doing a joint military operation against a Muslim country. And I'm just wondering why you think other presidents didn't have that influence, because they obviously were subjected to the same pressures, the same donors, the same Bibi Netanyahu who's been there since the 90s. I mean, what do you think has materially changed that made Trump more susceptible to that influence?
I mean, that's kind of the question that I would like answered. And I don't know the answer, as noted. But, one argument could be, well, Trump is just uniquely weak. Okay. But that was not my perception. I think Trump obviously has weaknesses. And a lot of his posturing is compensatory, of course. I'm not interested in psychoanalyzing Trump, but that's just clear. But what was it about this moment that allowed a foreign leader to have this level of influence over an American leader? And I don't know the answer, but again, I think it's worth finding out. I would also note that, and this is not a defense of Trump, hardly, this is the single most foolish thing any American president has ever done, in my opinion. I say that with sadness. But many American presidents have put Israel's interests before our own. I would say the Iraq War was a very obvious example of that. I mean, Cheney's office was completely controlled, and I knew almost all of them by people who were putting Israel's interests above America's interests. So I think the Iraq War was, to a great extent, a product of that. And I believe that Trump felt exactly the same way, because I talked to him about it a lot. So, like, what changed about Trump? What changed after 10 years, more than 10 years of telling us our leadership is weak, they act against our interests, they're stupid, they're foolish, they're bought off by foreign powers and by domestic donors? I mean, that was Trump's case. That was his whole pitch. That's why he got elected. To switch on something this big in the space of a few months, I mean, that bears some examination. That's all I'm saying.
I want to note, in 2020, when President Trump killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, you went on your Fox show and said, and I'm going to quote here, "There are a lot of awful, bad people in the world. You can't kill them all. It's not our job." And you asked, why are we jumping into another quagmire from which there is no obvious exit? But it wasn't until President
I was not heralded for saying that. I don't think I've ever been more criticized. I just really quickly note, I'm opposed not simply to foreign interventions, as you said. I mean, most of them anyway, those not undertaken in self-defense. I'm against the whole frame. I'm against the idea that Hezbollah and Hamas are at the center of our domestic conversation. Like, they're the big problems we face. They're not. Like, they're not a bigger problem than, like, the behavior of Citibank. I'm sorry. Credit card debt is a much bigger problem than Hezbollah will ever be. So stop with this. Stop with the brainwashing. This is bonkers. I live here. I'm almost 57. I've lived here a long time. Hamas and Hezbollah, while they're not getting my endorsement, are not relevant to the experience of most Americans. So, like, once you start thinking like that, you betrayed your country.
So it wasn't until President Trump threatened Iran's civilian infrastructure.
You know, I hate to say this, but I'm kind of sympathetic to that particular argument, especially if you're declaring that you're America first. So.
With a profane Truth Social post this past Easter Sunday, that you actually started quite explicitly speaking out against him.
Yeah, you can't attack Jesus. How's that?
Well, in a monologue on your show, you said, "How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country?" Tell me what you were responding to right then, because it really is, I think, a seminal moment for you in terms of publicly breaking with the president.
So I will say, I don't do monologues. That's ad lib. So that's just, I didn't write it. I don't have notes. It's just like, that's how I feel. So it's probably not as coherent as it should be. But that was really just an emotional reaction to the experience of waking up on Easter Sunday, the holiest day on the Christian calendar, and a day of joy and hope, literally the resurrection of Jesus, and seeing Donald Trump using profanity, threatening to murder civilians. I mean, that's a crime. That's a moral crime. So,
can I also add, and I wish SKC were here to hear me say this. Trump has just demonstrated that America is not a Christian nation. Tucker Carlson just reminded me of that.
To brag about that and then to mock Islam? I don't think you should mock people's faith. I don't care if it's Judaism or Christianity or Islam, but it's especially galling as a Christian I voted for Trump in 2024. And one of the main, and I never vote typically, but I voted for him this last election and campaigned for him in a bunch of cities with him, because I felt that there was clear persecution of Christians in this country, people of faith. And it was demonstrable. And I felt that Trump, and I based this on his explicit promises, would be a protector of, never thought Trump was a Christian for a moment, but I thought that Trump, I took him at his word, would be a defender of faith, people of faith who need to be defended. And this country exists to defend them. It's in our charter. So anyway, I was just completely outraged by that.
Since that moment, you've gone even further. You recently said on your show that you'll be tormented for a long time by the fact that you played a role in getting Donald Trump elected. And you said, I'm sorry for misleading people. That's gotten a lot of attention, as I'm sure you know.
I don't know because I don't Google myself ever. But
I would like to understand exactly what you mean. Can you explain?
I'll tell you what I mean. I truly believe that the baseline requirement, the ticket of admission to the conversation, is admitting when you are wrong. And I spent 10 years defending Trump on Fox News. I'd probably do it again because on the issues, I agree with him. I never defended a single thing I didn't believe. But at this point, the consequences of this decision are so bad for the United States and for my family and your family that, like, you just have to say it out loud. Like, I'm a small reason. I don't think I moved a lot of votes, but I tried to. I told people this guy will keep us out of the next Iraq. Specifically, will keep us out of a regime change war with Iran. And here we are in the middle of a regime change war in Iran, where hundreds of Americans have been wounded. Some number have been killed. They won't tell us. And that's just the opposite of what I said would happen. So I'm sorry.
So I hear you say that, but I am compelled to question it a little bit, because are you simply just going public about something that you felt privately for some time? Because in 2021, through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, some of your texts went public.
Right.
And I'm just quoting from a couple of them. You know, you said, there really isn't an upside to Trump. You said, I hate him passionately. I mean, clearly you had some feelings of reservation about the president.
Without question.
Before this time.
There's no doubt.
So I'm just trying to understand the...
I have a lot of thoughts and theories about things which, may or may not be rooted in reality. So I hesitate even to spring any of my theories on you because, they're probably insane. But one thing that has bothered me for many years is the fact that a lot of people in Trump's immediate orbit have been hurt and really hurt, gone to prison, become unemployable, publicly shamed, gotten cancer. And I just am a believer in big picture assessments of things. And, so you're trying to think is Trump good or bad? He's saying things I really agree with, but then people around him are getting hurt. Is the country actually getting better? I don't know. It's hard to know. Because to some extent, your vision is obscured by the intensity of some of these debates. Mine is easily obscured by that intensity. But did I have reservations about Trump? Of course. And, to some extent, I sublimated them or rationalized them away or focused on areas where I agreed with him. All my fault. But I told myself, and I, to some extent, still believe, it's the big decisions that matter. And I knew, because I know the Democratic leadership really well, that they're completely under the control of the same forces, and that we would get a regime change war inevitably in Iran if they were elected. And so I told myself, Trump is the way to avoid the really bad thing.
To come back to this moment for you, which is there's the political case against Trump that you make. But I do want to ask you about the moral case that you've been making as well. And that's a word that you've used. In that monologue responding to Trump's Easter post, you said that Trump's comments were evil. And I just want to understand that a little bit better. Do you think only his comments are evil, or does the evil extend to Trump himself? Is he evil?
I just want to be really clear that there's a lot of evil in me and in every person. So I just don't want to, and I've certainly experienced it in myself, and I've seen it in all people. We're all capable of evil. So I want to pull back on the judgment and be very precise about what I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
Oh boy. I guess this is not him. It's probably the Antichrist who is accusing Trump of being the Antichrist. Is that where this is going? Bottom line is, even if you asked, could this be, that's still not calling him. These guys. This is actually one of the pitfalls of actually doing these sorts of shows, live streams and that sort of stuff. And hell, it's happened to all of us at some point. And of course, I'm not on Tucker Carlson's. I'm not anywhere near his league. But it's a pitfall.
Well, who knows? I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. And just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously, the Antichrist is named in different
Yeah, and
ways.
not just Revelation, but throughout the New Testament, there are references and in the prophets as well. So, but no, I'm not speculating about that. I know that people are speculating about that, but I would say it's enough to acknowledge that Trump, like many leaders through history, is putting himself above God. But even on a more terrestrial level, like to send out a picture of yourself as Jesus has got to be a red line for Christians. How could it not be? It has to be. And I wish that Christians would speak up when he attacks Allah, when he mocks the faith of Muslims.
Just so to be clear, though, that was not what you were suggesting.
If I thought Trump was the Antichrist, I would just say so. If I understood what the Antichrist is, I would say so. And I don't really. I mean, I guess literally it's...
Because you've been discussing it repeatedly on your show. So I'm just trying to understand why.
What I've tried to
what do you want your audience to sort of
I want my audience
considering?
to see what's happening now in terms beyond just material. Obviously, the commodity flow through the Strait of Hormuz is, essential to the global economy. Got it. But I also think there is a world beyond our senses. Every culture and civilization has understood that from the beginning of time, and we're in this weird anomalous moment where we've been trained not to think that, but it's real. And this is a realization that's dawning on me. I mean, I wasn't thinking like this at all until several years ago. So I don't want to pretend that I'm a shaman or anything like that. I just want to make the point repeatedly, again and again and again, that there are unseen forces that act. There is a spiritual realm, and we are subject to those forces for good and bad. And I don't think that any person can deny that.
I just want to make the point that you did say, could this be the Antichrist? And then you said, well, who knows? You did use those words. So,
man, then my apologies to you if there's video of me saying that. I guess what I'm expressing to you is it doesn't reflect exactly how I feel. That suggests a precision that I haven't arrived at. Trump is the Antichrist. Well, you'd have to define, I mean, we're sort of quibbling here, but you'd have to define Antichrist. And I know that I can't define Antichrist, and it's not clearly defined in the New Testament or Old Testament.
So you're open to the possibility?
I think what we're seeing is evil. Like, are you allowed to kill people who've committed no crime? No. Super simple. You're not allowed to do that. Under no moral standard is that allowable. All of a sudden it's allowable. It's allowable in Gaza, and our leaders are like, yeah, no, it's just totally fine. It's not fine. But it's repugnant to the Christian understanding of the world and the human soul. Every person has a soul. That's the Christian view, and not just the Christian view, it's the Islamic view too. So, and it's my view.
Your Easter episode was titled in part A Warning to Christians Everywhere.
Yeah.
And sort of my interpretation was that you were warning other Christians sort of not to follow a false prophet.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm warning.
And that false prophet being President Trump in this case.
And Netanyahu. There are a lot of evangelical Christians who are convinced that God wants you to support Netanyahu, which I find incomprehensible.
You know, Christian evangelicals in this country have been a hugely important part of President Trump's coalition. Many support Israel because they believe the creation of the state of Israel fulfills biblical prophecy. They're called Christian Zionists. I will note you have said you dislike Christian Zionists more than anybody. You've said they have a brain virus. You have apologized for those comments
repeatedly. I shouldn't have said that.
Repeatedly. But would you like to see those Christians stop supporting the state of Israel in the way that they do?
Of course, immediately. On many different grounds, but it's really simple. Christians can never support the murder of innocents, period. That's just a bright red line. Find the place where Jesus is like, these people are annoying, kill them all. It's not there. So where are you getting this? Now, I'm, once again, hardly a theologian, but I just don't know. And I've asked many Christian Zionist leaders who will speak to me. Now it's just like, they won't talk to me, but I certainly asked Ted Cruz this. I asked Mike Huckabee this. I tried to ask Franklin Graham, but I sincerely want to know where this is coming from. It can't all be from the book of Esther.
Well, I mean, you did have exactly this contentious interview with Ambassador Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, where you talked to him about Christian Zionism for quite some time. And in that interview, you know, it's very interesting. I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea, and you went round and round on this for quite some time. And I was just wondering what you were trying to get at there.
I was trying to get at an answer, which I couldn't get, and instead was accused of hate for trying to evoke an answer to a very simple question. And the question was, on what basis are you making this claim? People whose ancestors didn't live here now occupy the land. That's very common in history, by the way. I'm not even objecting to it. What I'm objecting to is the claim that it's God's will and that Israel, because of this, has the unique right to exist. Okay, where does that right come from? Well, the right comes from the Bible. Okay, well, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've certainly read it a lot. And I said to him, what are the borders? Because my read of Genesis is that it's a big hunk of land. That's the Middle East. Does Israel have a right? Because you're referring to this text as the basis of the right to have that land. And he said, fine with me. So like on many levels, theological and diplomatic, kind of a big thing to say. The White House was annoyed that he said it out loud. I was grateful that he did because it's good to know what the terms are. And the second question I asked, which is, okay, if Israel has a right derived from this scene in Genesis, then to whom does it apply? Who are Abraham's heirs? And he said, well, the Jews. And I said, okay. And by the way, just to be clear, these are not conversations that I sought. I was never interested in this topic. Like, Israel's a country with borders and sovereignty and a seat at the UN. And it's a nation state like ours, like every country. The second you start telling me that as a Christian, I'm obligated to support the government of this country, then I have a right to ask you what you're talking about. It's that simple. So, okay, fine. I flew all the way to Israel, which I didn't want to do. And I asked him, what are you talking about? To whom does this right apply? And on what basis? Shut up, anti-Semite. Okay, now. So from my perspective, that was like the most revealing conversation I think I've ever had.
Why, though, were you so interested in those questions about...
Why? Because we're now in a war which is in the process of destroying the United States economy and getting Americans killed because Israel pushed the United States president, who caved. I'm not giving him a pass, but that's just a fact. That's what happened. I saw it. And Israel has that power in our Congress, not because we have so many Jews. I don't know how many Jews live in the United States, fewer than 10 million, I think, but because we have tens of millions of evangelical Christians who unquestioningly support Israel because they believe it's their theological duty to do so. So on this question hangs the future of the American economy and the lives of American service members. There's no more important question. And the effort to push me away from that question by calling me names, calling me a hater, saying I'm obsessed with Israel. Okay. I would be grateful never to think about it again. I find Israel actually geostrategically irrelevant, except to the extent that we imbue it with relevance at the behest largely of evangelical Christians. So you can see there's a one-to-one correlation between these questions and the future of my country. Mike Huckabee and the people he represents have made it the nation's business, at which point it is entirely fair. In fact, it's a requirement of good citizenship to press him on what are you talking about? And he refused to answer those questions, at which point I say, as someone who's still committed to reason, you've been exposed as a fraud and or a liar.
I think one of the reasons why this was particularly notable for many people, that interaction that you had with Mike Huckabee, and the reason you in particular got so much pushback is because there is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people and the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. I have enormous sensitivity about the future of the United States. Those are my concerns. I'm not dismissing the concerns of any other group, including Israelis or Iranians or Venezuelans or anybody else. Everybody has his or her own set of concerns, but my concerns revolve around my country. And so I'm not going to subordinate my concerns and the concerns of my children to other people's hysteria, no matter what country it is.
Why do you think you get tagged so often with anti-Semitism?
Because I think there are two reasons. One is I'm not an anti-Semite, and I think that's obvious. I have, and I've expressed this many times, don't do so again. I have temperamental and religious objections to anti-Semitism or any hate or discrimination based on bloodline that is against Christian theology. It's against my personal ethics, and I oppose it no matter who is suffering from it, whether it's whites or blacks or Jews. Nobody can be punished for his bloodline, period. I don't believe in collective punishment, unlike the Israeli government. So that's number one. I am opposed to anti-Semitism, and that's a threat because I'm not approaching this as someone who wants to hurt Jews. I just don't want the United States to be implicated in the crimes of other nations. And I'm not intimidated. And number two, that is a much easier conversation than answering very simple questions like, where does the right to exist come from that Israel has, that I've been told for many years has a unique right globally to exist? Where does that right emanate from? Who granted that right and on what grounds? And they can't answer the questions, and they don't want to have the conversation. So just to be totally clear, asking questions is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions, and they don't want to tell the truth. And by the way, it's not just Jews. I think I've been attacked more viciously by Christian Zionists than I have by Jews, just in point of fact. It's a kind of nice universalism to it. But I'm not intimidated. I don't know why I would be. In fact, I think it's my obligation not to be intimidated.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is powerful.
Well, sure. I mean, you could pose attacks in the form of questions. I've certainly done that a lot, for sure. But the questions themselves hang in the air, and a legitimate question deserves an answer.
The reason I want to press on this a little bit more is that you know that there is an entire anti-Semitic worldview that has been based on the protocols of the elders of Zion, you know, that there is like this cabal of powerful Jews that controls the world. And, you know, that book was written in the early 20th century, but it, you know, helped the Nazis, and it really has informed a lot of the views of many people today that there is, you know, this very powerful sect of Jewish people who want global war and global conflict. And I think that there is a concern that I have, and a real concern. I don't mean this as something that people say to slander anyone, but just a real concern that the rhetoric where everything is blamed on Israel, where Israel has these supernatural powers almost to influence the president, to influence the previous president, George W. Bush, to enter into the Iraq War, to be involved in assassinations, etc., that it has echoes of that, and that people are genuinely concerned that it opens the door to this idea that has been debunked and has been used in, absolutely vicious ways to annihilate an entire people.
I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me tell you my concerns. My main concern is the destruction of the United States. And that is in no way to minimize anyone else's concerns, but I have a right to that concern. And I will not have my own concerns hijacked. I will not submit to being told what my concerns should be. I'm an adult man who pays his taxes. I have a right to come up with my own hierarchy of concern. And at the very top is the destruction of my country, which I've lived in for 56 years. And I know that it's not better than it was. And it's not getting better than it was. And there are many reasons for that. One of them is this war, but there are many others. And so people say, well, I'm really concerned. Well, I'm really concerned too. I'm really concerned that the Prime Minister of Israel and his many cheerleaders in American media, including at the New York Times, if I can say, pushed the U.S. government into a war that hurts the United States. That's my concern. And I would say that's at least co-equal with anyone else's concerns. So that's the first thing I would say. Second, as to the elders of Zion or whatever, I don't know what that is. I've heard references to it. It's like a czarist forgery or something. Look,
I guess I'm just wondering what the line is for you.
The line for me is the truth. What is actually happening?
Between criticism. I mean, this is, by the way, a very difficult line. I am in no means purporting to understand necessarily where it is. I'm curious for you where the line is between criticism of the state of Israel and how that could be perceived as feeding into anti-Semitism.
Well, it breaks my heart that it is perceived that way. And that's the product, that perception is the product of a decades-long effort to conflate anti-Semitism with any criticism of the secular government of Israel. Okay, so the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism lists 11 examples of anti-Semitism.
I don't think is Israel's government actually secular? I have to look that up. I guess it is.
And that's been adopted globally. 40 different governments have adopted it as their standard of what anti-Semitism is. And 2/3 of the examples are criticism of Israel. So, I don't get to write these standards. I also don't have to abide by them. And I reject, as ludicrous, out of hand, the idea that the criticism of a secular government is the same as criticism of an entire ethnic group, many of whom do not support that secular government, many of whom reject that secular government, and a lot of those I know personally. So you're just not going to get me on board with the lie that criticism of Netanyahu is hatred of all Jews, because it's not. And I don't care how many times someone repeats that to me. I don't care. And by the way, I've lost friends over this, and I do grieve that. People who are totally convinced that
Is
criticism...
it just Bibi that you're against, or if there was a different government in Israel, it would be okay?
I'm against anything that hurts my country. Why wouldn't I be? I live here.
No, but I'm just curious, like if there's elections coming up and if Bibi gets kicked out, are you...
I took my family on vacation there.
I'm just trying to
obviously,
understand.
I'm not against Israel. I never have been against. By the way, you can check the record. Before maybe 2.5 years ago, I don't think I ever... Well, I certainly never criticized Israel, but I rarely even mentioned Israel. I could give you a long list of the things that I love about Israel, particularly about Jerusalem, which is one of my favorite cities. Jerusalem and Beirut, greatest cities in the world. It kills me to see them at the center of all of this. I think the second that we ban criticism of a foreign country, well, of course, we're not free at that point. We're slaves of that other country. You whatever you can't criticize is the force in charge. I don't think it's, by the way, good for global Jewry to have any of this at all. If you tell 350 million Americans that it's against the law, and it's very close to against the law at this point, it's against the law to criticize Israel, how does that help the perception? Does that feed anti-Semitism? I think it does. Not that it's my job to monitor or regulate this stuff, but I mean, just common sense would tell you that's not good. If you want to make the case on behalf of anything, any idea, including ones I disagree with, make your case. Tell me why it's a good idea. And we're falling out of that habit and instead trying to hurt people who disagree with us. And I just will always reject that. I guess I'm the liberal.
I would say it's not exactly against the law, but I understand you're
Well, someone
referring
was
to
just someone was just arrested because look, the
specific
second
things that
the second you say
taken
that
place.
criticism is the same as a threat or words are violence, then of course it's very easy to arrest people, as they are arrested in Great Britain. They've had hundreds of people arrested in Great Britain for criticizing Israel. I don't know why any liberal-minded, and I'm in that group, liberal-minded, you have a right to your views, I have a right to mine. I don't know why any liberal-minded person will go along with this and not say, whoa, 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 this is totally bonkers. And this is the road to totalitarianism. And I would say that about any topic.
I'm going to move on, because we've talked about some fissures that have emerged among conservatives over Israel and the war, right? You've talked
Fissures,
about,
yeah, it's sort of blown up.
Yeah. And I want to dig into that because earlier this year, you told Megyn Kelly that there is, quote, a huge scramble. And you said, I'm in the middle of it to define what the Republican Party is after Trump.
Yep.
So boil down the scramble for me. Are there two sides?
Well, I lost that scramble.
Yeah. I mean, is it driven by ideas, personalities? I mean, something else? Like, what do you see happening?
Look, I mean, there have been disagreements over foreign policy within the Republican Party for, well, really since 2015 when Trump announced for president. There was no disagreement at all. It was a neoconservative party completely. I was part of that for sure. And unthinkingly and then unwillingly, but whatever. But since 2015, there's been this kind of debate like, well, you know, what is the appropriate use of American power? And what is our relationship with Israel? And those have been sort of sotto voce debates. But it's only with this full regime change effort against Iran that they've become untenable. Like you can't. I mean, my own view is I'm always happy to eat with and talk with people I disagree with. I guess I'm the liberal here, but there is a strong sense among the neocons who've completely taken over the Republican Party that anyone who disagrees cannot be allowed, like literally in the White House. Okay, I don't make these rules. I feel sad about it for a bunch of reasons. I would say as a political matter, the constituency for that is very small. There aren't, 150 million people in America who are really excited about the Iran war or who are ever going to be excited about that. So you're dooming your party to irrelevance when you do that. I don't know why they would want to. They hate Trump. The neocons hate Trump. I've always hated Trump. I had a first row seat to this. And now they've destroyed him. And I told them that. I said, these are people who hated you from day one. They couldn't control you. They hated you for that reason. What you said about the Iraq war inflamed them. It humiliated them, and they want to destroy you, and this war will destroy you. I said that point blank right to him. And it's true. And it's, I think, proven true now.
And what do you mean about you being in the middle of it and losing the scramble?
Well, because Charlie Kirk and I think we're the only people, I'm confident in saying we're the only people in June of 2025 to say to the president, this is a very bad idea. The people pushing this are trying to get you involved in a regime change war. You've campaigned against that. Don't do this. And then on September 10th, Charlie was murdered by a lone gunman. So by the time this latest round happened in January and February, I think I was the only person who said that to Trump for a bunch of reasons. So now it's, we know who won by the effects. So this was, from my perspective, was a debate between people who thought it was wise to use American power in the way we're now using it, and those who thought it was dangerous. And Trump did it, so obviously he rejected my view.
I want to stay, though, with how some of this is playing out, because, as you mentioned, you were very close to Charlie Kirk before he was killed. And he started Turning Point USA, which is this very influential group among young people on the right. And you're now seeing some on the right who are questioning whether Israel had a hand in Charlie Kirk's murder. And I should say the theories that Israel was linked to Charlie's death were denied by Israel. There's been no proof of that at all. And crucially, this theory has been condemned by Erica Kirk, Charlie's widow. Do you still have a relationship with Turning Point USA?
Well, I have always loved Erica Kirk. And I met her when she was dating Charlie and thought so much of her. I know a lot of people at Turning Point. I was the headliner for a bunch of different Turning Point events. I haven't been asked to do it this year. Don't know if I will be. Never said a word against Turning Point. I think it's been a really, well, I was their headliner for a bunch of years, so obviously I supported it. I would hate to see it hijacked by its donors to become an oracle of neoconservatism. I think it'd be pretty hard to do because its members are not for that. Young people are not for that. People of draft age are especially not for that.
I mean, when was the last time you spoke to Erica Kirk?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
By text. So my concern, and this is not about Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvett or any of those people with whom I've never had a crossword and hope never to have a crossword. But my concern more broadly is about the investigation into Charlie's murder, which was short-circuited by the FBI. And I'd like to know why. And I don't care to be screamed at for asking that question. Whoa. It's a legitimate question, and we know that.
Oh, shots fired.
Well, I know that for a bunch of reasons, but the public knows it because Joe Kent said it out loud and explained it. He's the head of the National Counterterrorism Center. He's an ODNI, and he was told by the FBI that he could not investigate it. And as a friend of Charlie's, I'm not going to be intimidated into saying the following, which is, on what grounds would you do that? I'm not saying the guy who's been arrested didn't pull the trigger. I'm not, there's been no trial.
He was obviously handed over by his father.
Do we know that? I don't know what I know because there hasn't been a trial yet. And again, it's like so many things. And it's not just Israel. It's not just Charlie Kirk. It's the existence of NATO or the way the economy is structured. Why is capital taxed at half the rate of labor? Like, that's a question that bothers me. In every case, shut up, socialist, racist, conspiracy theory. It's like, I'm just too old for that. Why don't you answer the question? That's my job.
Do you think Turning Point's influence has waned since Charlie's death?
I haven't the faintest idea. I do think that, I agree with most Americans when I say I think this war is a disaster. It's impossible to see how it helps the United States. And, I would like to see all self-described conservative groups pressure the president, as Charlie did, to minimize the damage. And I hope Turning Point is working on that. I don't know the answer, but I certainly hope they are. I can't. Yeah, so they should. I can't say confidently Charlie would be working to do that.
Obviously, Turning Point is just one organization trying to reach youth on the right, but you also have Nick Fuentes, the far-right white nationalist influencer.
Hey, Dave, would you? That was quite the show that SKC put on. It was very interesting what goes on over there. Very, very echo chamber for sure.
Who's called Hitler effing cool, who also has a huge following among young right-leaning men. How do you see Fuentes in terms of the future of the right?
It's so hard to know. I'll tell you my instinct on it. Most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. I think the main frustration among young people is not just that the composition of the country is changing too fast, which it definitely is, but the main concerns are about the lack of economic opportunity for American young people who are totally screwed at like a more profound level than people acknowledge. Older people do not acknowledge that. I had dinner the other night with a bunch of kids from Stanford, really smart. They're at Stanford. And one of them said, oh yeah, his best friend just graduated with a degree in computer science last year, has not been able to find a job. Stanford computer science can't find a job. So that's like a window into the total destruction of the economic opportunity for young people. And what looks to me as a non-economist, like the true hoarding of capital by a tiny group of people. It looks like a very lopsided and unfair economic system that is guaranteed to radicalize young people, and not just young people, but especially young people. And so I think most future conversations politically will be about economics. I do think that. I think we're at sort of the last stage. This is the last time the U.S. has ever been.
So you see that, what I'm trying to understand is you see that as Fuentes' power waning?
For sure. Well, I don't know Fuentes in particular. I mean, never even wasn't even aware of Fuentes. I mean, again, I'm just in a different world, right? Okay. So I read the New York Times or whatever. Like, I'm just older. Okay. So I'm not an expert on Fuentes' reach or even what he's saying day to day. I really don't know. But he has been caricatured as a race guy, which he may be, by the way. It was like mad about the Jews or black people or whatever. But I'm just telling you, I think the future, the energy, not just on the right, but I think right and left agree on this, under 30, is that young people have been shafted by older people, particularly by the baby boomers, people born between 46 and 64. And I think they're right about that. I do think that's like the most selfish generation, most loathsome, mediocre generation in this country ever produced. Not all of them, but in general, I would say their behavior has been shameful and selfish. And I hear young people talk not about, I'm mad at the Jews. I hear young people say things like, only baby boomers would like have a second home in Isle of Palm, South Carolina, but like not help their kids buy homes. That's what I hear. I hear people who understand that their lives will bear no resemblance to the lives of their parents and grandparents, and they're really upset about it. Meanwhile, there are all these people making billions on clearly fraudulent enterprises, crypto-related enterprises and other enterprises that are like not adding to the sum total of prosperity in this country and not making the country better. So that's where I think the radicalism is going to start. And the murder of that healthcare executive in New York, the health insurer guy, I'm against all murder, just to be totally clear. But I was surprised but not really shocked by the reaction, the positive reaction. All these kind of normal looking people on the internet are like, I'm glad they killed him. They don't even know his name. However, that reflects this revolutionary frustration. And I do think it's revolutionary.
Here, what exactly, Dave? You mean the Isle of Palms thing? Who really wants to live on the Isle of Palms? It's in the Charleston area.
I think one of the reasons that Trump is apparently going to make weed legal is just so we can lower testosterone levels even more. Just make people more passive. Have some more benzos. Like, it's fine. It's totally fine. Because it's not fine.
Yeah, let me address Mr. Moore here. We're a different kind of show over here, Seymour. We're not pot smoking old YNs. We take, at least during the week, a bit seriously. So this is like the second time you said boring. Nobody's holding you hostage. Maybe I'll see you on your whatever you call your show. And I know y'all really have fun over there overnight, and more power to you. But that's the kind of stuff that it's fun to dabble in a little bit, but it's not really my shtick. And so I'm sorry you're bored, but one day you'll grow up and be a man. I honestly don't know what you're talking about, Dave. So either spit it out or move on.
Is the truth. So again, long-winded answer to a short question, but the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent, on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity.
I mean, Fuentes wants America to be a white Christian nation, among other things.
Okay, well, he's very good at defending the New York Times, but I think the real issues are not about Fuentes or even about race. Immigration has a direct effect on economics. And so the overwhelming majority of newly created jobs in the past 5 years have gone to foreign-born. So like it's not an attack on the foreign-born to say that's not really the job of the U.S. government to provide economic opportunity to the world. The job is to protect its own people.
I can tell you don't want to talk about Fuentes.
Well, I don't have what to say.
Okay,
okay, he said naughty things about this, that, or the other thing. Okay.
No, well, you caused a big I'm focusing on you. This is
Well,
an
I
interview of
didn't
you.
cause anything. People got
Wait,
hysterical.
you
How can
caused
you
an
talk to this
uproar
man?
when
I
you
talk to people.
brought Fuentes onto your show.
I've interviewed Ted Cruz, who's calling for the murder of innocents. I don't think Fuentes is doing that.
But that conversation was pretty friendly. You
People
know, you've
say
been,
that. I mean, whatever. Okay, I'm naughty for talking to Fuentes, but
you've been doing this for decades. I mean, I have watched you and your shows for a very long time. And you obviously have a very savvy understanding of how to approach your interviews and how they're going to land. You know, why?
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Well,
I don't think I'm that savvy. Maybe I'm underselling myself.
I mean, why did you want to handle it the way that you did? You know, you started with
Well, I've explained this a
talking
million
about
times.
I will say this though, Mariah. Trolling doesn't really bother me, but I mean, if you're personally offended, sure. But I troll enough in these people's chats. I'm not gonna throw stone at you know, when I live in a glass house. I troll the shit out of people, so I tend to get a little bit less annoyed than normal people.
But I'll explain it very crisply.
No, you started, you know,
No, I noticed that no one
talking
wants
about
to.
his background and where he grew up. It's a different kind of interview than the one when I look at Ambassador Huckabee.
I've known Huckabee for over 30 years. Huckabee's been a public figure for over 30 years.
But
He
one
the
was
governor
prosecutorial.
three
You were
times.
building a case. The other one was friendly. I mean, you were wrestling quite vigorously with.
If I agreed with everything Fuentes said, I would just say so. Like, there's no the effort to kind of like divine my motives. When I state my motives clearly, I think I'm telling the truth.
I know, but as you have
Let me
acknowledged
just
in this
state-
interview,
let me just state my motives.
You use questions sometimes as a
If
form of.
I could just state my motives, and you can either believe me or not, and I've done this many times, but I'll do it once more and say, I never heard of Fuentes. I first heard him because he was attacking me and my family, which enraged me. I did fall for the bait. And so then I thought, well, this guy seems like, I keep hearing he's very influential. Let's have him on, hear what he has to say. So I did that. And on the question of hating Jews because they're Jews, I'm opposed. Told him that to his face. Lots of people decided that I should have taken a different tone. Okay, do your own interview with Fuentes if you want. That's okay with me. But I guess what I've come to believe, I didn't feel it was a significant interview, especially on any level, except the extent it was used to try and make me into a Nazi, which again, I'm not, I would admit it. But what I think is interesting is the kind of moral scheme that interview revealed, which not surprisingly is childish and kind of repulsive. And by moral scheme, I mean like what the people in charge, including in journalism, think is right and wrong. So I think anyone who calls for the murder of innocents or justifies them is the lowest possible person. There's nothing worse than that, than killing kids. And you take someone like Randy Fine or Ted Cruz.
Representative from Florida.
Yeah, Mike
Senator
Huckabee.
in
Right.
Texas.
These are all, I don't know Fine, but I know the other two very well and have for many years. And both of them have just been like, no, we should go kill people and their kids. And they make excuses for that. Like, there's nothing worse than that. And yet, those are the only controversial part of those interviews from the perspective of others in journalism is that I was too mean. I was too tough. I was too tough on Mike Huckabee, who's a sitting U.S. ambassador, or Ted Cruz, who's a...
I don't think that was the concern.
Whatever. Okay, but
I
the
think
point is...
I think you know, when you just compare them.
Who do you think is more morally repulsive, Ted Cruz or
Who do
Nick
you
Fuentes?
think is more morally repulsive?
Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is a sitting U.S. senator who has called for the killing of people who did nothing wrong, whole populations who advocated for this war. Nick Fuentes is like a kid. He's like 26 or 70. He has no power except his words. Here you have a public official who we pay, who has actual power, who's voting for things, who's making policy decisions. And those decisions would include, in fact, they are focused on the murder of people who did nothing wrong. And yet no one thinks it's a big deal. Well, this is totally fine. I mean, if there's tape of Nick Fuentes saying we should kill people because we hate their parents, or it's okay to kill children, I would love to see the tape, because that's disgusting. And that's basically what the entire U.S. Senate does every single day, and no one notices. Nick Fuentes said something naughty that I disagreed with. He made fun of things that I don't think I would never make fun of them.
He's a white nationalist who's denied the Holocaust. And what I will say,
okay, but is that worse than killing kids?
From my understanding of my own, I was just in Germany recently, and it was such a good reminder that the Holocaust didn't start with the gassing of Jews. It started with the dehumanization of Jews. It was language that was used. And again, that is what it concerns
I couldn't agree
people.
more. And that's why when you have a U.S. senator, a member of Congress, a U.S. ambassador waving away civilian deaths as if they don't matter, that's the language of genocide, which results, and this is the lesson of the Holocaust, in genocide itself. And it has. So the lesson for me, really, watching all of this, is that this can happen in civilized countries. In all human beings, there is the capacity to ignore the evil right in front of you. And my point is, it's happening right now. And my job, to the extent I have one, I don't really have a job, but I just want to remind people that we're all capable of that, including me, and that we're watching it right now. And if you think that Nick Fuentes is a greater threat to other human beings than Ted Cruz, I would love to know how.
I can imagine people hearing this and thinking you are soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. You are apologizing for Nick Fuentes.
I'm hardly soft-pedaling Nick Fuentes. I'm trying to awaken people to killing of innocents in our midst, which we are not only encouraged to ignore, but really told to ignore on pain of being denounced. And I'm just saying, no, I'm not doing that. And Ted Cruz and Mike Huckabee are two of the main people making this moment possible, and President Trump. But Nick Fuentes is the problem? Okay. It's not a defense of Nick Fuentes. It's merely like a reality check for the rest of us. What are we doing?
We began this conversation.
Damn, this is scary. I'm actually agreeing with this dude. What in the hell?
By discussing your rupture with President Trump. And I'd like to ask about your relationship with the vice president, because you were one of the people credited with getting him into that role. You were close to him. You advocated for him. Are you still close to Vance, considering your rupture with the president?
I mean, I will always love J.D. Vance as a man. I think, and I'm making this judgment on the basis of his public statements over many years. I think he's in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. I mean, he's on the record repeatedly saying this is exactly the thing that this administration would avoid doing, and now they've done it.
President Trump was also on the record saying similarly.
As I've said many times, exactly. And by the way, I wouldn't characterize it as a rupture with Trump. He betrayed his promises to me and everybody else, and I acknowledge that in public. So it doesn't make me the person who breached the contract. He's the one who breached the contract, to be clear. But it puts the vice president in a super difficult spot. And I know him well and think so much of him as a person. And it is my guess that, based on his past behavior, that he's doing everything he can to mitigate what he sees as the ill effects of this. And but it's kind of hard to call the shots when you're vice president, because that's not in the Constitution. So no, I would never. I put him in a bad situation just by my public. He was attacked endlessly for my Nick Fuentes interview. Whoa, so scary. And okay, so I always felt bad about that. He didn't do anything. You know what I mean? But I was used as a cudgel to beat him over the head, because the neocons hated him, because they thought that if he ever became president, he would be less compliant than the president turned out to be. So, I don't want to add to that at all. I think he's a really good man. I know he's a good man because I know him very well. But, I don't have anything else to say to anyone in the administration, because I can't affect
don't talk to him
any
anymore?
Outcome.
When was the last time you spoke to the vice president?
Oh, I don't know. But I don't want to add to his problems at all. But I would just say what's obvious is that I'm hardly an advisor to this administration. And I think it's also clear that Donald Trump makes these decisions.
You really don't know the last time you spoke to Vice President J.D. Vance? Weeks, months, days?
I don't know. I mean, I would never characterize that. I don't want to cause him more problems. I would just say I'm not advising. No one's seeking my counsel. I'm not trying to influence anything. I gave it my best shot. Didn't work.
Well, let me ask you this. Vance was not in favor of the war, but he ultimately didn't seem willing to die on the Hill. I mean, he could resign. He could, there's many things he could have done, I suppose.
Oh, come on.
Do you wish he'd been more forceful?
Here.
I will just say,
why would he resign? Honestly, who said, which vice president was it who said that, being a vice president, a vice president has as much power as a bucket of warm spit? He is the vice president. Why would he resign unless it's something? I guess you could say this is egregious, but it's not unprecedented. Sometimes you can do a little bit more on the inside the tent than you can from outside. There are all kinds of reasons, that he could probably say, hey, I didn't resign because of. So, I have been in a very, 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 a much, 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 much smaller scale where sometimes you have to follow orders, even though you may not agree with those orders, or resign. Military officers, at least once in their career, depending on how far you go, you're going to be in that situation, more than once in your career.
I'll just be totally blunt about what I'm doing, which is taking a pass on your question and say that I know JD very, very well. And I think it's like super tough situation. He's in my prayers. I mean that. And I just don't want to add to what is clearly a really hard job.
I know that if you were in my position, you'd press.
Oh, go crazy. But I'm just saying, like, my only goal is I just want to be honest. And so I'm being, I think, as transparent as I possibly can be, or I'm being
transparent.
Of course, yeah, no problem at all.
And saying that my job is also to press you.
I get it.
So, however he has felt privately, publicly Vance has been a loyal soldier.
Yes.
Even going so far as to head the recent negotiations with the Iranians. And we've seen, and you've commented, how unpopular this war is among the American people. Do you think the role that he is playing right now will hurt his political prospects?
There are people in the White House who want to hurt JD Vance and have wanted that since the very first day. They were bitter. They wanted Marco Rubio to be the choice as vice president. And so JD has been subject to, this is well known, but I'll just confirm it, nonstop treachery from people on the neoconservative side.
Who are these people?
Around Marco Rubio. And by the way, Marco Rubio's got to be one of the most charming people in the whole world. And, it's impossible to dislike Marco Rubio. And I'm not an intimate friend or anything, but so I can't say to what extent he's involved in it, but certainly he is the choice of the donor class. The donor class is avowedly neoconservative. That's why they give money for outcomes like the ones we're watching. That's why this whole system is completely rotten and just impervious to reform. And they have been totally against JD Vance from the very beginning.
Who do you mean specifically? Because, I mean, it was interesting in those conversations with Susie Wiles, for example, where she was very much praising Marco Rubio and had less maybe complimentary things to say about JD Vance. I mean, is that to whom you're referring?
I don't know is the real answer. I don't know.
I mean, you're accusing people of treachery, so I'm wondering.
Well, I know there's been a lot of treachery for sure, and I know they were so mad about JD getting that job. I mean,
who's they?
Well, Miriam Adelson, for example, Rupert Murdoch. People who were very much vested in using Trump for what we're seeing now.
But within the White House?
I don't know the answer to that. I've never worked there. So like, if you don't work there, you can say, you can say what you think, but it's hard to really know.
This is me looking skeptical.
Yeah. Well, no, but it's me being honest. Like, I don't really know. And you read all these things about, Susie, is of course a product of Florida, and there's a whole Florida group and the consultants and Marco and all the rest. And people whisper about that. Is that true? I really don't know. I've never heard her say anything against JD. She seemed to love JD, but who knows, man? Who knows? But I know, I definitely know that, like, outside, it's hard to believe that Mark Levin and Laura Loomer, who are, like have no constituency whatsoever and would have influence in the White House, but they do. And both of them have been out for Vance from day one, big time.
Do you think it's hurting, though, his political prospects, to repeat the question, that he has been put in the position, according to you, that he is fronting these negotiations in Iran?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think this whole thing, it's not even JD specific. This whole thing is like dooming anyone connected to it for the foreseeable future, including the entire Republican Party. And, if you're psyched for President Gavin Newsom, I guess that's a good thing. I'm not. So I think it's a disaster. It's a true disaster. And again, I told Trump this like 10 times, like, this is going to blow up your legacy. All this gold you put in here, like, they're going to take it down and mock you as they do. Like, this is going to blow up you're concerned about your legacy. You're 80 in June. Like, I get it. But this is not the way. And I think that's proven true.
So you think this will doom JD Vance as well?
I don't know, doom. I mean, I'm obviously not good at calling the future, but I couldn't be more, I couldn't be a bigger fan of him as a man, but I think
he is obviously not good at calling the future. Touche.
Anybody connected to this is going to have a hard time explaining it, because how is this good for the United States? It's not.
One more question on this particular issue. It was just published that your son, who worked for the VP, left that job. Did your rift with Trump have anything to do with that and make it hard for him?
Zero. He was not forced out of the role at all. And my understanding of it is, let me just say, in a normal world, in a decent world, my son or my son's job would have no relevance at all to me.
Why did your son leave then? If he wasn't forced out?
I don't know. You can ask him. But he was there over a year. Like, I don't know. White House is an intense place to work. I don't want to talk about my son. He's got nothing to do with this.
No, I mean...
No, but that's kind of the point. Like, we need to defend the core beliefs of our civilization, which, by the way, are attractive to the entire world. People move here not just for our robust economy, but because they want to be judged on the basis of what they did, not on what their parents did. That's the whole point.
Mm.
That's collective punishment. It's blood guilt, and we reject it. I gave this lecture to Nick Fuentes. I gave this lecture to Mike Huckabee. The lecture never changes because the idea is the core idea of our civilization.
Since you mentioned Nick Fuentes, I have one last question. You opened the door.
I don't care about Nick Fuentes.
He is not a JD Vance fan. He's called him a race traitor because of his marriage to OSHA.
I don't care. He's like
who is Indian American. Wait, let me finish the question. I mean, given how influential Fuentes is right now.
Is he?
Is he not?
I don't know. Doesn't seem to be. He didn't get us into war with Iran. Like, who cares, actually?
Honestly, I have not heard anything from Nick Fuentes in a couple months. Has anybody been keeping up with him out there in chat?
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, all of this is like a sideshow. Americans are being killed in a foreign country at the behest of another foreign country. And
as a matter of fact, I'm kind of hoping that Nick Fuentes found love, whatever form that takes.
It's going to wreck the US dollar and cause hyperinflation in our country. And we're like fretting about what some kid on the internet said. It's like, who cares, actually? This is a way of taking us away from the core issues, which are economic. They're economic. And that is the one thing that nobody ever wants to talk about. How is the money distributed? Where does the money come from? No one wants to, that's why, like, the only left-wing movement I ever had a lot of sympathy for was the one that arose after the global financial crisis. Occupy Wall Street. I didn't know exactly what they were about, but I was like, yeah, we should be mad at the banks because, like, they did this and no one got punished. And within like 20 minutes, we're talking.
Hey, Seymour, this particular Tucker Carlson interview, I call it YN repellent. So, I mean, what can I say?
Talking about black people and white people, it was like
I'm happy to talk about economics, but your interview with Fuentes has 25 million views. But to say that it doesn't matter isn't, and
it matters in what sense? Like, does it matter more than?
But can I finish my question?
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. Given how influential he is, and I just don't think that there's any argument about that. I'm wondering how.
In what way?
I'm wondering how you think J.D. Vance could become the leader of the party after Trump if you have someone like Fuentes speaking so critically of him.
So I'm so glad you asked that question because its premise reveals everything.
All right, tell me.
So the premise of your question is that J.D. Vance can't.
No, I'm not saying that he can't.
It's going to be difficult for J.D. Vance to advance politically because
I'm asking, do you think?
Just the premise that it could be that J.D. Vance's interracial marriage is a bigger problem than his foreign policy views.
No, I didn't say that.
It doesn't.
No, I'm saying that there is a person who is incredibly influential in the party.
Is he incredibly influential? Like on what basis are you saying that?
Oh my goodness, there's lots of evidence, not only in the reach of what he talks about, but also.
Can you name a single member of Congress who's acknowledged his existence or said, "I did this because he told me to"?
That's a Groyper? I don't know that there's.
There's not a single member of Congress who would ever stand. Who would ever stand up and say, or even show evidence of being influenced by Nick Fuentes, where they're out of 535, they're about 500 who are taking money from AIPAC.
I have already asked about the war's impact on Vance. This is a question about the future of the party, and the future of any party are its young people. And in the same way that Turning Point USA has influence on young conservatives, so does Nick Fuentes. And so
I guess I don't know how we're measuring that, but
what I'm trying, all I'm trying to ask you here is if you but listen, there is
what I'm trying to
a strain in the Republican Party, especially among young people who are racist, who talk about J.D. Vance and his marriage in a particular way. And I'm asking you, and you can decide not to answer it, but I'm simply asking you.
I'm trying to answer it.
If you think that is going to be a problem for J.D. Vance leading the party. Because
let me answer your question.
Thank you.
You were unable to tell me how Fuentes was influential in any way other than the views on a video, which are probably lower than those on your average porn video. So that's like not a good measurement.
Whoa.
It's not meaningful. Does he have influence on our politics? I haven't seen any.
Holy cow.
So let's just start there. Second, J.D. Vance's problems with young people and old people and the party itself revolve around his views on foreign policy and economics, which are the issues that actually matter. Third, race is thrown up as a distraction so often, as in this case, to distract from what actually matters, because on questions of economic, let me just finish. On questions of economic, if I can finish, on the Fuentes himself is a distraction from the conversations that matter, because power is displayed through the structure of the economic system, globally and per country, and in the use of force. So it's the economic program and the foreign policy program are what matters in every government from the beginning of time. Those are the two questions on which there's a bipartisan consensus in Washington between Republicans and Democrats that we should do this thing. The public rejects that thing on both categories. They reject the economics that are a consensus choice in Washington, and they reject the foreign policy that's a consensus choice in Washington. And so Washington's response, Wall Street's response as well, is to be like, let's have a race war, and you guys can like argue over blacks or whites or whether JD is married to an Indian woman. Like what? And so Fuentes is incredibly useful for people with actual power to divert the conversation to something that is both irrelevant and divisive, because it's a divide and conquer strategy. And my strong view, gained over 35 years of watching carefully and being involved, is that,
hey, CM, the problem is over here she has help. You might want to be nice to her over in this chat. She has power and you don't.
That's come to its end.
She's kind of like a cop over here. and you're just someone she's gonna stop and frisk if you keep up this bullshit.
Okay.
And JD's real problems are his foreign policy views, the ones he's articulated for 10 years, are in direct opposition to the foreign policy views of the people who fund the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Same people. And they have the same views.
It's the idea of the uniparty.
Well, on these questions, it's totally true. We can argue about the trans thing. You can have legitimate views on race, legitimate views on trans. Those are real issues. I'm not saying they're not. But those are not the issues on which empires rise and fall. The real issues are economics and foreign policy. And on those issues, there's a bipartisan consensus. And so they throw up like, no, we're disagreeing on trans, we're disagreeing on affirmative action or whatever. But they agree on all that matters. And JD disagrees, as Trump did, at least in his public statements. So this is the wrong foreign policy course. This economic system is hurting young people. And so Fuentes shows up and everyone wants to talk about Fuentes because it's really safe. No one wants to talk about why are capital gains taxes half those of taxes on regular income? Like, I think that's like a critical debate. You will never have that debate. Have you ever asked a question about that? No one ever asked that. And I think that's like, nothing's more important domestically than that, but whatever. That's my opinion.
Okay.
I wish I hadn't done the Fuentes interview because...
Really?
Yeah, it was totally not worth it. I mean, it was like kind of interesting, I guess, but it was used as, I added to the distraction. What I really wanted to talk about was where we were going in this war with Iran. And I spent like a month getting calls from people being like, you're a Nazi. Okay. And I wish I hadn't done that. Not that it didn't imperil my soul. I've interviewed far worse people than Nick Fuentes, like Mike Huckabee, a far worse person than Nick Fuentes, hurt many more people than Nick Fuentes. Same with Ted Cruz. But so I don't think it affected me. I interview people I disagree with all the time. And often I'm polite to them, including war criminals. The only person I've really been impolite with is Ted Cruz because I have limited self-control and he's just so repulsive. I couldn't control myself. And I was a jerk and I tried to apologize. But if you had to sit across from Ted Cruz, it's just, there's something about him. It's just like repulsive. I mean, it's like disgusting. Like if you entered a men's room and Ted Cruz was there, you would be like, I can hold it. I'm leaving. And I broke down under the strain of his repulsiveness. But in general, I try to be nice to everybody. But man, that Fuentes interview, I just added to the distraction.
I think we're done for now. We're going to speak again.
We're going to speak again?
Yeah, you didn't know that?
No.
Oh, you thought this was one and done? Oh, my man. No. On the interview, we speak to our guest twice. So a few days later, I followed up with Tucker Carlson. We talked about his views on immigration, his disdain for both parties, and whether he thinks his rupture with President Trump is permanent.
All right. Well, during this interview, let me remind everyone to please make sure you hit the like button or not. Hit the down button if you must. If you are new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to it. We can be entertaining occasionally. It's usually the chat that's more entertaining than the host, but sometimes it's like that. Please make sure there are ways to donate to the show. Show ideas are a good way. My new email address, Stanley versus the world @gmail.com. Spell out the versus. Pretty much going to be migrating over to it permanently at the end of this month. We'll shut down the old one, which is, just use the new one. And then what else? For the foreigners, I now have PayPal. So feel free to donate to the show. It will pay for one of the newspaper subscriptions or a YouTube history channel type thing, or who knows, premium StreamYard. There are all kinds of bills here. But come Wednesday, IPO for the Sovereign Beer Fund for the weekend. So, 10 we will do our NPR best to get donations to the Sovereign Beer Fund. Actually, we call them investments over here, but like NPR would. So that's that. Let's get back to this show. Oh, and by the way, the link is pinned, at least in YouTube it is. Don't be shy.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. All right, you're a little loud in my ear. Let me turn you down.
I'm a little loud in many people's ears.
But thank you for taking time to talk to me again. I definitely wanted to circle back on something because we ended up our last conversation talking about Vice President Vance. But I also wanted to ask you about somebody else that you were close to, and that's Don Jr., the president's son. He supported your new media venture after you left Fox. So I'm wondering what your relationship is now, considering your comments about his father. Have you talked about it? Are you still in touch?
I've known Don for a long time. We share a common love of the outdoors, and we don't actually talk a lot about politics. We talk mostly about hunting and fishing. And so I have not spoken to him about the war in Iran, and probably won't. But I think his views on that are pretty well known.
So you're still in touch, in other words?
Yeah, absolutely. And I expect to be. I mean, Don's a friend of mine and a really good guy, but our relationship is not political at all, really. In fact, I don't remember the last time I talked about politics.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it brings me to this wider issue about how you critique the president. You're always quite careful to say how much you like him personally.
Mm-hmm.
Are you worried about alienating his base, though? Because aren't they some of the same people who tune into your show?
Well, I don't think I'm careful about saying it. I want to be honest about saying it. I mean, in part because I was out promoting Trump, pretty aggressively for a long time. As for his base, I mean, I don't have a base. I'm not a candidate for office and don't plan to be.
You have an audience,
We do have an audience, yeah, and it's grown. And, it's not exactly clear who that is. I mean, I get these readouts from our tech guys. Well, we have, new people watch. Well, who are they? It's like, you don't really know. But, this war is unpopular. The idea of sending Americans over to risk their lives to regime change in another part of the world is itself unpopular, whether it's in Iran or any other country. So, I mean, I think I'm on the side of the majority in this country, and maybe the numbers reflect that. But I don't really think about that when I'm thinking through what we talk about, who I interview.
Because I mean, when you do look at your page on YouTube, you do definitely see that the numbers are much bigger when you talk about the war in Iran. And so,
well, we're in a war with Iran, and it's the biggest thing that's happened in my lifetime. And the potential consequences include nuclear war. And so it's an inherently big deal, and it's being ignored or downplayed by most of the rest of the media. So I think we benefit from taking it seriously, but it's inherently serious. That's my view of it. And so I would talk about it, almost no matter who watched or didn't, because I think it's that important.
One more question about the president. Your comments have clearly gotten under his skin. I mean, he's posted long screeds on Truth Social about you.
Mm-hmm.
And, to refer again to those texts that came out in the Fox News Dominion legal fight, there was one from you saying that Trump is good at destroying things. And you wrote,
yes,
he's the undisputed world champion of that. He could easily destroy us if we play it wrong. I mean, do you worry about him destroying you now? He's got a lot of power.
I don't worry about him destroying me. I mean, I'm turned 57 next month. My kids are grown. I mean, there's not really, what can you do to me? I don't work for anybody, and I'm not that worried about my own life anyway. But he does have the capacity to destroy, and I do think that it's a binary. You're either creating or destroying in this life. And I think he has proved through the course of his life better at destroying than at creating. I mean, he's created some, but I have a strong preference for creation over destruction. And, he's look, one of the reasons that I appreciated Trump from day one, in addition to always enjoying his company and finding him hilarious, is because he was very good at assailing the foundations of rotten structures. And I knew that they were rotten because I am from Washington and I knew those institutions well. And I knew that despite, how they described themselves, they were basically just fatuous and long outdated and probably deserved to be taken down, like a house with rotten sills. And Trump was great at exposing that and taking them down. USAID, as someone from DC, I knew a lot about USAID, and I thought, why are we doing this? This is counterproductive to American interests, and Trump just went in there and took it out. And I like that. But that is the first step. Of course, that can't be the end stage. The first step is you scrape the old property, then you build something new and better and beautiful. And we haven't gotten to that part of the program. And it's not even really being promised at this point, which is troubling.
Do you see a path toward supporting him again? I mean, if he suddenly took actions that you agreed with, do you see yourself coming back into the fold?
I'd support anybody who made life in the United States better. Of course, it's absolutely not personal. And that's part of what I hope to convey by always adding the caveat, but I like Trump because it's not personal. So I would always support and I mean literally anybody, no matter how unlikely the person, no matter how much I disagreed with his previous policies or reviled him as a man or whatever. It almost doesn't matter. If someone's doing a good thing, I want to be honest enough to say, God bless you for doing that. And I support that thing. So it's really about what a person is doing. It's about the fruit rather than the perception. You make this country better. I don't care who you are. I will cheer you on because I live here and I want the country to get better. It's not getting better. Now, it's very hard for me to imagine any scenario in which we look back on the last 2 months, this war with Iran, and say that really made us more prosperous, safer, happier, united our country. I just can't imagine that. But then, a lot of things I haven't been able to imagine. So if that happens, I will be the very first person to say, well, I was completely wrong about that, and I'm sorry. And I'm grateful that I was wrong. Mm-hmm. And I will really mean it. Because I'm not, again, I don't have any partisan agenda at all. The Republican Party could not be more repulsive to me. The Democratic Party, same thing. So I just am in this weird non-aligned place, and it's totally sincere. Like, I think the parties, and I'm saying this on the basis of a lot of knowledge, are rotten beyond repair, or at least simple repairs.
Can you imagine creating a new party? I mean, can you imagine there being a different party that would more closely align to your views and perhaps others? I mean, if you're saying that these parties are rotten beyond repair, what are you proposing, if anything?
Let me just say, just to be more precise, nothing is rotten beyond repair. Repairs are always possible.
Okay, because you said rotten beyond repair.
I meant it's a cliche, and I shouldn't have used it on those grounds. Rotten beyond remodeling, I would say. This can't, you can't just put a new coat of paint or fresh drywall on these structures because they are ridden with rot. Okay, so I would like to see them repaired. That would be the simplest solution. I don't think that's likely to happen. So, of course, I would be thrilled to see the rise of a party that represented the majority of Americans, at least by intent. Look, it's not even a question of, are you for this tax rate or are you for that tax rate? It's a question of orientation. Are you going to have a political party whose number one aim is helping the people who put it in power, helping the citizens of the United States? And neither party can say that, honestly, because neither party is very interested in its own citizens. The Democratic Party is much more interested in importing new non-citizens, making them citizens and making reliable voters out of them. And the Republican Party is much more interested in, fighting wars for a foreign country. So whatever you think of those aims, neither one is focused on the needs of Americans. And I think somebody should be in a representative democracy, like there should be a party that is speaking for most people. Am I going to build it? Absolutely not. I'm not a politician, but I would support it. As with whatever I had, I would support it.
And who do you imagine being the head of that party?
I have literally no idea.
So could it be someone on the left?
Well, it could be anybody. I'm not even sure what the left means at this point. I mean, I have some very good friends on the left. Now, they're not conventional West Side liberals. They don't have signs in this house, we believe in science, like that sort of dopey lifestyle liberalism of my childhood. Like, I think that's kind of played out. Like angry ladies telling you to put your mask on. Like, no one wants that. But I have some sincere left-wing friends who have a critique of economics and foreign policy that I agree with completely.
or substantially agree with, for sure.
One last question on this. Obviously, you're in Maine. Graham Plattner is a Democrat who is vying to be the Senate candidate. Is that someone that whose ideas you are interested in at all?
I mean, I certainly appreciate his foreign policy views, a lot. And I appreciate how different they are from everybody else's in his party. I haven't met him, and I plan to meet him. I don't know a lot about his other views. I think at this point, with AI posed to destroy some high percentage of American jobs, there's really no justification for immigration of any kind into the United States. You can't say, well, we're going to, 30% of lawyers are going to be out of work, and this percentage of software coders or accountants or, any other sort of support a family type job. They're all going to evaporate because of this new technology, but we have a bunch of new H-1B people we'd like you to meet. That's just cruelty, both to, and most important, to American citizens, but also to the immigrant. Like, what are we doing? So anybody who's for diluting our labor pool with foreign labor is, clearly not acting in the interest of the country. And I couldn't support anyone like that. But, the prerequisite to having a rational conversation about immigration is deracializing it. Okay. It's not everything is about race. The truth is, sorry?
No, finish your thought and then I was going to jump in.
Well, just we are looking at the elimination of some very large unspecified number of American jobs due to technology. And there are going to be a lot of unemployed people, including a lot of unemployed immigrants in this country. And you have the potential for disunity and actual disruption, rupture of the social fabric to the extent it still exists. And so you have to shut down immigration right now.
I'm glad you brought up immigration because I was thinking about what you said in our last conversation about race. And I'm going to quote you here. You said, most of the debates about race, ethnicity, religion, to some extent immigration, are less resonant long-term than debates about economics. And you said race is thrown up as a distraction. And you are someone who has spent a lot of time, though, talking about those issues. You've denigrated immigrants, saying that they make our country poorer and dirtier and more divided. And you've long warned that immigrants are going to replace what you call legacy Americans.
Well, they have. The overwhelming majority of new jobs in the last 5 years have gone to immigrants, not Americans. So
but wait,
it's not
let me
really
finish.
a debate, actually.
But you called Iraqis semi-literate, primitive monkeys. I mean, you've used language that many find.
What year did I say that? Do you know?
I think it was in 2018.
I did not say that in 2018.
Oh, no, 2008. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 2008.
Okay.
So 2008.
Right. Yeah. So the point is, I'm a racist? Is that what you're saying?
The point is, were you part of the distraction? The question is, were you part of the distraction? Because you were using those, talking about those issues quite a lot.
I wasn't actually talking about those issues quite a lot. But I would say I have been involved in many distractions.
I'm going to be honest. If you have, see, Dave, I hate to beat you up, but after listening to SKC's crazy emotion-filled rant about this, like, dude, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. If you want to blame our immigration problems on just one party, that is literally just partisanship without any sort of deeper political knowledge. You got to do better, son. Okay, this is not SKC's Rumble channel. We actually do critical thinking over here. So just get your bearings. And I have said on several occasions that probably, in my opinion, the main reason Kamala isn't here is because of that debate that Joe Biden did a couple years ago next month. The second reason was they did a shitty job. They should have taken action when Greg Abbott trolled them by sending a busload of immigrants to New York City or wherever it was. I'd have acted if I was getting trolled like Greg Abbott and DeSantis did. And for some reason or another, they did not take the hint. But I actually believe that the immigration problem probably started probably I don't remember that much about Clinton, but I would say George Bush Jr. tried to do comprehensive immigration reform, and it didn't happen, and it's just been going south from there. So you need to look deeper into that partisan short-sightedness that you and SKC get so emotional about. Let's see. CM. By the way, CM, I don't know what content farming is, but I would be very careful because you literally have reviewed my videos. You have found old pictures of me to put up thinking that you were actually trolling. And then dude, you've been crashing and burning trying to troll me for like 2 or 3 nights now. It ain't working, son. I'm too boring to be your main content night after night. So tonight's show, if you do one, how about find another topic besides old Stanley versus the world? I'm kind of boring, as you keep pointing out. Do better, son. When I am having more interesting comment than you, we know the world is a little out of whack.
Including that. I'm not saying race is immaterial. Race is important. Race is real. It's not a social construct. It's a biological reality. There are racial differences, real racial differences. They're much smaller than gender differences, but they're
CM, you're absolutely right. What's been amazing is that you have failed. The only way you even got close to being interesting with me as a topic is when you got crazy It's My Time up on your panel, and who knows where the fuck she was going. She has a very selective memory, and I'm not even interested in whatever it was she had to say. The shit was funny and borderline pathetic, and I'm not taking that bait. Maybe she'll come up tonight and make a fool of herself and you some more. Dude, it was seriously. I was sitting in the chat trolling the hell out of you both.
still real. But my point was the one that I made initially, which is for most Americans, people who are born here, black, white, Hispanic, Asian, doesn't matter of any race, the real concerns are economic. And I do think that certain forces, the banks, people loaning the money, have a real incentive to foment dissent within the population against each other. Fight amongst yourselves while we continue to charge you 25% interest on your credit card. And as I said, when we first discussed this, I noticed this after Occupy Wall Street, which was like the very first left-wing movement that I thought, I kind of like the theme here. I mean, I wasn't, whatever. I'm not camping out on the sidewalk in front of JP Morgan, but the idea that you could have a global financial crisis and no one responsible for it goes to jail, and the only people who suffer are the people who took the loans, not the ones who issued the loans, I felt like that's just not fair. And so I supported the idea of holding the creditors accountable for their crimes. And none ever were held accountable by Bush or Obama, as you know. And then I noticed, and this is measurable actually by a Lexis search of New York Times stories, that the term racist, racism, white supremacy, those exploded in New York Times stories, and not just the New York Times, but the rest of the legacy media. And my interpretation of this fact is that the media was used to distract the population with
but
racial
you were part
conflict.
of the media, Tucker.
Well, I've already said I have been part of many distractions. It took me a long time to recognize this. And I'm trying to be honest about it now. Now, again, there's been an enormous amount, particularly in the New York Times, but not just, of anti-white hate, which is like totally normalized across the American media. Whiteness is bad. White supremacy is evil. Every other kind of ethnic awareness is great and celebrated, but white ethnic awareness is Nazism, et cetera, et cetera. This absurd and pretty malicious double standard. And that's annoying, and I've noted it many, many times. But ultimately, what I'm saying is that people care about their economic fortunes and their ability to pay their bills and secure a better life for their kids. And those things are way more important to most Americans I have met than anything related to race. And that,
you know, this is scarily presidential. Yeah, MAGA better be looking out.
That's why all this stuff about whiteness being bad, which is like an outrageous slur if you think about it, all of that, in my opinion, was designed as a distraction from the fact that the American economy was becoming ever more pyramid-shaped, ever more lopsided, ever more, but basically ever less middle class. The middle class was no longer the majority after 2015. That was not even noted in most publications. And like, that's a...
Hey, I'm going to repeat something CM said to me overnight. Gee, CM, you sure know how to treat women. Damn, dude, you are literally acting your Cali black heritage here, dude. Gee, you sure don't. Well, you are acting like you do on your own channel. I was hoping you'd have better behavior over here.
Tragedy, and no one even said anything about it. Instead, it was just like, white people hate black people hate white people.
Yeah.
We got played. That's my view.
You brought up Occupy Wall Street and your affinity with that. And you said in our previous interview, the future that I imagine is not a future in which we're yelling at each other about race. It's a future in which people are legitimately revolutionary, maybe even violent, on the basis of thwarted economic opportunity.
Damn.
And it made me wonder, do you believe capitalism is an evil system, a necessary evil, something else? And also, what do you mean about legitimately revolutionary?
I certainly didn't mean to endorse violence. I can't imagine I would never say that intentionally. I'm amazed that you have a tape of me saying that, and I just want to disavow it. I'm not for violence, period.
Okay.
It's against my religion, and so I just want to be very, very clear that I'm totally opposed to violence. What I mean is the current system, and I don't know what you would call our economic system. And I'm often told it's free market capitalism. It doesn't bear any resemblance to what I thought free market capitalism was. I'm not sure the name is important, except as a way to mislead and bully people into being quiet about it. But any economic system in which, the overwhelming majority of the rewards go to an ever shrinking number of people or proportion of people is a doomed system, because it makes people revolutionary. I saw this in Venezuela, which I visited as a child. It was a prosperous kind of first world country, beautiful country, actually. And then it proceeded along the path we're on, and the resentment built, and you had this very volatile combination of electoral politics, a democracy, and, an economic oligarchy, and those two don't work well together. And you had a left-wing populist takeover, Hugo Chavez. And the results are now well known. So I don't know what you call this, but it's not working, and it's making for a very volatile country. People have to own things. They have to be vested in the country in order to de-radicalize them. But when people own nothing, they've got nothing to lose. I mean, these are very obvious observations.
2 last questions. You can dispute the premise, which I'm sure you will.
I don't know that I will.
But I want to preempt it anyway, just because I think in our brief time together.
Thank you for preparing me.
In our brief time together, I feel like I've come to understand a bit about you. All right. I'd say 2 of the most seminal events in your professional life were one, the Iraq War, and two, the election of Donald Trump. That's the premise. You were for both of them. Now you say that they were both mistakes. So I guess why should anyone after that track record listen to you?
Well, people probably won't, you know.
But has it caused some self-reflection about?
Oh, has it caused it? Well, I admitted it. So of course it has caused a lot of self-reflection. And I wouldn't say, by the way, that the 2016 election of Donald Trump was a mistake. I didn't mean to suggest that. I was addressing this last year and like what happened to the campaign promises that a lot of us repeated enthusiastically and thought were real.
But if you're saying that Donald Trump could lead this country to a nuclear war, which is essentially what you said could happen, then how could the 2016 election of Donald Trump not have been something that you regret? I mean, those two things, I mean, if I was going to vote for someone who might lead us to a nuclear holocaust, I would perhaps reconsider my vote.
Well, I don't know if you remember well, but that year was a choice between the lady who killed Gaddafi for no reason and turned Libya into a gaping wound.
I'm going to say this. I actually think, and I'm sure, I'm just talking about what I personally have seen, but Tucker Carlson is the highest profile, like MAGA voter that I've actually seen be brave enough to, regret the decision to this degree publicly. And that might be one of the things, I'm sure we would differ on a lot of different politics, but at least he's man enough to say, hey, I was wrong. And that is, that's okay in my book.
Which it remains for no reason and then laughed about it. And a guy who said the Iraq war was a mistake. So for me, that was not even a close call. I mean, Hillary Clinton, particularly in foreign policy questions, was a grotesque neocon from my perspective. So I don't regret that. I'm grateful that he won in 2016. My only point, once again, was he campaigned against the things he's now doing a year and a half ago. So I just apologized for repeating those campaign slogans as if they were true. I thought they were true. They turned out not to be true, and I feel bad about that. I'm often wrong. I say that and I mean it. It's not a pose. And I do think, last thing I'll say is I think if you force yourself to admit you're wrong, and I always forced my 4 children to admit they were wrong. I didn't do a lot of spanking. The punishment I meted out was forcing them to admit that they had done something wrong. That's enough usually. I think if you do that, it makes you wiser over time and you're less likely.
Hold on there, Missy. Sourdough bread actually smells good when it's baking. As a matter of fact, I have a loaf cold proofing in the refrigerator that I'm going to put in the oven tomorrow morning. So don't be, sourdough bread actually smells good. Just so you know.
Not going to make mistakes. I will make many mistakes going forward, I assume, but you're likely for things
Dave,
once you've apologized the first time. And the thing that I noticed and that drove me so crazy about Washington that I finally left was the cyclical nature of bad decision making. They wouldn't just make bad decisions again and again. They would make the same bad decisions again and again and again based on the same faulty assumptions. And they could do that because no one was ever held to account for any failure or disaster ever. The only people who were ever punished were the people who complained about it. And I watched that and it drove me nuts. And I just don't want to add to that. I don't want to be part of that at all. For all my faults, I don't want to be part of that. So that's it. I'm not running for anything. And if, people think I'm not credible because I changed my mind about the Iraq war or because I was shocked that Trump launched a war he said he wouldn't launch, I get it. I understand why people feel that way. I'm not mad about it.
This is my last question. It's a personal one. I talk to a lot of people left and right about you. A lot of them used to be your friends. I mean, or they said they were close to you or spent time with you.
They're all mad at me now.
Well, they all say that you've changed. Some say you've sort of become untethered from reality. And the question all of them had was, what happened to Tucker Carlson? And it's something that I've heard echoed a lot. You're an object of a lot of fascination, continuing interest. You are at the center of a lot of our cultural conversations. And I wonder how you would answer that question.
Well, I marvel at it, and I mean this sincerely. I don't find myself very interesting at all. I feel like I'm as transparent as I can be. So the idea that I've changed, well, yeah, I hope so. America's changed a lot. And if you still think,
Dave,
that making the world
honest,
better is as simple as sending air.
Empire of Cotton was actually more a global thing. American slavery, it was treated it was treated as kind of like part of a bigger global mosaic. This particular excuse me, this particular book is about the triangle trade as it evolved in Africa. So basically, they're going to be talking about Africa before, slaves got loaded on the boat to go to wherever the destination was. So I have read Born in Blackness, but it wasn't specifically about the African portion of slavery. It was more a history of slavery, but at a larger scope. This is going to be more specifically Africa centric. So that's why I'm going to read it.
Aircraft carriers to a foreign country, if you think the way to improve discourse is by banning words, if you think the vax is safe and effective, I don't know what to tell you. Like, have you not been paying attention? Apparently not. Or maybe you're just resistant to the conclusions. But it's really important, if you advocate for something, to watch, to stay patient and see how it winds up. And if you spend a lot of time telling people this is true and then you find out it's not true, you have an obligation to say, I'm sorry, I told you that was true, but it turns out it's not safe and effective. And regime change isn't that simple. And no, speech codes don't work, or whatever you were advocating for. So yeah, of course I've changed. I mean, the changes that have taken place in this country since August of 1991, when I entered the workforce, are bewildering to me. I mean, so much has changed. So many of my assumptions have been blown up, just evaporated under the pressure of reality, that if I still clung to those, that would be shameful. That would be dishonest. And I don't want to be that.
Tucker Carlson, this has been so interesting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for.
Just to be clear, I think I heard you say that Black Americans all came out of California, right? Blacks originated in California and migrated east. Oh boy. So I don't know, what time is it? We are at 3. So I got one more that's more or less, it's going to be more Clarence Thomas centric, at least the title is. So that's where I'm gonna go. And I need to add this to the show links. So this is Clarence Thomas's Why Trust in the Court Collapsed. Funny enough, I just read an academic paper overnight talking about some cases, some early cases that Clarence Thomas rendered decisions on early in his career. And believe it or not, his reasoning, though I may not necessarily agree with it, I mean, that's the wonderful thing. Even the dissents, even the losing side of these cases, if you can even call them the losing side, um, at least when you read their papers, you can follow why they thought something. You know, whether you agree with the thought, you at least know why they thought it. Now, sometimes, like that Colorado ballot decision, I felt, because I read the majority decision, if I recall, and I thought that was about as made up. I understood their reasoning, but I'm like, there's nothing in the Constitution that talks about how one state affects another state's reasoning. I imagined it had something to do with equal protection or some BS like that. I didn't agree with the decision, but at least you're able to follow their bad decision. So anyway, let's watch this. If it's boring, you know, I will end it because, you know, this isn't going to be a long show. But we'll see where it goes.
Room and then telling me he cleaned it. Like, really? Okay.
We rearranged it. Hello
What's
and
up,
welcome to the
Lola?
Lord Podcast. I'm your host, Tim Miller. Delighted to welcome back to the show, professor at NYU Law School, co-host of the Strict Scrutiny Podcast, and author of a new explainer on the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, a comprehensive and annotated guide for the modern reader. It is out today. She
What's up,
is
Dave?
holding.
What's
I don't know.
up,
I might
Stanley?
get her book. What's going
I
on?
bet you. Who's this? Who's this lady?
Melissa Murray.
What does she do?
She's a law professor at NYU. I never knew she was a constitutional scholar, but she's just written a book about the Constitution.
She wears the glasses that look smarter.
No, I think it's to hide her big nose.
She don't have a big nose.
Yeah, she kind of does. I think she's cute. But you know, I don't know that she's my type, but she's not ugly. As a matter of fact,
Oh.
she might be in her early 50s. She's not that young.
Oh, she's 50. She looks good.
Let me look her up right quick. She is deep in her 40s, if I recall. She's been teaching for a while. Hold on one sec here.
I never really.
A lot of people, you know how people in this chat tend to be really like shallow.
If you say so, I think they're grading on their own personal skills.
Yeah, she's right at 50. She might be 51 this year. She was born in 75.
She's another one of those hate men type, because you know how you.
Oh no.
collect them all.
She is married and has kids.
All right, well, shout out to her then. She's qualified.
Well,
That's the way I'm looking at
some women who have short haircuts are not gay. Did you know that? Most aren't.
Yeah, but
I'd imagine.
most of them are short-haired pointers, meaning like they're attack dogs, they're little bitches.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
It's not even feminine to have short hair. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well,
This conversation can go anywhere right now.
I am okay with like pixie haircuts. I don't know if that. I've seen her with her hair slightly longer, but I don't have a problem with pixie haircuts.
It looks good on her, but usually have on lipstick lesbians.
What's up, Mike? How you doing? No, I'm okay with her, but again, I don't know. I'm oddly enough, she's okay. I mean, I would definitely, you know, if I met her somewhere, I'd probably be pretty enamored because she is really smart. I mean, she's like smart.
Yeah, well, I'll listen to her, and I can tell you how much of a
if she's writing an annotated book about the Constitution, she's probably not that dumb. The NYU's a major law school.
It takes 5 minutes to figure out how much of a cuck her husband is after she
Yeah,
starts
okay.
talking.
You can tell all that from a YouTube screen. I got you.
Oh, you know what it is, Stanley? I've had like pretty good discernment, and this is just me being confident.
Yeah, okay. Confident. Yeah. Long on confidence, short on knowledge. That's the gulag style.
No, that's Deacon Dave. That's fact free. I told
Oh,
you I
it's
like
Deacon
living
Dave.
like that.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, I speak for myself. I just wanted to check on you, honestly. That's why I hit the link. Wanted to make sure you're okay. You didn't get too burnt on the edges.
About what?
You know, SKC, he could cook, but he cooks
Oh, now,
on low.
you know what? Let me tell you something honest. Y'all thought he was cooking. I thought he sounded silly.
He took it back to
That bullshit about Solzhenitsyn. Dude, Solzhenitsyn literally wrote about being a victim of communism. Has nothing to do with Marx. Marx, he's doing apples and oranges and calling them both fruit. That he does a lot of that. And you know, I've gotten used to it because I've known SKC at this point for like 5 or 6 years. That's just what he does. It's like really surface level stuff. It's not deep
that's
stuff.
where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
I'm 100%.
You're not paying attention if you can't even say that.
Let me tell you right now, while I respect him and I can, you know, he's really good about, you know, I understand where he's coming from. That doesn't mean he's a deep thinker. Okay. He lost me when he wanted to compare what an actual economist is talking about to what Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote like 40 years ago. No, it is like so different. If all you need to know is what Solzhenitsyn wrote over 40 years ago, then we are definitely talking past each other. We are not talking the same thing. So with this show, and the only reason I knew about it is he was kind enough to send me, you know, he emailed me like a thing. So, you know, it wasn't, I guess it was kind of an invite, you know, he was nice enough to go, hey, I'm talking about you. So, I mean, I am definitely not burned because it was a very interesting, if not outright weird critique. I was unscathed. I had more fun trolling in the chat than I ever would have up on the panel.
This is what makes you predictable because you ignored the levels that he
call me.
Yeah.
Call me predictable.
That's why it's funny. I'm sorry. It's funny because this is a predictable response.
All I'm gonna have to say is predictable is good. Unpredictable is bad. You know, the older you get, the more order and predictability you appreciate in your life. So you're not hurting my feelings by saying I'm predictable. I'm very predictable.
Oh, you know I don't have a mean bone in my body. I'm just, you know, I'm just gonna call it as I see it.
Well, good. I'm glad you recognize that what you're calling predictable, I'm calling stability.
Now,
we should all crave, especially if you're some sort of family person, stability is good. It's good for families. It's good for raising kids. You don't want that crazy, you know, day to day, I don't know how dad or mom is going to be. Children need stability. And I probably learned that from raising my son. Predictability, stability doesn't have to be boring, but it needs to be predictable. So, hey, I learned it from being a family man.
I got to change the subject briefly. We don't have to spend no time on this. But
okay.
I don't know let's say if I had to pick or choose between you and CM, who doesn't know how to talk to women? The worst. I don't think I'm picking CM.
Yeah, I don't care.
I
Look,
know you don't.
I
You
did
act like you
listen.
didn't see this one coming.
Let me respond to that right quick. I don't suffer fools gladly, especially old fools. I don't care if her feelings are hurt. She made a mistake when she left this panel and then had gay ZZ Top dude, some white guy from Minnesota with a beard calling into the show trying to roast me. I had no fucking clue who he was.
How was
And
he trying to did he say something to you?
there is no other way he would have possibly have known about this show if she didn't go out to some fucking pizza joint in Minnesota and tell this white boy to call in. She lost me. Okay, and you knew about you were there, weren't you?
I missed the gay ZZ Top.
Okay,
I'm
all
not.
I have to say is I don't feel sorry for her. She should have never done that. You don't have some long bearded white redneck from Minnesota call into my show roasting me out of the blue.
What did he? How did he start roasting you?
I'll find the clip at some point and maybe
Yes, please. I need a
I did a
timestamp.
review of it, but I need to see. This is the shit she didn't tell folks. Okay, there's always two sides to a story, and CM isn't bright enough to understand that there are two sides to the story. He was so busy roasting me that he didn't even bother asking, like, what did you do to him? Because I normally am kind of, I tend it. If women are respectful, I like treating them as equals. I think smart women are very interesting. She did something that I'm going to use the term, and I don't like using it, but as a man and as a content creator, because she was on the show, she left the show and then called back in like an hour later. And this dude, I still don't know his name. That's why I called him Gay ZZ Top. I had no clue who he is. But I will say this. Latino, because Jewel was over here, and like the next night or the night after that, they actually reviewed the show and had a good time reviewing it because I was a little tipsy and I was having fun with it. But
You don't
she
think
can
your
get all
perception of
upset.
the
She can do her histrionics, but I have nothing to apologize for, and I don't care whether she comes back or not. It's no big loss.
I get it. I wasn't even basing the comparison between you and
She
CM.
should have known better than to fuck with me.
I'm not making this comparison based on it's my time.
Oh, look at this little pussy here.
Oh yeah, don't
Stanley,
see, this is what you do, Stanley. I've been here long enough to know that you was gonna.
Aggression. Dude, don't have some fucking random redneck from Minnesota she literally gave that boy my fucking link and he called in and she's in the background egging him on. Sorry, you do not win friends, at least friends like me, with that kind of disrespect. Motherfucker didn't even tell me his name or why he was calling in. So I don't care.
No, she said. I thought she said that
she had been around this show for a while. She should have known better.
I thought she said she was going to have her friend called in. She told you all about that before she did.
I didn't know it was going to be some Billy Goat gruff looking bitch.
I'm not basing this on her though.
Okay,
I remember a while ago somebody made a comparison between Trump and Hitler, and I remember you just went completely off the rails about that.
So what?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with what she did?
No, it's part of why I said CM isn't is better with women than you.
You know what? He's better. He's better. He's better with that type of woman for sure.
Okay. All right. Let's go back a little further. There was a nice elderly white lady used to call into the show. I believe her name was Wendy Lou. She loved Baby Dave. I
Yeah,
haven't
but
heard from her since.
she
What
used
happened to her?
she used the N word. That pissed me off.
Ah, come on.
No. It did. And she
Okay.
has denied it for quite some time. But nope, she did it, whether she wants to admit it or not. And who cares? I hear tell she was on John Galt's show. She'd been off for quite some time and reappeared again. I bear her no ill will, but she did what she did, and I'm unforgiving. I do not suffer fools gladly, especially if you're like, if you're like my age or, right around that area. No, I don't suffer fools gladly, and I don't. It's no big whoop. If
She was a
they don't
sweet
say the
older
word.
lady. I liked her.
Okay, sweet old ladies don't use the N word, and I'm gonna be honest. I think she hung around John Galt too long and got comfortable with that racist shit.
Yeah, that could be impressionable. You gonna hold that against
Well,
her?
hey, I didn't like it when John. I don't think black people should use the word, let alone old white ladies. Anything else? Oh, and I see our buddy SKC. What's up, SKC?
The king of coons.
Yeah, I wish he would. I wish. There's no way I'm giving a wrench to an account called Kuna Coons. I would give him a wrench otherwise.
Yeah, it goes against your sensibilities, huh? I lost my signal some time ago.
But hey, boy, howdy does it.
Anyway, that's all I got.
All right, well, all's good. It's SKC show.
This is the part.
As a matter of fact, I really hadn't. I mean, I think I made a brief reference to I was over there earlier, but I mean, I'm not going to be doing a review of it, or it wasn't that important.
I mean, some part of it had to stick out to you.
What stuck out is how irrelevant it was to pretty much everything that I was talking about. I kept saying we were talking past each other, and we're still talking past each other. And why waste time over something that happened like 2 weeks ago?
Eh, that's how you feel.
That's how I feel. No harm, no foul. It's par for the course. So let's get back to the video.
It has a salt rimmed edge. It's looking
the best
good.
margarita you'll ever read.
Happy Cinco de Mayo. Do some light Constitution reading. I also just found out in the green room, you somehow have a child going to college, which feels impossible. You look amazing. How is that possible?
Tim, thank you. Yes, Melissa Murray has a college-age child. Melissa Murray is in her 5th decade.
Wow.
But you know what keeps me looking so young? Keeps me looking younger than some members of this administration.
What's that?
I can read the Constitution, and I do. And that's
yeah.
You want to turn back the
Moisturizing
clock?
and the truth. That's the ticket.
It's the real originalism. Read the Constitution, look like a younger person.
How do you think things are going with the Constitution right now, just overall?
It's not great, Tim. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
We've got Congress that seems to be...
SKC. Well, that is so nice of you. SKC, thanks for supporting the show, man. Uh, Look, as I said earlier, you have always, I have to say you are a bigger man because you know what? Um, I have to say that you are contributing to a non-echo chamber for you. And I have known you for quite some time, and our uh, going for blood after each other, that was over years ago. Um, it is par for the course with us. So I will add you. We'll use that support for the Saturday show, and we will go from there.
Amulet. We have a president who is asserting what I think is the most muscular vision of executive authority that we've seen in decades, maybe even ever. And we have a Supreme Court that basically does what it wants. Precedent be damned, prior rulings, everything, just, does whatever it wants and facilitates this administration in some of its worst excesses. So it's not great, but I think that's exactly the kind of moment where we, the people, need to intervene, read the Constitution, read what the Constitution was about, and reclaim it for ourselves.
Yeah, I was so excited when I saw that this is what you're writing on. When I heard Melissa Murray has a book and wants to, you're always welcome on no matter the topic. But I was like, this is great for a number of reasons. But for one, as like a former Republican, maybe this is not true in the world, but I don't know. But for me, it's like there was a period of time
I thought he
when
was
the
still a
Constitution
Republican.
was kind of Republican coded. They at least wanted to talk about
Come
it
on
more.
now, you
And it
wouldn't
was
be
like a
watching
district,
it if
like
he
we were the
was. You like
ones.
the
It
island
was
of
the
No, the
Republicans that had our
bulwark,
pocket constitution.
and the other one that I watch is the oh damn it, the Dispatch. Those are a bunch of never Trumpers. So a lot of them are former Republicans, and they're still fairly, but they're center right, which I would tend to probably be more in common with than say a MAGA person or someone to the right of MAGA. As a matter of fact, I probably have more in common with someone who's center right than I would with somebody who is a leftist. DSA, I do have some things that I would agree with them on, but I think I've said this many times. I abhor extremes, and I'm much more comfortable, even with center right than I would be, with what I consider more left. So I don't know how many times I have to define that sort of thing. And CKJ3, this is who she is.
Constitutions. I've got a pocket constitution in like 6 drawers in the house, like an old Catholic granny has has the pictures of the saints in every room. I've got the pocket constitution, and the young. I was a little cringe, I think, for the young Democrats, and I do think that in this moment that I think an effort to flip it is important and needed, or you can object to the fact that that was ever even a thing.
Well, I mean, I
What
think I
is
probably would
this
have hung
man
out with
talking
you,
about?
young Republican or not. I was never a young Republican, but I also did have a pocket constitution.
Okay,
I
you
think
did.
that was the point. I think just being a young American means you ought to have a pocket constitution, because the whole point of this was that people would read it, they would debate it, they would grapple with it. And, maybe this is more of a tenet of an older brand of Republican partisan affiliation. But the Constitution at bottom is a document that's about limited government, right? It is genuinely about putting restraints on the state. And, I think that's something right now we could all get down with.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, Ryan, the thing is that using the Constitution to make you feel better is still using the Constitution, which is more than I can say Donald Trump is doing, and neither is his Justice Department. That's why they keep losing all these cases. That's why they can't figure out how to get Epstein behind them. That's why they're just starting wars without running it through a constitutional process. Even with the statute, they need to be talking to Congress after 60 days. So, yes, we may use the Constitution when it makes us feel better, but we're using the Constitution. So, thanks for noticing.
We're going to do a little bit of the book to the context of some, there's a lot of legal news items I want to run through with you, and then, maybe some other news items as well. And then I want you to regale me with some book anecdotes. I want some fun Constitution facts. So start thinking about that. There are a couple I've already spotted from skimming the book. The first one is obviously the big news on the Voting Rights Act. And the gutting of it. I had Mark Elias on over the weekend. We kind of did a deep dive on this. And I think kind of even since we taped on Saturday, we're seeing even more of the southern states coming out and basically saying they're going to try to jam through a redistricting here, even though in some of the states ballots are printed. In my state of Louisiana, people have already voted, but they're still going to do it anyway. What is your sense on the state of the play, both like on the politics and the legal side?
So, I mean, this is basically a Bravo Real Housewives of Atlanta, who gonna check me, boo moment, right? I mean, these states are like, who gonna check me? Nobody, not the Supreme Court, probably nobody. This is a break glass emergency moment, I think, for democracy. The Supreme Court, in that opinion written by Justice Alito, a 6-3 opinion written by Justice Alito, basically eviscerated the Voting Rights Act and its promise of a multiracial democracy for this entire country. I mean, the idea that when states seek to remedy racial gerrymandering by thinking about race and constructing a map that gives minority voters an opportunity to elect candidates of their own choice, they're the ones engaging in race discrimination. I mean, that's just bonkers. I mean, this is the court taking its vision of colorblind constitution, its imagined understanding of the 14th Amendment as entirely colorblind, which does not code with the history of the 14th Amendment at all, and now extending it beyond the usual context.
Yeah, it was odd. On one hand, the 14th Amendment was for children of African slaves, read Black people. And on another hand, same Constitution, same 14th Amendment, all of a sudden it's colorblind. These guys are just like schizophrenic when it comes to these Reconstruction amendments. Same thing with the 15th Amendment. These guys are just, they're really bad about it. And the scary part is, we all know what Clarence Thomas and Alito are. It's the rest of them that are, I think, a bigger problem.
Like college admissions and affirmative action, and now extending it to the most important right that we have, the right to vote, the right to make our voices heard. It was a dark day for democracy last week. I don't know what else to say about it. And it was even darker because the court was so craven about what it did. And Justice Alito wrote that he was preserving Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. That's like, my teenager tossing his room and then telling me he cleaned it. Like, really? Okay.
We rearranged it.
Right. Well, that's basically what he said. We realigned Section 2 and its jurisprudence to accommodate this new understanding. That's eviscerating the Voting Rights Act. I mean, the whole idea of Section 2 was that you could bring these claims against individuals who were trying to limit the power of minorities to get to the ballot box. That was what the 15th Amendment was about, enfranchising African Americans, first African American men. And then the Voting Rights Act in 1965 made the promise of the 15th Amendment good for everybody. And the courts pretty much put the kibosh on that.
The impact on representation, it's going to be so dramatic. And I mean, some of this is kind of obvious, but when I was looking at a chart that was put out, we can just have like Black representatives in Congress, like over time in history. And you look at it and there's like a small period where there were some in the South, before the rules were in place that the Voting Rights Act remedied to prevent them from having representation. And then there's a gap of a period where there's basically none. There's a couple in the Northeast, and then the Voting Rights Act passes, and then like you see a big jump to where Black representatives like match or get around the percentage of their representation in the population, right, which is a community actually being represented. And you're already seeing that kind of trying to tick back down. And I just think that the chart will be so shocking, if you look at it in 2029, if this isn't fixed, because you'll see almost a total reversal.
Well, I'll put it in even more stark terms. The House is obviously one aspect of this. I think it's even more pronounced in the Senate, which is already a chamber that is somewhat distorted by the whole idea of minority rule and the fact that the least populous states get to be represented in the same way as the most populous states. But prior to the Civil War, there obviously hadn't been any Black representatives or senators in the Senate. After the Civil War, Mississippi appoints Hiram Revels to the remainder of a term, and he serves from 1870 to 1871. He's the first African American to be appointed to a seat in the Senate. He's only there for a year. The whole time he is plagued by claims that he is an illegitimate senator, that he's not a citizen, and they advert to 1857's Dred Scott decision for that argument. There's another senator also elected from Mississippi, Blanche Bruce. He serves until around 1881. After Reconstruction ends in 1875, I think 1875 in the Hayes-Tilden Compromise, we don't get another Black senator in the Senate.
Now, I know I'm actually kind of impressed that Seymour has stuck it out this far. I was fully expecting her to be YN repellent, but he's sticking it out. I'm impressed. Good job, Seymour. Why don't you hit the link there, buddy?
Until 1967, and that's 2 years after the Voting Rights Act. And we've only had, I think now it's 13 Black senators in the Senate. So, I mean, it has been really stark. I don't think we're going to have
Nobody's
a
hitting the link
Black
to sign up
caucus
for this
going
abuse.
forward.
Are you kidding me?
If this
What
is allowed to
abuse?
stand, in large part because
So I mean, I'm not abusing you, am I?
Nah, I'm just enjoying this rain, man. It's beautiful.
Oh, by the way, Ohio's voting today, right?
Yeah, my boss actually works the polls. That sounds weird.
Oh,
But
really?
yeah, they're voting.
Now, y'all voting for governor isn't until like November, right? This is
I'm sorry.
primaries.
I'm sorry. Say that again. It's loud.
Is this primaries?
I don't think so.
What? Y'all are voting for governor, are you? I knew that there was some voting. I didn't know.
I'm not sure. He
Bobby,
works in a different city than where I live.
I see. Hey, Bobby, I knew about the data center. I didn't know it was up and running. I thought it was still being talked about, but I did know there were going to be water problems wherever it was. I think it might be. Let me double check that. I think it might be in the Boston, Georgia area, which is trying to think. I think it's after Macon down I-16, but I'll double check that. But yeah, I'm not surprised. And they swore there would be no problems. But they'll
DK,
figure,
if I
they'll
if
figure
I
it
was
out.
60, absolutely.
If you were what?
He asked if she was my type based on looks. I said if I was 60.
She's 50. She's
Yeah,
actually within
so that
your
means I
age
got to be
range.
at least 65. So
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah.
LOL, poor Dave, you boring him to an early grave, Stanley. Yeah, well, unlike UCM, Dave isn't an old YN. So why don't you puff pass and and you know, just put your mouth on that long cylindrical thing, since you like that sort of thing.
You guys play rough.
Because it's not just that it's going to decimate
Oh, yeah.
representation throughout the South. Like, that's already happening and it will happen. But the fact that Justice Alito left the shards of Section 2 in place means that it is available going forward. So non-African American litigants can challenge California, for example, when California draws an opportunity district to counteract what is going on now and counteract the losses that are being made. Now white voters can simply say, Section 2, this is racial discrimination, and they will sue. And under this court's ruling, they will likely be successful. So that's the even more craven part
I don't know
about what the court has
that.
done. They haven't been.
Look, just do what Alito says to do. Just pretend that Republicans tend to be white, and just call them Republicans. We'll just do Republicans wink wink, and we'll all know what you mean.
Honest about actually
That's
eviscerating it.
that's
and
a
they've
glass
left the
half
shards
empty
of it in
comment.
place that can be
Oh no,
co-opted.
that's actually what they've ruled.
Republicans tend to be
You can,
white, but
hey,
Democrats,
they
blacks
ruled
tend to vote
they
Democrat.
they won't even hear a case where if you don't overtly say this is about race, according to them, they don't deal with partisan issues, like partisan politic issues. They're not going to even hear the case. So it's not as simple as white voters bringing a lawsuit. They're going to have to approve overt racism just because they say it's overt racism. According to what Alito wrote, that's not going to be enough. So it'll work both ways. I have every confidence, wink, wink, that that's how it's going to work.
Used against minority representation going forward.
Hey, everybody. Mother's Day is this weekend. No, really? That's what the script says. Apparently, Mother's Day is this weekend.
Okay. Thanks, CKJ3. I'm glad you are. I'm glad there's at least one informed voter in Ohio that I can talk to. Thank you. Salute to you, Admiral.
Like me, and you're still looking for the perfect gift, you're in luck, because I've already got my mother an aura frame. So I need to come up with another idea. But for you, we've got the perfect idea. The best thing about aura frames is they last longer than flowers or a card that gets open and thrown away. I gave my mother, I gave a grandmother, I've given all kinds of different mothers aura frames.
We must skip over
and
this.
they all love it. Mentioning us at checkout, terms and conditions apply. You talk about in the book about the 14th, but just the Reconstruction Amendments put together, the 13th, 14th, 15th, and how the way that they're written, they contain clauses that have Congress like enforce the amendments through different types of legislation. Like this is essentially what the VRA was. I'm just wanting to talk about that and how, for these originalists, like how this reflects like what the original intent was of those Reconstruction Amendments.
So the Reconstruction Amendments are passed in the wake of the American Civil War, the bloodiest conflict that's ever been fought on American soil, and a true moment of rupture for this country, with the country sort of like, how do we put ourselves back together? And they recognize that they're going to have to do something drastic. They're going to have to actually remake how they're organized as a country. And this means a series of new amendments. So the 13th Amendment abolishes slavery. It basically says that slavery or the badges and incidents of slavery cannot be used going forward. They do make a provision for forced labor as a punishment for a crime, but otherwise you're not going to be able to just like re-entrench this under some other name. And they enforce it not just against the state, but also against private actors. The 14th Amendment deals with the entire question of citizenship.
Ooh, I
It is
don't
to
even know what
counteract
Mansfield
Dred
is,
Scott,
buddy.
that 1857 decision that said
Let's
African
see.
Americans and anyone descended from African slaves could never be citizens. They counteract that with the 14th Amendment. They also
Oh,
lay
that's
out
outside
a
of
whole
Atlanta.
series of provisions of individual
Wait,
rights
did CKJ3 vote or not?
to
He didn't say. He said it's a primary.
I
He
want to
said
know
they're
if he voted.
primary.
I want to know who he voted for in the primary.
Well, wait, hold it. Isn't that private information? Who
And
asked?
I'm
It was
curious. I'm literally openly
It was
asking him if he's
Brownsville.
comfortable enough to share it. I just want to know who he
Brownsville.
would pick between Ramaswamy.
Well, he'll answer if he wants.
If he wants.
Yeah. Mansfield, Georgia is 40 miles east of Atlanta. So, oh shit, it's probably sucking water from Lake Lanier or something. Oh wow. 40 miles east. That's right up 85.
infringe upon. And then they realize that that's not going to be
Yeah,
enough
he's asking
to
about Governor
guarantee
CK.
a multiracial democracy. It's not going to be enough to integrate the formerly enslaved into the body politic. They actually need to do something explicit about enfranchisement. And so what they do is they pass the 15th Amendment that says that you cannot deny the right to vote on the
Unless you're blue, you
and that
probably didn't have to
actually
pick governor.
enfranchises African American men. From the start, there is an immediate campaign to cabin the impact and effect of the 15th Amendment. The South does all sorts of things, much of it race neutral, like the imposition of poll taxes
that's
and literacy
probably
tests.
right
And,
on Lake
they'll say like,
Lanier.
if you want to vote, you have to pay this poll tax, or if you want to vote, you have to pass this exam. And you might get a bye though if your grandfather voted in this election or voted in 2 elections beforehand. So they do these race neutral, very sneaky ways of making sure that the Black electorate is absolutely disenfranchised. The 15th Amendment has a section 2, and that section 2 authorizes Congress to pass legislation to enforce the terms of the 15th Amendment. The 14th.
Now, I think Lake Lanier, I'm pretty sure they can regulate it with one of the dams. I can't remember which dam, but Lake Lanier is it's a reservoir. It's an artificial lake. So they might be able to deal with the water issues. Now, it's been a little dry around here, but we got quite a bit of rain, so it shouldn't be that bad.
Amendment has an analogous enforcement clause. It's Section 5 of the 14th
No,
Amendment,
she's
which gives
not
Congress the power
talking like a
to pass
politician. She's
legislation
just
to enforce its
talking
terms.
points.
She's not a
It is
politician.
under those enforcement provisions that the
She's
Voting
a law
Rights Act of
professor.
1965 is passed in
Yeah, she's going to get deep in the minutia of
bloody
the nether
battle
realm.
that results in people being killed.
That's what professors do.
Yeah. After so much, my ears just turn off.
Yeah, no doubt they do.
It's a thing called masculinity. Stanley.
All you need to know because you read Alexander Solzhenitsyn. That's all you ever need to know.
I've never read Solzhenitsyn.
Oh, well, you should, so you can be as smart as SKC.
I queried his book collection, and I've also queried yours, but you didn't give us anything. The Empire of Cotton was a Nagone suggestion.
I'm sorry. I have like 300 books just on my Kindle.
It's not the ones you've read; it's the one you're on.
I just finished Empire of Cotton. I'm going.
I couldn't listen. I could not read that no more.
Well, I mean, I did. I mean,
I use that book now to level a table I have in the basement.
No doubt that you do. Hey, Lupin, it's good to see you.
Hey, Lupin, have
I
you seen Lindy Lou? Because I haven't seen her. Lupin's been around for a while.
I hear she was on. Somebody told me she was on John Galt's yesterday.
Oh, yesterday. No kidding. I
I
gotta,
forget who told me.
I gotta check in over there. It's hard to tell when Galt's live. He's got so many clips playing.
I figured it's hard to tell when he's alive.
It's funny catching him on Not for Humans because he has the whole chat in their fifis and Witch Doctor. I don't know if he's playing along or what, but he hates me over there. Yeah, he hates me.
Hey, Lupin, it hasn't. I've added PayPal. That's the only change. Good to see you.
Hey, did you get my Cash App earlier? Is that how you came back? Did you
Yeah,
see it?
yeah, you. Hey, let me ask you a question. If you're on Discord, on anybody's Discord, you can add me as a DM. But yeah, that I wouldn't have known about it otherwise. I was actually, believe this or not, I was actually reading, and I needed to charge my Kindle, so I was actually reading on my phone, and that's
Oh.
so yeah, it worked. That's how I knew to come back.
Okay, well then I'll call that the bat signal. If I have to do that, if I have to do that.
Yeah, now you could just DM over Discord. Next
Nah,
time
this
you're
way's
on
cooler.
Discord.
This way's cooler. It could be like I could say I paid you to show up because you can't show up for free. Put it like that.
Kind of like a circus act.
Well, you're a paid performer. How about that?
Yeah, just like a circus act.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the link to Mansfield, Bobby. I'm not that interested in the meta data center. I can tell you this, if you're into that sort of thing, working in a data center is pretty cool. If I years ago, Ticketmaster had a data center in Fairfax, Virginia. And I had servers over there, so every now and again I'd have to go over there to do. I mean, they would sometimes do maintenance on the servers, but a lot of times I just like doing stuff myself. And every now and again you'd have a server crash, and I'd have to go over there and put hands on it. Or sometimes we would have new servers that I'd order, and I just go over there to help them install our stuff. Sometimes I just do upgrades myself, but I don't know. Working in a data center, it's a 24-hour, 7-day a week. It's 365 days, and unless you're fairly senior on the staff, you're gonna be doing shift work. And I just didn't, at that stage of the game, if I'd gone over there, I'd probably lose some seniority, at least, I mean, not money wise, but new man on, I just assumed unless I was going to take like some manager position over there, just going as a like a line employee, um, I wasn't going to work shift work. Plus, data centers to me, to my kind of mentality, I'm kind of a hardware guy, but not that much of a hardware guy. I can do it, but running cables and stuff like that, I've done it. It's not my favorite thing to do. And I'm not that much of a hardware guy.
I've run conduit and stuff all day.
Yeah, you know what? I don't particularly enjoy it.
No,
Yeah,
it's not fun.
drops down a wall, and you got to fish it, through, into the right outlets and stuff like that. It can be fun if you do it every now and again, I can make the little Cat5 connectors. I know how to do all that. It's been years since I've done it, but we do it every now and again, but it's not something I'd want to do daily.
You was on the network side of tech when you was in tech?
No. Nope. I know how to do it, but nope. I was basically essentially taking care. I was more or less on the software side, and then I did some database administration too. We had this particular season ticketing software that I was just basically like a big software / database administrator type. It was sometimes it was hardware, but very rarely. Usually, if you're working with clients, it's remote software administration. And every now and again, like if you have a database crash, you actually have to go into the database and like recover databases and that sort of thing. It can be stressful, but like I'd be on call like once a month, so it wasn't that stressful. But kind of the more senior you got, the more responsibilities you'd wind up taking, and it was fun. I didn't have a problem with it.
What other platform are you streaming on? What is that?
I'm sorry, what?
You're streaming on YouTube.
Well,
and
yeah,
what's
StreamYard.
what's the other one? You on Kick? Is that Kick?
Oh yeah, Kick and Twitch, which I'm just doing it to do it. I don't, one of these days I'll figure out how to attract clients.
No, because I see the little icon. You got a message from on Kick.
Oh yeah, it's just somebody trying to sell viewers.
Oh, he's trying to sell you some bots.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that.
Oh, so
Mariah,
this this
don't.
is the first time I've ever seen some stuff like that. Why don't you buy some? Buy like 20.
Why would I do that? So, I mean, I don't know how it works. I know on YouTube, I think you could even get kicked off of YouTube for that, can't you?
No, I know people. You don't buy them. You get somebody who don't frequent the channel to just do it. I've seen somebody had like he had like 20,000 people in the chat for like 3 people messaging, but he grew a crowd. He grew an audience off of that, and I'm not even kidding. You ever heard of that channel called Smoke Signal?
No.
Galt's been over there.
It's a YouTube.
Yeah, you would have a ball over there because they're historians. Everybody over there, and
really?
What they argue about is at what point did the Indians what was it called, the paper Jesus
Trail of Tears?
No, it's the paper what's it called when you massacre a bunch of people from the same race or whatever?
Genocide.
Paper genocide. Jesus. Couldn't think of the word. Yeah, they talk about the paper genocide where they consider Indians as black, and most of the black people don't know if they're Indian. So they believe that America, the same people that was here were black people. Well, they were called black because they were Indian. Smoke Signal. How many subscribers? Yeah, I can't see.
40, almost 5,000. 49.95. I'm sorry, 4,950.
You didn't see the one when Taz went over there, or you're subscribed to Taz, right?
Yeah, that's it. I've never heard of it.
That's it. This show is the funniest shit in the middle of the night. Sometimes you could go over there and sit in the audience, dude, and you'll be crying. There's a couple characters that frequent the show, and they are just complete clowns, assholes, and smart people. because they'll get into a deep discussion. It depends on when you show up. You never know what you're gonna walk into. But you got
Interesting.
25% actual research, 25% fuggery, 25% nonsense, and 25% just
Well, see,
just
that
something
actually
else.
sounds like something I would enjoy.
You might like this channel. I think you might say that most of it is ahistorical, knowing you. But then you got to wait because
Well, I'm not an actual historian. I just know what I know.
it's like waves. No two waves are the same. One
Huh.
moment you might have something you could actually pick something out of. You'd be like, okay, I know where I could start the research on this type of topic. Then the next minute it'll be a total wave of BS. And the trolling level is insane over there.
Oh,
And
well,
then
see,
for the
I will
most part it's
definitely check it
nonsense.
out.
You might like it. But I could imagine you on a panel. They would probably prod and pry you to check to see if you cool, and then you'll be sitting up there one time, and then somebody will drop a gem,
Huh.
and then you can't expect to ever hear a gem like that again. The rest will be BS for like 10 days, and then man, I'm telling you, the channel is a variety.
Well, I don't know. One of my chief advisors is saying that I probably wouldn't like it. I actually trust Yeti.
Yeah, it's some there is some ninja stuff over there, but you might enjoy it. Just check it out sometime.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. Uh,
Galt
let's see. What
remember
do I
Galt's
have?
been over there before. He was trolling
Well,
those
if
guys about what he was going to do with some of his tenants, and they was trying to talk him off the ledge about putting somebody out. He says somebody else over there said something crazy. I'm gonna make this ninja pay. That kind of deal.
To that cooking point, the next time I go down to Savannah, uh, we put a really nice island in the kitchen at my grandmother's old house. It's like a marble topped uh countertop on top of this really nice distressed wood like cart thing. So the next time I go down there, I'm going to take a ring light. I actually own a ring light. I'm going to go down there and do a test. Because cooking shows are actually, I know they're way more complicated. As a matter of
Ooh.
fact, I would be scared to actually do a live stream. But I'm going to do a quick test just to see how it turns out. And probably do something like just plain old loaf bread, like sandwich bread, because I know I can do that. I can do that almost without a recipe by now.
What do you cut the loaf bread with? Baking soda?
No, I mean with a knife.
Oh, okay. I was just checking to see what you really talking about.
No, it's basically like it's essentially like buttermilk bread. Though I usually just use plain milk these days. Um, Sometimes I'll use honey, as a sweetener. I mean, it's really like I usually just make 2 loaves. The recipe, there's enough flour in it. You just make 2 loaves. I mean, I've been making bread for like 10 years. It's kind of like brioche. I guess it really is brioche because I use milk, butter, and eggs. And then sometimes these days I'll actually add like sourdough discard. So it's basically like a sourdough sandwich bread, which my father really likes.
huh. What
Oh,
is
homemade
this?
bread.
What is
Yeah, I was
discard?
about to say. Usually if you make um sourdough bread, usually the starter or the levain, I call it It's really a levain. Usually you're going to have extra, and instead of throwing it away, I just put it in a jar and keep the jar in my refrigerator. And when it's in the refrigerator, it basically puts the yeast, makes it more or less dormant. And sometimes you can get too much. You'll fill that jar up after, like, I don't know, a few months of making bread. So I'll just pour it into regular sandwich bread just to give it a sourdough taste.
Mm.
Because it really is sourdough, to be honest. But then I'll also use the dry yeast. Sandwich bread is different than sourdough. They're same ingredients more or less, but kind of a different animal, different process.
Okay. Yeah, well,
It,
you know all about that. I don't use vegetable oil. I use tallow. Like when I
in
fry.
bread?
No, when I fry. So it's like, never mind. I'm
I
having
don't.
a I'm having a
I
I'm having
I
a
cannot
buzz moment.
remember the last time I fried, like deep fried something. I usually use a wok when I do it. As a matter of fact, I probably need to pour out or throw out the oil. It's been sitting on the counter for a while. Uh, I could easily say that I haven't fried anything since last summer. My son might have, but I haven't. Usually, if I want to do chicken or something, you can oven fry it if you know what you're doing, and it's not quite as good, but it's good in a different way.
No, I have a favorite river that I go to, and it's like 20 miles away. It's a section of the river. Because if you go down too far, there's a factory and it's probably polluted, and the water runs in that direction. And this part of the river that I go to, I catch white bass and I catch crappie and walleye, everything. But
Really,
it's a
I've
certain
never
time of the
had
year that
walleye.
it's a certain time of the year that I go that the white bass are there because they're literally like
Mhm.
every other cast. But
Really?
when I catch fish out of there, it's so good when I fillet them and prep them and cook them, and I cook them
What
in
is
tallow.
what does walleye taste like?
Walleye can remind you of is it- jeez, okay, I don't know, a cod, maybe a
Really?
cod.
Walleye have teeth, right?
Yeah, walleye have teeth.
I've
You get big
I you
fillets
know
on
they don't
walleye.
you don't get walleye this far south.
Oh, now
So I've
that could be a problem. I want to catch redfish. If I could catch red snapper like you have the capability of doing, I might trade walleye in. I like
Well,
red
you got to
snapper.
be careful because red fish are not red snapper.
Oh, it's not the same
Red
thing.
no. Red snapper are more or less a deep water fish. Red fish, also called red drum, they're inshore saltwater. Two different things. You know what a black
Oh,
drum
I
is?
don't know why I was thinking the whole time that's the same thing.
No, they're different.
Okay, because the north is then maybe the north is better because we got perch, crappie, and walleye. You got to be out to sea to catch red snapper.
Correct.
And it's not the
Now,
same as red fish.
no, I mean you could catch. I used to catch redfish from the shore. You're not going to catch red snapper. It's not. It's possible, but not probable. They tend to be deep water. That's the sort of stuff. That's deep water stuff.
Oh, well, I think I like the north better. Because I think if that's the
Now
case,
you
then
can get
that
crappie down here.
explains
As
a
a matter of
lot.
fact, well, for freshwater, you can get crappie down here. They get big, especially the closer to Florida you get. Like
Mm.
my grandmother used to when you've heard them called dinner plates. My grandmother used to catch some big ass crappie. It's like, what? I didn't even know they got that big. But she lived down near Florida.
Well, there's a difference between pond fish. Like up here, you could catch pond crappie. That's one thing. But if you go to like a lake crappie, like a good
Mhm,
lake, which I have a good lake, it's probably like an hour and a half away. I can sit out
mhm.
there all night and fill up a bucket, and a game
Yeah,
warden won't bother me. The
yeah,
problem is mosquitoes, and you get tagged the whole night. But I
right.
can sit up on the causeway and catch crappie all night long, and they're nothing but foreheads.
I could, yeah. The thing is like in the early spring there, it's crazy. I've caught a cooler full of crappie once. Yeah, right there at Lake Peachtree in Atlanta. It was amazing. Yeah,
Yeah, crappie.
Florida fishing. Florida's like heaven because it's just fishing. It's fishing Valhalla.
For what? Which fish?
Oh shit, name it. They got freshwater, they got saltwater, they got inshore. It's easy to get out deep.
Hey, but we got steelhead trout up here though.
Yeah, you're not gonna get that down in Florida.
Yeah, that's a northern fish. By the time they're beat up enough for you to catch them, yeah, steelhead trout. That's a good catch.
Well,
Uh,
steelhead trout are similar to salmon.
yeah, yeah, oh yeah, just a
Do
little bit
you do
tougher
you
meat,
ever
but it's real
say
good.
no, no, no? Those is it steelhead? I don't think that's the same steelhead. There's a style of fly fishing called spay fishing. But I don't think you do it. I don't think steelhead trout are different than I think there's a steelhead salmon.
No, it's steelhead trout. They are in the salmon class.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're in the salmon class. They got that red flesh, the whole nine.
Okay.
Spotted. Yeah, got the red belly. Yeah, I catch
Damn,
those.
dude, I thought that was just like in Canada or extreme northern states.
Well, in Ohio, we're right across the water, so
Hmm.
right on the Great
Hmm.
Lakes. You can catch those in the Grand River.
I see.
And then up in the Grand River, you could catch 4 pound white bass or striped bass.
Hmm.
All kinds of stuff, man.
Oh, okay. Are those but those are hybrid, right?
Yeah, yeah. I forget what it's a mix of, but
Yeah, I know what
it's
you're talking
definitely a
about. You can
panfish. It's
down in
good as
Georgia.
hell.
Like I know you can get them in South Carolina because
See, I got
their
a cousin
stripes are
in
little.
Australia. He catches grouper all day long.
Yeah, yeah. Now those striped bass, those white bass that you're catching, the lines don't quite. They're not quite straight, right? They're a little crooked.
Nah, I haven't paid that much attention to it, but good as
But
hell.
they got
Talk
stripes,
about
right?
a good, yeah, a good frying fish, a good frying pan fish. Yeah, they got stripes, but yeah, man, you talk about no white bass or striped bass. What we got up here is just as good as
Mhm.
crappie. But I'm
No
talking
doubt they
about
are. Yeah,
it in an
yeah. I bet.
hour.
I
You can
bet
fill up a bucket.
they get pretty big, right?
Uh, 2 maybe 3 pounder. Something like where I'm at, you can catch them 2 pounds, 3 pounds.
That's
Yeah,
not
you can.
bad.
I'm talking about like take the whole bucket to a church and have a real fish fry. Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah.
good time. That's a good time.
Richard, can you eat peacock bass? Is it possible to eat them?
Those are the
I've
ones with
never.
the orange spot on them.
No, these are like they are brought up like from the Amazon. They're native to the Amazon. But you know how people will just bring fish up and just throw them out. So it's not a native species to Florida, but they're real pretty fish.
Oh, I get deer in my backyard every day. At least 8 of them. And on my ring camera goes off all the time at night. Yeah, I got deer all around me. I think
Yeah,
that's a sign of success.
I had a buddy of mine when I lived up on the mountain, dude. One Saturday, he was like sitting on his back porch picking off deer. I was like, you did what? That's not very sporting.
You know what's sporting? You're in Georgia. You're right next to Texas. Why don't you go feral hog
No,
hunting?
Georgia's not next to Texas. It's next to
Yeah.
Alabama and Florida and South Carolina.
Well, you know, you're not far from Texas. For
Oh, it's
me, 'cause
quite a ways.
from
I'm
from
several
from from
states.
where I'm at, we made the drive before. I went from Atlanta to Dallas. It's
How
a
long
long
did it
haul.
take?
Forever, 8 hours. But you got the
Well, y'all
feral
were
hog
going
hunt down
fast.
there. What's that?
Peacock bass.
Clown knife fish. I've never seen that.
Oops. That's kind of what they look like.
Holy crap. You ain't lying.
Yeah, it's a pretty fish.
Those taste good. That's all that matters.
I don't know. That's why I was asking Richard. I've never caught one. I'm trying to think. I don't think I've ever fished in Florida.
The biggest question is, do they taste good? If they taste good, I'm going because I don't like
Yeah,
catching carp.
I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah, I don't want to catch a carp. I don't want to. I don't have the patience for a sheephead. We got muskie and pike up here.
Well, I've heard carp is mushy. From what I've heard, like I had a buddy of mine who used to do competitive carp fishing, and the only people that ate them, he said, are the Vietnamese.
Yeah, they can be as big as 30 pounds. I've seen them 20. I've seen a 27-pound carp come out of
Well,
a
you know,
pond.
they catch them on the Potomac.
That's a waste of
Potomac
time.
River. No,
We used to catch.
well, they're people who like they have like competitions because they get so big.
We used to catch them and just bury them.
Yeah, because they're native.
Yeah, throw a apple seed on his head and bury it. Make a good apple tree. That's about all it's good for.
Is this what you're talking about, Richard?
What is that?
A
That's a
clown
shad, ain't
knifefish?
it?
Oh, he said no. He says they're in his in lakes.
No, I haven't seen those. I've seen alligator guards. I haven't seen those. No, but most of the fish they don't sell at the market. Like, okay, so they sell walleye here, even though they're like indigenous to the north up here, and it's
Oh
$16.99 a
wow!
pound.
Oh, look at that! Holy shit! Let me see if I find a. Apparently, oh shit! You see that one?
Wow, that's big.
Yeah, it's a popular freshwater fish.
Do they taste good?
I don't know. It doesn't look like they would.
Nah, it look like something you should release. It look like a sheep head with
No, it does not look like a sheep's head.
a shrimp body.
No, sheep's head, as a matter of fact, they've got teeth like humans. They crush. No, they do. They crush shells.
Yeah, when we catch them, we slam them right off the top of the water. We let them smack the water.
Why?
It's like it come up like a boot, like real heavy, no fight.
Yeah.
Just a waste of time because you're not going to cook that.
No. Sheep's head is one of the best tasting fish out there because all
Really?
they eat are shellfish. I think
Well, I gotta.
they might eat like live fish, but most of their diet is clams and crabs and stuff.
Well, I might have to apologize to God. I should have been eating them.
No, I had this book that rated it was a book about Florida. They rated the food quality Florida fish, and at the very top was sheep's head.
Man,
Like they had a
I've never
food
had a
value.
sheep head.
I wish I don't know what I did with the book. I had a hard copy that I bought, shit, must be 20 years ago. And I don't know what I did with it. Um, but I I bet it. I think I went to see if I could get a replacement copy, and it was expensive as hell because all the pictures are color pictures. But it gave like vivid details, and one of the ratings was food value. They give it like a fork and a knife or something like that. No, I've
That's
never had pufferfish.
that's crazy because the chefs are slacking, bro. If they
Why do you
buy
say
all
that?
their ingredients from the store and they don't go out and like try to catch these wild fish or unpopular fish to try to cook for somebody, like where can you go to get a sheephead platter?
Most restaurants don't want to serve wild fish, like wild
Why?
caught. It's a
Why not?
thing.
Wild caught are the better fish.
Well, number one, they're like limits, and there Florida has seasons. Georgia has seasons too, but not for all fish. Florida, because so many fishermen are down there, they're real strict about when you can catch what, and then there's slot limits. Like fish have to be between one size and another. If they're too big, you got to throw them back. If they're too small, you got to throw them back. Florida can get pretty complicated, and then that's not even talking about deep sea. That's a whole nother ball game.
Yeah, but where are you
Now,
gonna go to try these fish that nobody wants to f with?
catch them yourself.
Yeah, but the chef quality, like if you know how to
You
season things to where it match, like you can't just throw your everyday seasoning like the Kinder's the blend on a fish. You got to know what this fish is good with. You know what I mean?
I mean, there are restaurants. I'm pretty sure, like, there's some high end restaurants that serve like wild caught stuff. But the thing about it is the wild caught. If you've ever like gone to like a Wegmans or a even a Whole Foods, but Wegmans the best I've ever had. You could like go like one year for my birthday, I ordered a 5 pound striped bass saltwater, and they will deal directly with the fishermen, and they caught it overnight because I lived in the DC area, so they shipped it to the store right over in Manassas, Virginia. There was a Wegmans there. They shipped it on ice. It was like fresh caught that morning or overnight or something. But it was pretty expensive, and I got it for my birthday, much to my wife's irritation.
Nice. I haven't seen it. We got
What was she gonna say? Honey, it's my birthday. I don't expect you to cook it. At least I didn't make her cook it. All right, so let's see, we're at 4.5 hours. So CM didn't come up. Oops, Dave dropped. Were you in your car? Snook. I've heard snook aren't bad to eat.
Yeah, I'm in my car. I don't know what I did. I must have hit the wrong button.
Oh, that's all right. Pufferfish, you know what? I don't know that I have enough balls to like you go somewhere and they don't know how to prepare it. Uh, it's like toxic enough to kill you. I don't know if I'm that brave, to be honest.
No, you get one fucked up chef or the rookie chef, and you're done.
And I don't need to eat it.
No, same with clownfish.
I don't want to sit at a table where you have to have the antidote like
Yeah, you
right
need
at
an
the table.
EpiPen to check in.
No, no, sir, not doing that.
It's not
Not a
necessary.
minute.
But I've seen them in Thailand. They scoop live shrimp
Oh,
on a
this is pretty
salad.
funny. That might be a show title. Be brave and eat. Yeah,
What's that
let's
guy
do
that
that.
travels all around the world and he's like the turtle, the huge tortoise. They peel the shell back and they fill it full of goodies and he just eats it. I forget the name of that show.
Now is that Andrew Zimmern? Is his name?
I think so. Kind of
He's a
short and
bald guy.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. That guy,
I forget the name of that show, but I know what you're talking about.
Man
Yeah,
versus
that
Food or
couldn't that
something like
couldn't
that.
that couldn't be me.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Yeah,
They had a
exactly.
they had a 5 pound hamburger around the corner from me at this one place. You get a T-shirt if you finish it in 30 minutes. Who the hell eats a 5 pound hamburger?
Oh, I've been to places like that where you have like a 2 pound steak or something like that. Like if you can eat the whole thing, you get it free.
Now I can do that. I can eat a steak that fat. Yeah, but a
No, I
hamburger,
tried that
no.
once. I can't remember how big the steak was, but they were basically like you have like a certain amount of time to eat it. And I figured, you know what? I didn't eat all day just to see, and I could not do it.
You'll have a
It
heart
was
attack if you're not
something.
ready.
Well, I was fairly young. I might have been 31 or 32. I wasn't I was fairly young and I was fairly hungry. And I think I got like maybe halfway through it. And then I had to take the rest home with me.
Yeah, you ended up paying the $50.
It wasn't quite that expensive. This is like 30 years ago.
Man, can you imagine a 3 pound steak? I could probably eat a 2 pound steak, but a 3 pound that would slow me down.
Yeah, it was not that pleasant.
No, you
It,
talking
it
about like if you got a ring on your finger, your fingers swell up, the whole nine. This is not worth it.
I don't know if it was that. Well, I didn't have a ring on my finger, that's for sure. But
If you're on this side of 30, yeah, you're gonna have a hard time. You're gonna have
yeah,
to like drink a glass of prune juice.
I can tell you right now, it's not something that I ever did again. I
I
will
can
put it
imagine.
that way.
Right. Doesn't sound like the thing to do.
And I went with this girl I was dating, and her family had flown in, so it was kind of a festive occasion, I guess. But as I said, I literally bit off more than I could chew.
Oh, I can believe it. That's not something you want to do amongst family. You want to take some idiot friends, have them hype you up. You might fail, and you got to pay the bill.
Well, it wasn't my family.
Right. I think it's worse when it's their family. When it's your family, they understand. That's just me. Your family, they're not gonna judge you. It's like, he wants to try it, but like her family, look at this idiot. You tried it. You didn't get but 2/3 into it, They're to be the ones to judge you. That's me. That's just my own logic.
Well,
Yeti, you
so
would
let's
pass
see
out, bro.
here. You can. Yeti says he can eat an unlimited amount.
Yeah, he would pass out. Steak has an effect on you.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was like well, wait, that's like 1632. Holy fuck. No, I don't think it was 5 pounds. I'm pretty sure it was I don't think, maybe it was 3. It wasn't like it was not a 5-pound steak. I would have never tried eating 5 pounds of steak.
5 pounds of hamburgers is just as crazy. That's oily.
That's
I don't know. I don't know if they're using 70/30 or if they're using 80/20, but a 5-pound hamburger
it
is
doesn't
insane.
matter. You got to be young and crazy to do something like that.
How about the atomic wings? You could eat the atomic wings.
You know what? I don't do any of that anymore. I usually prefer my own cooking.
Yeah, well, they used to bring Carolina Reapers in, and we would sit and take smidgets of that and be
I'm sorry,
messed up for the
you
rest of
called it what?
the Carolina Reaper. We would take a smidget
No.
of that, like a slice of a slice, and you don't even chew it; you just swallow it.
72-ounce challenge.
You chew it, you're done. You swallow it, you might live. But the heat, you can feel the levels just going up and up and up. You're like, okay, stop, but then it goes up more.
72.
Yeah, that's not cool.
It's a 72-ounce challenge in Texas. Multiple competitors. Let's see if we can find a video. Oops, this is images. I want videos. Let's see, can I find one that doesn't look like it'll get some sort of strike? I wonder if there's a short. Here, let's try this one.
I'll give you the number. I got you that. One tight bite, and then you're ready for the right? Yeah.
Oh shoot, that was real short. I didn't see him try and hurt himself.
Yeah, right. That's bullshit. That's clickbait.
Mm.
72 ounces of steak, bro. You're gonna crawl to the bed after that.
I don't know.
Side. All right, come on, Rich. You can't eat this in an hour. Look how fast she does it. She does
Especially a top sirloin. I can see a 72-ounce tomahawk ribeye. Sure. Because you cut a lot of you leave a lot on the bone. But like a 72-ounce, what is that, a tenderloin?
Hey, what's up, Natasha? See, most of these are like, you know, let's see. This is
For
short.
2 free tickets to Bert Kreischer.
Nope, that's not it. Yeah, they're like all these want licensing. Like these are licenses.
72 ounces. That's huge.
What are the rules? You can't stand up and leave the table, and if you get sick, the contest is over with.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right.
I made a terrible mistake. This is so much food. There's no way.
And then
You
the
can eat
other
a
thing
bread
you
roll.
shouldn't do.
And he's starting to get that real glazed look in his eye that says, what have I got myself into?
How is there still so much meat on this plate? It feels like being hit by a meteor. A meteor. Is this a uniquely Texan thing?
The big Texans always presented a wet canvas
They
for
dirty.
people to come in and express
What were they
feel about
like when they
Texas, what it
finished,
is.
though?
I like something out of my worst nightmares.
He's not even close.
What are the rules?
What did they look like when they were done with that? I don't even want to think. I don't even want to think about the results if you do finish it.
That's crazy.
It's literally a heart attack on a plate.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see. Actually, there is one thing that I was thinking about watching, but have you ever heard of a it's a Substack newsletter called The Ways of a Gentleman?
No. Is this about chivalry?
No, it's about character basically. And
No, I'm interested though. That sounds interesting.
well, it's not got video, it's mostly audio, but this is called Living a Life of Character. The lady's name is Endless Days of Summer. Her name might be Summer. But she's got a Substack or YouTube, but we'll listen to a little bit of it. This is actually something that interests me. I might even subscribe to it.
Again, I'm JB Lloyd, and I curate the accounts Ways of a Gentleman. And with me today is my friend Summer from Endless Days of Summer. Summer, how are you today?
Hi, how are you doing? Hi, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here and to join JB on this conversation on what it means to live a life of character. I don't know if you want me to introduce myself or you're going to introduce me. Just I will follow your lead.
Well, certainly. I was just about to say, if they're not already.
I'm sorry. Trump says he's paused U.S. effort to guide stranded vessels out of Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God. This dude. Oh man. Oh man. It's like this. What is going on with this guy? Any comment?
He's just a man trying to lead the country. You know, you got to mop up after the Biden administration. The Biden administration is the greatest administration ever known.
No, I'm just
Shout
saying,
out to
dude,
Trump, who is the head of my life. Quoting Mike 1, 2,
the
23.
president of the United States says he's gonna guide ships out. Now I heard that they guided 2 American flag vessels out successfully. Hegseth did say it was gonna be temporary, like it wasn't gonna be like an all-out effort. Maybe all they were doing is dealing with the U.S. flagged. but I thought I heard him say it was going to be like, more than, all I have to say is that on Monday, he says we're doing it. On Tuesday, he says he's pausing it. Dude, I don't think Biden ever embarrassed us on the world stage like this.
Everything is fine.
Everything is fine if you like MAGA.
We had fruitcakes, topless transgender men on the White House lawn, and that did not embarrass America. I think we're already knee deep. If you start off knee deep, it's kind of hard to go deeper.
This is making our military and our Navy especially look like Keystone Cops. This is a big deal. This is bigger than a trans on the White House lawn.
This is trans in the White House before.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know in your world trans is worse.
Topless trans. When a man gets fake boobs, when a man gets a boob job, they don't even blur out the boobs. You know that, right?
I know that transsexuals are equal to are equal to a nuclear holocaust. But
they are in my world, yeah.
In the real world, humiliating my Navy on the world stage is a bigger problem than a trans in the Rose Garden.
There's nothing worse than naming a military ship after a homosexual. And
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. That literally. Stanley, Trump now, Trump tomorrow, Trump forever. Spoken like a true MAGA black.
Hey, I'm gonna run in this store. I heard they were going out of business. I want to see if they got something on sale.
Okay, most people feel away. Can we really count the MAGA people anymore? Well, I will tell you this: you can't count Tucker Carlson as one of them. Wow. This is probably the first time in my life that I'm like, oh, the poor military. It's like, dude. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy.
Subscribe to your account, The Endless Days of Summer. I would highly
You're
recommend
going to hell. If you're not subscribed, you're just going to hell.
I was just about to recommend The Art of a Lady.
Yeah, please go on. Please go on.
Well, I get asked very often. Of course, I write about the ways of a gentleman and etiquette, manners, and whatnot. And I'm often asked if there is a female equivalent to my account, and I always tell everyone, yes, Endless Days of Summer. So to everyone and all the ladies out there seeking the equivalent of the ways of a gentleman, Summer is the account to follow.
Yeah, so I'm a firm believer that beauty without depth is just decoration. And so I'm interested in a lot of topics that are really deep. And so that's why I have a newsletter, which is actually the main newsletter, which is called the Muse Letter, which is where I write those deeper topics about either history, philosophy, sometimes travel, wise words, I hope. It's a deeper kind of newsletter. But then now I started also because I've been collaborating with JB and because there's a lot of people that have been asking for a little bit more ladylike things. So I've started also the Art of a Lady. So please subscribe to both of them if you're enjoying actually, because they're quite different. They're complementary. And you can always just skip a Starbucks or two and be more your mind and your eyes will be definitely more pleased than a fleeting pleasure like Starbucks. So definitely join. I have to say that the Art of a Lady is still in kind of a soft launch. But I've started really already in a deeper way, which is how to live a life of character. I don't remember right now the title that I gave it, but it's kind of the 9 virtues that I think are really fundamental to live a life of character. But from now on, I will also have tips and lighter topics that men can also read, because I also read JB's newsletters. So I guess men can also read mine, because there are topics that are quite genderless. And if you want to give to your wives or to your girlfriends, everyone is welcome to read. And if anything like this resonates, then please upgrade, because this is the way that we can definitely dedicate ourselves more to the newsletters, because it does take time to research and to write and to edit. We don't give it to AI. We do it ourselves, and that's why it takes longer and it's deeper, but it's also more fun. So yeah. So having said this, I'm going to just pass the word to JB.
Yes, and may I also offer, Summer, I think that we can offer two different perspectives, of course. I'm from
Mhm.
United States. I offer an American perspective, and Summer, being from Europe, offers a European perspective. And that's another
Mhm.
reason we really enjoy these discussions we have each month, because we get the perspective of both a lady and a gentleman, and a perspective of both sides of the Atlantic. So
Mhm.
that being said, we're going to talk today about why character still matters and how we live with character in a modern world. In a lot of my writings, um, I talk about being a gentleman, and I discuss a lot about manners and etiquette, even presence, how a gentleman should carry himself and dress. But really, I think that all of that is for naught if you don't have character, and that goes for both a man and a woman. And as we were preparing for this discussion, I looked up the definition of character in the dictionary, and it refers to the moral, ethical, and distinctive qualities such as integrity, courage, and temperament that define a person. And I think that really does encompass what it means to be a gentleman or a lady. You have to have those moral qualities, those ethics. You have to demonstrate courage and temperament and discipline. And all of those things are important, but in our society, it appears that oftentimes we prioritize visibility over those virtues. And in a way, character is now somewhat countercultural. So how do we get around that? I mean, in a world that really we're on social media, people really define success based on status and followers. Um, it doesn't, all those things may matter, but it's got to be rooted in the timeless virtues that encompass character. So let me ask you this, Summer. Starting off, from your perspective, what does it truly mean to be a lady in today's world?
Okay, so from my perspective, and this is my perspective, and I have to say I agree with every word that JB was talking about, because in the end, if you don't have character and all the virtues that encompass what
Wow.
having character is, then
I don't know. This is just weird. Um I guess, there's some YouTube channels at least. Like there's this one YouTube channel called Maggie. I think it's Maggie the Substitute Teacher. Sometimes I'll watch her cooking show on Fridays. this lady right here. And she basically does things like etiquette. It's she calls it a wife school. Let's see. And she's actually pretty kind of big time. I mean, they go on like cruises and stuff. How many more? She's got like 45,000 subscribers, but I mean, they had like a cruise thing that they do once or twice a year. So her thing is about food and femininity. And I think she's from Ghana. They went over to Ghana. She does all kinds of things. If you're into that sort of thing, it's actually pretty interesting. They did like a Kevin Samuels review couple nights ago. So it's on the order of what these people are doing.
And
You know, and I hear all these people, you know, on these YouTube panels talking about what women should be doing, what men should be doing. And then I've also heard like, why aren't the older women talking to the younger women? And this lady does it on YouTube, and I'm pretty sure there's one or two others, but she's the somehow or another she wound up in my algorithm, and I wound up subscribing to the channel. She's kind of the female equivalent to a Kevin Samuels, but I think she's a little bit more substantive. You know, she actually like has like students cruises, and she's real hands-on. So there are older black ladies, and her partner, you know, her co-host sometimes is a younger Hispanic woman. Why these female old YNs don't know about this, it's kind of amazing that they don't. She is like Cynthia G, but actually useful.
you can look like a gentleman, you can act like one, but you will never be one because at some point, you know, that veneer is going to crack. And being a gentleman is much more. And of course, we talk about etiquette and we talk about behavior and how to behave in certain environments. But in the end, character is what gives depth to that. And it's what makes it also easier to do. So, from my perspective, and answering your question, a lady for me is often really misunderstood as something just aesthetic. But it's not something just aesthetic, it's about a discipline. Yes, elegance and manners and presentation are part of it, but they are the surface. They're not the substance. And at its core, a lady is defined by her standards, by a strong moral compass, by self-respect, and by that consistency between who she is and how she shows up to the world. So there's really no performance in it. It's really about aligning these two sides. And that alignment is really what gives everything
Really,
else
Brian?
style.
Brian, is this something that you think would be like interesting? Because I mean, I actually read this guy's newsletter. It's kind of hokey, but occasionally, you know, it is actually kind of interesting. I would think for somebody who's younger, there's definitely. I think this would be actually pretty interesting. He just seems to be a little bit more substantive than a Kevin Samuels, because he's not just talking about, you know, high value men and, you know, the women who are this, that, or the other. He's literally talking about character. He'll talk a little bit about you know, how men should dress. And I guess she is his female equivalent.
Grace, presence, what people admire when they see a true lady.
It's beautifully said. And from my perspective, I
Maybe
do think
this would be a good
while it's easy to
Saturday
say for
show.
me to label society and say we don't appreciate these items anymore, I do think that there's a need or a desire to have more character, all right, for ourselves, for society in general. And what's heartening to me is not only the people that we see on venues like this, but also, there's study after study that demonstrate that the upcoming generation is really digging deep into virtues and character in classical education. And that to me, that's inspiring, right? They're while they are you know the people that have grown up in the digital world, right? This young generation has had screens in their hands.
Well, Mariah, I didn't really. I woke up, I don't know, maybe around 3 Eastern time. Maybe it was 4. So I didn't see the whole show overnight, and I don't. It's not really my kind of scene. Not to do like listen to 12 hours of it. I think I I think that CM could probably use this. I'm not that interested, to be honest.
And forever, it's almost caused them to go back and really think about who they are as
Oh, no
people.
doubt it was a mess.
And they're craving these standards once again. And what do you think about that? Do you think are we seeing that? Do you think this younger generation or people in general are craving character?
Yes, I think there's a slow return to this happening, a kind of counter movement where people are beginning to crave these standards again, especially in a world that has become so performative and structured. But I think that the more important question is what exactly are they craving? Because while some are generally drawn to the substance, to virtue, discipline, integrity, many are still engaging with what is at the level of aesthetic, as I was referring previously. You see a lot of people talking about tradition, the imagery, even the behaviors being adopted to it, but not always the underlying principles that give them meaning. And so, yes, there is a hunger, but it's mixed. Some are seeking the real thing, but I think there are others that are.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I think that Ponder handed CM his butt last week and was gone for a couple days, and she comes back. So I'm not impressed that, she, I can see this is going to be kind of like a recurring pattern. This is what this show, his show is going to wind up being. This little, I don't know what you would call it, but in my opinion, CM is the Cali Black version of a hood Peter Pan, and I'm frankly unimpressed.
Replicating the appearance of it without fully understanding or committing to what those standards actually require. And so, if they don't go to the depth and the core of it, they will never really.
Does she sound like a white woman or
A
no?
lot of this online.
She's some sort of European.
Caucasian woman?
Looks like it.
No. That's the avatar.
I don't know. I assume she looks like the Avatar. I don't know what she looks like. These two are Substack newsletter writers. Apparently they haven't evolved to YouTube yet, so I have no clue what she looks like. I was really just more interested in what they had to say to each other. Have you heard of this lady, Maggie, the substitute teacher?
Heard of her, but I never seen. I don't know what that's about.
It's basically she has something called Wife School.
Oh,
You know,
that's the chick
you know,
from BGS Edmore, right?
I don't know. I've never seen her over there.
Yeah, she be on BGS Edmore channel.
That wouldn't surprise me. She's interviewed with what's his name, Jeff St. James, and as a matter of fact, the other night she did a reaction to a Kevin Samuels video. Apparently, they still release stuff on Kevin Samuels' channel, like his family or whoever.
Yeah, the
So
daughter.
she is kind of in that she's aligned. I think she's like 50, early 50s, or maybe right at 50.
Yeah.
She's an interesting character in that I think she's married to a white guy.
She's white.
No, she's not.
Maggie's white.
No, she is not. This is Maggie right here.
Oh, okay. So this isn't the same woman. I thought
No,
this was the same one that did the Green Gorilla tour and the
this is
BGS Edmore.
this is Maggie right here.
Okay, well, good for her.
But she has something called Wife School. And I mean she does cruises. She actually literally has like it's almost like a finishing school sort of deal.
I remember you showed me this. That's why I know her from a while ago.
Yeah, so I mean she's still at it and doing well apparently. She does way better than the 45,000 that she's got the subscribers. So she probably has other irons in the fire, but she's a whole brand. Like she does a Friday night cooking show. She literally has something called a wife school. So, every now and again you'll hear people going, well, why aren't the older Black women teaching the younger Black women stuff? That's basically what she does. I don't think it's not limited to Black women, but
how hard could it be, Stanley? Really?
Well, I don't think what she does is easy. Like I said, she's got a whole brand here. It would not surprise me if she's making like 6 figures.
Oh, I can imagine, because women want to be wives, but they don't want to do what it takes. All you gotta do is, never mind. Everybody's
Well,
different.
all I'm saying is that she does this. I'm sure there must be other, women of her. I mean, she's like 50, right around 50. She is literally basically trying to take young women and kind of mold them, kind of like a finishing school sort of deal. So there are resources out here, I guess is my point. What's up, NPC? What's up, Lawrence?
NPC, what's good? I never talked to the guy, but I think he's cool as hell.
Yeah, he's all right. He's got a better head on his shoulders than CM, that's for sure. I'm wondering if I shouldn't do something like this for this Saturday. Maggie and the Ways of a Gentleman. Just kind of do a couple hours of these sorts of things are out there, and to me, this sort of stuff is less toxic than, say, a Kevin Samuels.
That's not true. That's not true. It's not that she's toxic. It's that the remedy is simple, and it's going to come off as toxic.
No, I disagree with that. I mean, what
I think people overcomplicate it because they're so.
People do overcomplicate it.
They're distracted by outside forces, and it's so simple for a woman to get married. All she got to do, shut up,
Okay, well, see, you know, a lot of women don't want that caveman mentality, like a
Well,
woman
then they
should be
don't want to be
seen, not
married.
heard. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't marry a woman who expected that, like, hey, I just want to be your servant. And I have this thing, and I used to fret about it, and my wife actually was very good about this. The woman I was dating before my wife, uh, I I honestly I liked her well enough, but I honestly was like, she was so scary. Like, I honestly thought that, you know, if I ever have to go for like a week-long business trip or something like that, I'm going to be worried half to death about whether she can survive a few days without me. And the reason I had this fear is when I was in the Navy, on my first ship, we were a reserve ship. So like once a month, we would have to go out on a weekend. Like we'd leave Friday morning and come back Sunday afternoon, or sometimes as late as Sunday evening. And we had this guy who worked for me. His wife was just, she was just out there. And we'd be gone like Friday to Sunday, and she would be calling the captain's wife, and just it was just crazy. So we get back on Sunday evening, and she would be there with the two kids and the stroller. Sometimes she would be the only one, and if you didn't know better, you would have sworn we'd been on a 6-month deployment. This woman, and as a matter of fact, we wound up giving this guy a hardship discharge because his wife was cracking up before we even deployed. And I think we just convinced him that, hey, you know what? What's she gonna do when you are on the other side of the world? Um, so you know, he wound up getting a hardship discharge because his wife was just, she just spent up after 2 days. So that just it's always been in the back of my mind that there's no way I could ever be with a woman like that. I need competence. Um, and it's just something that it didn't spook me, but I know what's out there, and I want nothing, nothing like that. It is stressful having a woman um, that you know you're scared to leave alone.
Well, you said live alone?
To like, I can't leave for like a 5-day work trip.
What kind of invalid you talking about?
Okay, you didn't hear what I just described?
Some random ass woman.
No, it was a guy that worked for me on my first ship. We would leave for like 3 days, and his wife would just be calling the captain every night, you know, stressing out. And we'd get
That's
back
not
on.
what you call a wife, man. That's a
Okay, well, she
cleaner.
was a wife, and she would literally be on the pier with the kids and the stroller and all this stuff. And shit, I was the dude's boss, and she would stress me out. Like, she wouldn't call me. I don't know that I even ever talked to her, but she just looking at this shit. She'd be the only one on the pier when the ship got back. All the other wives are, you know, cool with the 3-day trip. So we wound up, before the deployment, we wound up giving him a hardship discharge.
Wow.
Yeah, it was just a dude was getting stressed. He couldn't get his work done. You know, he'd be all stressed out, you know, worrying about his wife. And you know, 6-month deployment, it just wasn't gonna work out.
Yeah, he's a pussy.
No, 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 no.
He should have put
Like I
his
said,
foot up her ass and
now
told her,
he was
"Don't embarrass me."
he was a piece of work, but no, she was a legit head case. So anyway, I have always I like my wife was really competent. Like I didn't have to worry if I was going to take a work trip.
Yeah, mine's good like that too. She's not going to give anybody. She's going to hold the fort down. I leave a list of
That's
instructions.
all. Yes, that's
When I
all
leave,
I'm
I leave the instructions and I tell her what I want done, and it gets done. And if it don't, I put my foot up the ass. No, I'm just fine.
Yeah, sure you do. Sure you do.
But it's something like that.
Nope, I never had to worry. So anyway, I cannot deal. I don't suffer fools gladly. As you probably have figured out by now.
Yeah, I'm being a fool tonight. I had a couple beers. I'm about to run in the house though.
Fine with me. As a matter of fact, I ordered some Guinness Stout.
My work day is done, and I'm gonna hit you on the Cash App. I'm about to run in the house and go give my wife a kiss and pick up my son, and finally, it's been a long day.
Hey, is your son old enough to fish yet?
No. Well, the oldest one does fish by himself, but the youngest one, no.
No. Is he? Because my son caught his first fish. I think he was 4. Now he had his little Spider-Man Zebco, and we were.
No, he's 16 months. No, you can barely.
Oh no. Okay.
He did use the pot by himself the other day. That was impressive. I got the video. I was looking at it. I didn't even get to hit play. But
you didn't video it.
She videoed it because they used it at the same time. But he's copying what she does, and he actually used it. So I'm proud of him.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think of this comment right here? Who's gonna pay your bounty, pigeon-toed bitch?
Wait a minute. Hold on, let me see.
What's up with this dude?
Who said it?
Why is he in my chat talking like this?
Oh, he's not talking to you. He's talking to Imperius.
Oh, no. I know who he's talking to. I'm saying, why is he talking like this? What the fuck does he think? Does he think this is his ghetto channel or what?
I told you, you guys are lethal. You guys are better comedians than me. I'm just up here filling up the airspace.
I'm just like, what on earth is this dude's problem?
I'm checking on Stanley after he got roasted over low heat.
I'm telling you, I did not feel roasted. As a matter of fact, I probably, if I actually, was interested enough, I probably should have reviewed that. I subscribed
if it's still up.
Oh, he doesn't leave them up?
No, he doesn't leave them up.
Oh, okay. Because I would have. I bet if I asked him to, he'd let me. But I don't know. I just didn't feel that roasted. I honestly think he totally missed like all the points I was trying to make. It was like we were talking so far past each other. His roasting, and I'm really not playing it off, Dave. It really missed the mark in my mind.
This is what I do know. With some people you could talk to and they only catch the surface, and then some people they can understand the minutia, the levels, the layers, the brevity that you're speaking to. I'm not saying that you're missing what he was saying, but I am saying that at the same time.
I didn't miss what he had to say because he said nothing that was of note. Okay, you
don't understand an if-then statement
I need
on
you
the
to
level he was
let me
speaking
finish
of.
this point. Let me finish this point.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
if he thinks reading Alexander Solzhenitsyn tells him all he needs to know about communism, then there is nothing that he can say that's going to impress me. If it is your kind of roast, that is perfectly fine. but it means nothing to me. I read fucking Alexander Solzhenitsyn like in the early 90s. And it told me how miserable it was living under communism, but it doesn't tell me anything about Marxism. I'm looking at the thing about Marxism is it's almost like CRT and anti-racism. Anti-racism is basically applied CRT. And sometimes the solutions, sometimes the critique is all you need. The solutions just wind up, being just kind of over the top. And that's kind of how I feel with applied Marxism. Other than a good critique of capitalism, that's about it. Trying to apply this, it obviously doesn't work, but that doesn't mean the critique isn't bad. That doesn't mean you can't use the critique to improve capitalism, because what people don't seem to understand is capitalism is a system. Okay, it's not just the money you invest in, making profit off of profits. It also includes the workers. That's why there's a whole class system now. And it is not just making money. Workers are included in anyone. I honestly don't think that SKC knows anything about what he's talking about. And you can talk subtlety or all that stuff. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
SK Stream, maybe this might help a little better. SKC Stream is a series of if and then statements. But where you get off is where you get off. If you can't follow the whole if then,
okay, listen to what I'm saying, dude. Motherfucker,
I'm hearing you.
If I say, dude,
I get it, Stanley. It's frustrating.
I'm not being contrary. I'm not being, obstinate. He does not know what he's talking about. Okay, he might have y'all bamboozled, but he does not have me bamboozled. That bullshit he's talking about operating systems is just that. If he knew anything about how operating systems work, he would understand my analogy. The problem is he's missing my subtleties, not the other way around. And you can have your opinion on it, but if you think that I felt roasted or anything like that, you literally are mistaken. I thought
because I'm not going to say he roasted you.
He finish what I'm saying, Dave.
Go for it, man.
He was so far outside the ballpark. I literally was wondering what the hell is he talking about. That's how off base I thought he was. He did not land any punches. He might have performed for his fans, but to me, who knows better, it was basically me having fun roasting in his chat until it was time for me to start my show. Why do you think I didn't have a burning desire to get back or anything like that? It was literally the equivalent of It's My Time on CM's show. Why would I bother wasting time critiquing such ridiculousness?
Because he's hard to pinpoint one point.
Okay, I'm telling you right now, he may be hard for you to pinpoint.
No, you cannot sum up what he says in one point.
Okay,
you really can't.
I'm not watching a bunch of that gobbledygook. If he
it's gobbledygook. There you go.
Let me put it to you this way. He reviewed my show. Okay, you don't need 8 shows to review my show. He didn't do a good job of it. He totally missed all the points. If it had been a test, he'd have gotten an F.
I'm not deep enough to describe what's going on here, but I totally see
And
what's going on
I
here.
am not I'm not shallow enough to care. That's why I didn't feel the need to rebut it. I have no need to rebut whatever it was he thought he was doing.
I think SKC is a genius.
Well, a lot of people think Jordan Peterson's a genius. Anyway, let me play this because I got to go pick up this beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and I'm about to step in the house, so I'm gonna get off real quick.
Okay, talk to
All right, brother.
All right, folks.
The marriage did end in divorce, but we
What's what is he talking about? Oh, Seymour wants this to be over so bad. So anyway, I don't know. I had to go meet Uber at the door. So I don't know, maybe what we ought to do, because people like Seymour can't seem to exist without video. Oh, you know what? I thought I'd switch this over. This is my bad. Anyway, this is what I originally wanted to listen to.
Because the chat is so
This is something called The Ways of a Gentleman. And I was talking to Deacon Dave about it earlier. It's one of these things, it's kind of like I don't know what you would call it, kind of like a gentleman's guide sort of thing. It's almost like a Substack version of GQ in a way. And I'm mulling over for Saturday's show whether I ought to just look at some of these etiquette guides. There's some for men, there's some for women, all designed for young people, and or people like old YNs, people who just basically need something to help smooth out the rough edges, people without manners, that sort of thing. And it would work for some people, it doesn't work for others, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know whether I don't know whether this is I'm okay without actual video. Audio is good enough for me, but it's some people need the visual stimulation, I guess. What's
What
up,
is this?
CM?
What is this?
I just explained it. Weren't you listening?
It's hard to keep up with the.
Yeah, well, it's hard for you to keep up with me.
I know
I understand. Do I need to slow it down for you?
it's too slow.
Yeah, well, that is a you problem.
No, it's not.
I'm
It's a
not
you
gonna do.
problem. Like,
I am literally not gonna do remedial adulthood for you.
why are you talking syllables?
Uh, you mean why do I use big words?
No, you don't use how. What big word do you use?
I think I pretty much do the way I want to do it. Keep up or don't. We don't do short yellow bus classes here.
I mean, you sound like you hop straight off that motherfucker. You
Okay,
hit your
I
face on
don't
the
care
concrete.
how I really don't care how I sound to you. If I am not your cup of tea, that's fine too.
I think you're a good
But
stand-up comedian.
we tend to want to be adults on this channel. We don't do a whole lot of stuff that you might be interested in.
Like what?
Oh,
Interesting
I don't know.
topics.
I don't know, bashing women.
Who bashes women?
Oh, I think you do all the time.
No, you do. Don't try to put that on me.
I think that's literally your claim to fame.
Wow, that's what you're trying to put on me?
I've listened to your show. I listened to it last night.
I
Remember?
don't bash women.
Yesterday
I love
morning.
women more than you. You bash women.
Oh, there is no doubt that you love women. You love women in your own special way.
And you seem to be making an assumption.
Oh, I make assumptions all the time. Didn't you hear I'm judgmental?
I think you're just mental.
Yeah, well, you are your own special person.
Thanks, man.
We don't change people here. We just accept them as they are. They can either keep up or they can't.
I think you need a rebrand.
I think I don't think I think I don't care
I think
what
you don't think either.
So let's see. NPC, why don't you come up here? You can translate for CM. You seem to speak his language. I think there's a language gap.
I do too. You talk hella slow, Stanley.
Like I said, I have spent the day just kind of shaking my head at people who think they're smart and don't quite cut the mustard. So
Do you cut the mustard?
I have officially hung up my eye care cap for the day.
Yeah.
It is after hours.
Right. You got your little Coors Light.
I got my Guinness stout, and I'm gonna sit back and relax, and you can either keep up or don't.
You know,
Up to
Mariah
you.
wrote that. She wrote N-word bitch in your chat.
I'm sorry. Let me turn up my volume here. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I said, you know, Mariah, she wrote N-word bitch in your chat.
Why are you whining about Mariah again?
She wrote N-word bitch in your chat.
Did she really?
Yeah, I was so disappointed.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, no. I think
What'd
she
you
hanging
do
on the
to her?
page too long.
What did you do to her?
What she do to me?
Because you sure as hell used the B word a couple times.
What's the B word?
Okay, you know what the B word is. I don't need to explain it to you.
What
And
is
you
it?
know what? If she decided to retaliate, I didn't see it. So
So,
as far
so
as I'm
oh, now
concerned,
you blaming me? That's crazy.
okay,
How you gonna blame me,
do
bro?
not overtalk. It gets real.
Don't overtalk me.
Okay. I'm sorry. There's only one person that doesn't overtalk. You're overtalking me, not the other way around. Now let's keep it respectful. Let's keep it orderly. As I was saying, if you're gonna use the B word, I didn't see her use the N word. What I don't see pretty much didn't happen.
Oh damn! Just because she did it.
Nope, just because I didn't see it.
What if I would have did it?
If I
Yeah.
if I saw it, I saw you use the B word twice.
That's wild, bro.
And one of those times I had to tell you not to do it again, like you were some little child.
That's wild, bro. You just gonna let Mariah right?
Not have to tell. I should not have to tell a grown YN how to behave.
Nah, yeah. I mean, Mariah, she's the one that I be acting a grown YN. You know, she gonna write
You're
that?
not gonna be whining like a child now, are you?
So that's crazy.
Yeah,
You know what?
she called me an N-word.
That's crazy, bro. I don't sit there and play with me like that game.
I'm sorry, what now?
What you drinking?
Guinness stout.
What the fuck is this? What is that?
It's a stout beer.
When you gonna stop drinking beer?
I don't know. Probably the same day you stop eating weed.
I don't eat weed. I smoke it. I am eating it right now.
It's the same thing. You're consuming it, right?
No, I'm not drinking it.
No, you're eating it.
Has it ever occurred to you you're the oldest one?
Nope.
I thought you knew you were the oldest one.
Well, you know what? to you, I might be a YN, but you're wrong about a lot of things. So it doesn't
I'm right about
surprise me that
most all things.
it does not surprise me that you actually don't know what you're talking about.
No, you don't know what you're talking about, G.
All you're doing is being bitter.
Who's bitter? You're being bitter.
You are literally being bitter.
You're being bitter, bitch.
You're as bitter as my beer.
Yeah, I'm sure your beer is bitter.
What's up there, NPC?
What's up, Stanley? What's up, CM? Hey, Stanley, man, there's some weird shit going on with your mods over there, timing me out,
really?
man. Yeah,
They're doing what?
you got a couple of your mods, like, I get it. People, like to have fun, but saying shit like weirdo shit, like I'm gay or I shouldn't be giving people donations. And then when I asked a simple question to one of the mods, I said,
you got any names, or you going to be vague?
Mariah and Imperious. Yeah, Mariah and Imperious. Yeah. I mean, she's saying all kinds of stuff like I have balls in my mouth and all this, which is okay. It's pretty rude, but what do you think? Do you?
Well, all I have to say is, y'all set the standard over in your chat, and apparently they want some get back.
Okay, so then they can have get back. Listen to this. I'll return the favorite. Listen.
Apparently, this is the. No, you hold on. Apparently,
you can't even say respectfully.
This is where they get their get back, and I prefer that they don't do it. But I wasn't here. Who knows what y'all said? Like
it's
I said,
in your channel, bro. You are here.
Okay.
And she was doing this shit.
I know, for instance, because I saw it with my own two eyes, how CM was using the B word describing Mariah. So
she can say that anywhere.
What's that got to do with me?
Dude, what in the fuck? As I said,
hey, I
know that there's been some misbehavior on CM's part. I don't know about you, NPC. You're usually actually fairly classy in your behavior. So I'm here now.
Okay, I appreciate it, but here's the thing.
I absolutely. I will not let you be abused. I'm not.
Thank you, and I extend the same courtesy when I'm the mod over at CMs or wherever I am.
You absolutely do, and I am absolutely going to return the favor. You are a gentleman in that chat,
right? And there's the thing, all I said was this. Until you're transparent with you as the host, all I said was, "Do you spend time with your family?" And she took it as I'm talking about her. That's not talking about kids. I said, "Do you spend time with your family?" And then she timed me out. So I don't even think I can leave a message on your thing just by asking a question.
Do you think that y'all leave a lot of, and I say y'all, it's not your channel, it's CM.
No, go ahead.
He's responsible for it. But I think that you guys, now I know Imperious is a troublemaker. So I'm talking about Mariah.
Yeah, you let him say whatever here too, bitch.
No, he's not gonna say anything he wants to say.
What do you mean? I saw him do it.
CM. I've witnessed your use of the B word, so you don't have a leg to stand on.
So they can say the N word, bet.
I would like to talk to the other adult in the room. As long as you're on your P's and Q's, you won't have a problem over here, NPC.
I understand that. Yeah, respect.
And I was gonna ask though. I mean, I think Mariah's a little on edge. She probably has an itchy trigger finger. And I was in CM's chat early this morning, and I saw what was going on over there. I would hope Mariah will be the bigger person, but you can't blame her if she wants to get a little bit of payback.
No, but I get it. But I didn't do nothing to her, bro, yesterday. And the thing is, it's I stay away from her. And here's the thing: she can say what she wants, but it's just. And I'm not losing any sleep over it. It's just clogs up the chat, and it's stupid. You would think that someone would have, I know, have better things to do with their time, but
All right.
You know,
Well, I
I'm
tell
just
you
letting
what.
you know what's going on, Stanley. I respect you.
Let's all agree to do this. Let's just start with a clean slate. Let's let bygones be bygones, especially on this channel. And let's just, end it, on a high note. What goes on over on CMs should stay over on CMs, to be honest. This is a totally different show. It is not CM's channel part 2. This is its own thing. It pre-existed CM's channel.
Hey,
It
quit saying my name.
it
When I'm
will
not
be
listening,
around
homeboy. Listen to me, homeboy.
once CM burns
Say
his channel
homeboy.
down. This channel will still be here.
I get it. I respect that. I'm not gonna say anything more, especially on this channel. Because as it is, I don't. She's boring to me anyway.
And I expect the mods to please, deserve and continue to deserve the wrenches. I will take wrenches, and I don't need to explain why I take a wrench. So everybody just chill out. Y'all can carry that mess back over to, the other arena. We don't do that here. Or we try not to. Not until it's Saturday. Saturday's a little bit more loose, but this is only Tuesday.
Yeah. I'm ready to move on. There's other fish to fry.
Actually, I'm glad you're here. You'd be the perfect person to ask. This Substack that I'm looking at is called The Ways of a Gentleman. And it kind of reminds me of GQ magazine back in the old days. It was a gentleman's magazine, and they'd have things like fashion. They'd have kind of like a character building magazine. Hey, this is how you kind of be cool. This is how you dress. It was kind of almost like back in the day, like when I was in high school, GQ Rolling Stone used to be really cool too. And this guy's trying to kind of do that. This particular episode is called Living a Life of Character, where they kind of go through, what he thinks a gentleman would do. And this lady is like a guest on this podcast, and she kind of does the female equivalent. And then I was talking about this lady, Maggie, the substitute teacher. She's got a really interesting YouTube site. She basically has something she calls the wife school, where she basically I think she even goes as far as to teach like table etiquette, like how to set a table. I think it gets that detailed. And then they do like cruises occasionally where, a bunch of young people will go, and I guess she holds classes or something. What do you think about all that?
I think that's a good idea. Plus, I don't think Imperius heard you.
She's like
bring it up.
50.
Let me just say this. I was going to say, because you just said it, I don't think he heard you in the chat. If you could peep that right there.
Who didn't?
Imperius, your statement about just moving it on.
Imperius, can you like tone it down? This is not Seymour's channel, so please hold it down.
Hey, bro,
or keep it professional. Okay, I don't know what the hell.
He's not allowed.
I'm talking, dude. I'm talking to Imperius. Are you Imperius?
But he's not allowed on my channel.
Okay, are you Imperius?
Okay,
I can't talk to Imperius if you're talking to Imperius.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
You're
So
welcome.
please, Imperius, I know you know how to act. Y'all can take that back over to CM's channel. Imperius, dude, I'm actually trying to chill. I am not gonna be about being CM's channel part 2.
No, that's fine.
What
I
you
just
mean,
wanted
bro?
to bring
What's
up
up,
how, like I said, like I don't need to curse or go crazy until, like I said, CM and NPC create whole shows about the things that I've been lecturing about.
I don't talk about you, bro. You're
Can
boring.
I say anything?
Hold on. They create shows. They create those shows on His
No,
platform,
on what I
not
told
this
him.
platform.
Why don't CM?
So you
CM,
talk,
talk
bro,
about
you don't even
ghost
have no
DNA.
kids, bro. You
No,
don't
no.
even
Why
have
don't you
kids.
talk about ghost DNA again, like I've been teaching for the last?
We're talking
You
about
don't know what the fuck
etiquette
ghost
right
DNA
No,
now.
no,
is.
no.
You're a fucking
But see what I mean,
Caucasian.
Stanley? Steve, see what I mean? Look at the
What
two
the fuck is
women.
ghost? You talking about
Look
neuromelanin?
at them, Stanley.
Okay,
Look at. I haven't
well,
cursed.
this is
You know what I'm saying?
going south.
Yeah, see what I'm
Nah,
saying, Stanley? I haven't cursed or anything, but look at you expose
you
men.
want to say
Not
fucking?
yet,
You don't
but
even know what the
I
fuck
can
ghost
feel
DNA is.
I can feel the spin up.
See what I'm saying, Stanley? Look at like CM needs to sit
Right.
there and talk about ghost DNA and things like that. Like
Okay,
I've
well
taught for the last.
he can do that. He can do that
Yeah,
on
no,
his
I'm just
channel
saying.
later. You're
But Stanley,
going
notice.
live later, right, Sia?
Yeah,
Might as
exactly.
well. I mean, I gotta run
But
by
notice,
Jesse
CM,
first
notice
before
how,
I
like,
post.
when Imperious, even though I don't cuss, I'm not, they're like, no, don't have him on. NPC and CM,
Bro,
the
you
tough
said
guys.
that
Look
in
at,
the
look
fire.
I
at,
don't
look at,
care
oh, look
about
at,
you, bro.
if I said the
I
N
want to talk
word,
etiquette.
I
I
haven't,
want
you
to talk
don't
etiquette.
want,
We're
oh,
talking
look
about
at,
etiquette right now. You
look
can't
at
even
this, look at
respect
this,
Stanley's
look at
channel.
this, Stanley, look at
Okay,
they talking to etiquette when I came up to
hold on,
discuss something
folks.
with you.
Hold on,
I
folks.
came up to talk to you and they can't stay silent.
Bitch, it's a
Yeah, it
panel.
is odd. But no,
No,
you know,
you're
but
talking
Sia,
you're talking etiquette when he's cursing every other word, Stanley.
well,
What
I
uncouth
don't.
behavior?
Etiquette just
What
sounds so
uncouth
Emily Post.
chimp-like behavior, Stanley?
Aren't you fucking
Wow.
Neanderthal?
Chimp,
Okay,
really?
really,
All right, Neanderthal.
really
It's
Imperious.
very uncouth.
Go ahead,
They
Neanderthal.
don't even know what that word is.
Well,
Uncouth.
That's what you are. That's what you
yeah, I
evolved
think they
from.
have an idea.
Y'all
I think we have an
cooperation.
idea. You're showing us a good example.
Well,
Exactly.
that's you. I mean, you're going around worshiping another man. I mean, what kind of men go around
Okay,
and dick
whoa,
ride
whoa,
other
What are you
men?
talking about,
What are
bro?
we?
You
what
had
are
a
we
you had a
talking-
65-year-old
talking
man that
about?
you need to sit there and worship and come up and pay CM
Wait,
to
I'm not
repeat
What are
his.
you?
65.
He's
No, not
weird,
you,
bro.
Stanley.
What
I'm
you talk-
talking
what
about
you
his
talking
little
about?
red pill simp daddy. This guy
What
that
are you
wrote
talking
books.
about, bro? You're
This
not
guy
even
that
making
wrote
any
Yeah,
sense.
This guy that
This is-
wrote
you see what I
books,
mean? We're
Stanley,
talking
wrote
about
books on things my dad
we're
taught me
talking
when I was
about
7.
etiquette, and this guy's talking
Oh,
about
really?
some
Yeah,
weird
etiquette.
narratives.
Why don't you talk about etiquette? Etiquette about not talking
This is the
smack
name of
about
the
people and
show,
then
bro.
running from them.
I don't talk about you,
is
bro.
etiquette talking
I
crap
never
and
let you
running?
up on my show even because
Yeah,
you're
because
boring
you're a
and you're
coward.
a
That's what I'm trying to
weirdo.
say. Cowards have no etiquette.
Imperious.
Cowards have no etiquette.
Just chill.
Oh, I'm fine.
So,
I'm just pointing
I
out that you have
I
people
know the-
Stanley. You have people up here
Yes.
lecturing.
Go ahead, talk
people.
over the host.
Stanley. You have
Right,
people
but
over here lecturing.
Let them lecture in their own venue.
No,
They're
I know,
not
but then
doing it
I come
here.
up and they scream like women.
We're not
Okay,
doing
well,
it here.
don't-
You hear
don't-
him?
I've been
the last
fucking quiet.
hour,
Shut
getting
up. I've literally been quiet.
Dude,
Okay.
literally, look at Stanley. Stanley, all it takes is for me to exist to have it to be in these people's
Okay,
minds.
Imperious.
I've
It's not
infected
like
each
that.
one of your minds.
This is my main character show. You are not the main character.
I'm not. I'm just saying they aren't either. And I've
Okay, well,
infected their minds. I've
please
taken over their lives.
Please understand that they are guests on the show. Just
So
like
am I.
you
But
are.
notice how like they want to show that they can
Yes,
just
but
lecture their nonsense.
you're even over talking the host.
Well, but Stanley, I'm saying
Well,
that they
what's
want to
up
come
with
over.
that?
Well,
What is
because
up with
Stanley.
that?
Well, because Stanley, I'm
Yes.
trying to explain. I'm trying to explain that they're
I
coming
don't
up on
need
here.
you to explain.
Okay. Well, then
I
why did
literally
they hire you?
literally don't need you to explain.
Mm-hmm.
I'll figure it out.
Okay, so they come on here and they're lecturing their nonsense the whole time. They want no pushback.
They literally.
I haven't said anything yet.
Yeah, you're talking about etiquette. What do these low-class trash know about etiquette?
Imperious. I literally asked them to tone it down, and they're literally doing it.
I heard CM curse about 15 times
Now,
when I got on here.
who is
Stanley?
the
Did I
reprobate?
curse since I've been up
Who
here?
is the reprobate currently?
Not me. I didn't curse. CM seemed
You are literally the only one. You are literally the only one talking.
I didn't curse. CM sat there and said the F word, the this word, the this
I
word. I didn't say that.
basically said, if you didn't hear me, we're gonna put that all behind us and kind of.
Well, why are we putting it behind you now? Why don't you point that out to him? You're only pointing it out to me.
I don't need you. I want to start with a clean slate with you two.
They didn't start with a
Can we
clean
do
slate
that?
when the fucking simps here are talking about me.
Stop worrying about they. Let the host worry about them.
Okay, Danny, you want to talk about etiquette? Who
Thank
taught
you.
them etiquette?
Thank you for giving me. Thank you for giving me back my own channel.
No, it's not. It's your channel, Stanley. I'm just saying that they want to talk about etiquette. What kind of
Thank you.
etiquette talk about men
Thank you.
behind their back?
So So well, since you're up here, I'll ask your opinion in a minute. I'm thinking about just kind of doing, an hour or two of this Saturday. I'm always looking for good topics. Now, the thing is I don't want this to become like me like, setting out linen and stuff. I want it to be worth something. And I don't, I think my point is, so I've heard so many people say that there are not 50-year-old women or older women talking about, hey, this is how young women should be. Same thing for men. And I think that Kevin Samuels, for instance, actually did have some good points sometimes, but I would never sit my son down and have him watch Kevin Samuels, because it's almost like, as many positives as Kevin Samuels could spew out, he had just as many negatives.
Stanley, I think the issue here genuinely is that as much as people want to talk about women and what they do and all that, they don't really want to know what women are. They want to impose what they believe women should be on women, not what women actually are. Like, for example, all these guys here sit there and go, women should be at home doing. Women never did that unless it was for their survival. Like, people think like women were just these like, oh my God.
Well,
like,
let me
Okay,
run something past you, because that's actually a good point. Black women, I was on a channel about several months ago, and it was supposed to be a debate about boomers and all this stuff. There's a book, and I can't remember the name of it, and I didn't read the whole book, but I read the introduction. It was a white author. Can't remember his name. I'm going to have to look it up. But it was a book about boomers, and it was about, the shortcomings of boomers, and they didn't do this and they didn't do that. But you know what he said in the introduction is, the one exception are Black Americans. Okay, back up until, I would even say, 1970, Black people, especially in the South, did not have the economic, political, and social power that white people of the same generation had. He literally essentially said there's no such thing as a Black boomer other than, hey, they're the age cohort part. But I have so many millennials talking about boomers and all this stuff. I'm like, well, Black people are the exception. There's like a huge generational wealth gap. What money are you expecting to be passed on or handed down to
and
you?
not just that, but I mean, in general, every generation is a product of the times they lived in. Like, it doesn't
Correct.
matter the
I don't
race of the
believe in
color.
generational arguments.
I don't believe in
I
generational
think
race arguments like that. Like, the thing is anybody is relatively different for the age that they grew up with. Like, this is what I
correct.
say, where in
And the
50, 60,
this has been going on forever. The battle of the
Dude, our
generations.
parents talked about their grandparents and their parents. Like, dude, are you like, I remember my dad talking about how, oh, you didn't understand your grandfather. I remember hearing your grandparents used to tell me when I was a kid, they went through the Dust Bowl and they went through the Great Depression and all that. Like, you can't, they even my dad and my uncle were like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, so we can't really know. And what I was trying to say about Stanley, about the whole male female dynamic, red pill to me is a disease as much as feminism, because it is a superficial analysis of a that becomes some kind of praxeology. It's not really anything that is not based off of normal human interactions. This whole this insistence to make it an autistic thing, like, if you get this much money and this six-pack abs and you work out this many days, you will get a woman in this range. This is what it does is it favors people that are autistic, that don't know normal social interactions. I see women all the time that are good looking with ugly ass dudes. I see good looking dudes with ugly ass women. I see all this shit. Dude, 90% of human mating is smell, and nobody even acknowledges that it's the hormonal and the immune system paradigm that really is the thing that determines mating.
Let me ask you an odd question. I have always felt, was it Socrates that talked about the loved and the beloved. You know, like your soulmate,
Yes.
you're
The love to
basically
love
one.
versus the beloved. Yeah, the roles
Yeah,
of love.
and
The
let
ones
me
to
tell
give
you
love and the
something.
ones to receive the love in the
Yes,
relationship.
yes,
Yes.
and now I also understand some of the context. You know, the Greeks could be pretty freaky. However, the basics of that, I actually think that's how I view
It is.
relationships.
It
There
is.
is
And
always going to be someone who is
there's
the more
always an
dominant.
imbalance. There's no
Yeah,
relationship that is completely even. And it's insane to think
exactly.
there
And
is.
I honestly believe in the love and the beloved.
Yeah,
Now, I
that
will,
is the relationship. Men are to love their wives. Women are to be beloved. That is the
yeah,
entire paradigm. Like that
and
is why, like men.
it's
I'm sorry,
even,
Stanley. As an
no,
older
no,
guy
no.
with money.
You and
No,
I
but
agree
Stanley,
on
let me
that.
ask you a question. Stanley, as an older guy, when you get money, like you have money, you're older. I
Mhm.
love like when I can just like when I'm dating a chick and she can just run down the Irvine Spectrum or run down Miami Gardens and just buy whatever. I feel like a man, like letting her do all that and having
Dude,
that kind of excess resources to do
dude,
that.
my wife did not work, and she was the one with the PhD.
Exactly. Like a
And
man's
but
a man's
yes,
status symbol is to have a woman
yes.
staying at home and not working. That
Well,
is
let
a
me
whole
tell you an
status symbol.
anecdote. My wife in the summertime used to call me up, and
What the fuck are y'all
it did
talking about? This shit's so
it
boring.
did kind of irritate me to a bit, but she'd be calling me from the fucking lake.
Like when y'all gonna
And
fucking
I'd
have a
be like,
conversation,
Dude,
dude?
my
you know, I'm
grandfather
This shit is boring as
was one of
fuck.
the founding VPs
hold,
of
hold on one
Oppenheimer.
sec, CM.
Fuck, all y'all shut the fuck up.
Okay, no, it does not work that
Bitch,
way
I
on
said shut
on
up.
this show. Okay, dude, don't make me put you in the back. We're having such a lovely conversation.
Like
But I'll
Stanley,
make this short. I used to get kind of mock pissed off, like, why the hell are you calling me, telling me about, you know, what my son, he's swimming so well and all that. Dude, don't you know I want to be there myself? You don't
I know it
have
makes
to.
you feel, dude. My grandfather
However,
was a founding member of or founding one of the founding VPs for Oppenheimer funds. And my
really,
grandmother, for like, dude, he never saw my dad and my uncle hardly saw my grandfather like when they were, you know what I mean?
but
Like,
I want to open this up a little bit,
Can I
but
say something real
I
quick? I haven't
I
said something
get
in a
what you're
while.
saying, but let me say this, you know, in
Yo,
my own little way, to go back to your point about dude,
He had
I
a
felt
point.
like okay, yeah, if you'll let me make it. I felt like a total man. It's like my boy and my wife are, you know, having fun at the lake with her sister-in-law and the aunt, you know, it's like all the women are at the lake and the men are off, you know, doing what, you know, the
men are
work part.
supposed to feel good by giving an alleviated life
Oh, I
to their
loved
women.
it. I
Like
loved it.
that dude, like I
Dude, I would come home. I remember the first time I came walking through the door and my son just lets out a huge scream and runs and jumps in my arms.
yeah, that's a good feeling. My son did that the other day. Yeah,
I
he does
was
that every
like,
day.
oh, you're excited. Well, first thing I thought is, oh, you're excited to see me. So I look over at my wife because they could be like Tom and Jerry sometimes. I'm like, okay. Why is he so glad to see me?
Can we ask the real question, Stanley?
No, but the real question is,
the real
dude,
question is why the fuck y'all talking about
to
the
this
bullshit?
day, this is like fucking 18 years ago.
But
I
see,
remember the
Cam,
first
you want
time
the?
he
I'll
did
give
it.
you the answer,
Can I
CM, to
ask
your
the
real
Pierce a
question. I will give you the real answer to your question.
Can I ask the
CM.
Pierce a question?
Go answer the. I guarantee I'll answer it for you. I know what your question. Why are women so angry and why do they hate men? I'll give you a reason why.
No,
Because men are hate.
Well, no. Let him ask that. Let him ask the question.
Go
please.
ahead. Go ahead.
It's the question I always asked you since what you done. How do you feel
Is it a
about
question to me or Imperius?
oh my God, you don't fucking listen.
Okay,
I-
dude. Everyone's
I said
over
Imperius
each
like
other.
5 times, you old fart.
Okay, dude. Just to ask the question.
Just go ahead. Go ahead. See him going.
So how do you feel about running your boy Latino out there and saying the N-word a
I don't
record
care.
5 times?
That is literally not the topic. Can we stay on topic?
Latino can.
Okay,
See,
CM, I will boot your ass off this panel if
All
you
right.
can't comply.
Do what
I
you gotta do,
literally,
homie.
I
CM
am literally annoyed with that question.
It's fine. Sam, Latino understood that he
No,
did
it
something
is
wrong.
not fine. It is not fine.
Well, anyways, I'll go
Do
back to
you
the
have
topic
a
then.
CM? Do you have a question about the topic?
You don't have a topic. What's the topic?
Yeah, he
Okay,
does.
dude.
See, let me. I'll give him a
You
topic.
literally.
I'll give him a topic. I'll give him a
Dude,
topic.
are you so high you're nodded off?
Stanley, I'll give him a topic. I'll give him a topic that'll humiliate him.
No,
Stanley, hold on.
We're gonna stick with my topic.
No, this is the
and
topic. It's a
here is
tangential.
here is the other family man.
crying.
I'm
This
very
is why do I let you
interested in
stay crying?
NPC's take
Thank you,
on
Stanley.
that beloved and loved thing.
Yeah, because that's a great thing. I mean, yesterday was a great day. I didn't have class yesterday, so it
Dude,
was able
I've
to
heard about you, dude. I listen you and
Mhm.
everybody at your family at the dog park. Dude, I used to do that. Tell us about it. I bet you.
Yeah, I mean,
had
it was
more.
a great day. Like my wife doesn't have to work because I'm doing pretty good right now, right? And I mean, she does her little translations every now and then, but her number one job is to take care of my son and in the house or whatever, and do that type of stuff. So it was a great day. We had the nice lunch at the steakhouse, and then after we had some Malaysian food when my son got off of school. And the thing is, it's like, it does make you feel good to be able to pay for that check. It does feel good to be able to make that house payment. I just like to see him happy. Don't get me wrong. On the weekends when they're going out to visit family up north or something, I'm like, man, I wish sometimes I wish I could go more on those trips. But I'm like, bro, you gotta take care of business. And I have the opposite. My younger brother, he's a Marine, he's retired, and he worked hard. He does stocks mostly, but he's retired 100% disability, so he doesn't have to literally go work. And it's funny because his wife they live in Silicon Valley, and like she still has to work, right? And I don't know if she has to, but she works, right? And when we talk sometimes over the years, he was telling me how he feels that animosity from her. Like when she comes home and he didn't have to do the 9 to 5 or whatever it was. And I mean, that's his shit, but like, I can see how the other side too. And like how I'm very blessed, and I want to do whatever it takes to keep this going, because this is the natural state of being for me. And I think for a lot of people, but
You know
they don't
what?
get that
You
opportunity.
had, and dude, that is such a good point. It's the natural state for you. People don't seem to understand that, there is no universal natural state for human beings.
Yeah, everyone's different. But Stanley, I think what the thing is people need to realize is that as much as people bitch about women being like mean and bad news, because they weren't meant to work. They weren't designed to sit there and wake up at 5 a.m., do 2 hours of makeup and getting ready, and then work for 10 hours, come home, cook food, take care of a kid, stay up till 11, and do that for 5 days straight every day, and then the weekend be so tired that they have no. So if you want women that are like, I've heard, if you listen to what they say too, where they're like, if you want me in my feminine, that's the whole point. Women were never like just associating with men for the hell of it because we're nice and good looking and like happy people. They did it because we have the physical ability to assure their survival, and they have looks that we cherish and want to fuck. It's a simple exchange.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't, and this is an age thing. I honestly, I think the only thing that I've actually learned that I just find continues to be true is this is going to sound so weird. There seems to be more exceptions because everybody's different. There are trends. There are not necessarily like hard and fast rules.
There's not 100% rules. I mean, even a broken clock is right twice a day. But I mean, this, Stanley. We look at this. We look at society in generalities, and in standard deviations. And I mean, the standard deviation. Well, within 2 standard deviations of the mean is 99.7% of all individuals. So, I mean, if we look at those kind of things in general, Stanley, unfortunately, today is more what we have in society is that people look at relationships and things as something to fulfill them or complete them instead of things that they want to enter into because they enjoy other people. So, for example, you're told that you need to go ahead, sir.
No, go ahead.
You're told that if you're a man, you need to have pussy all the time or you're not a dude. If you're a woman, you're told you need to get married or you're not a woman.
Your
Yeah, who
parents?
says that?
Everybody says that. Every guy, CM says this right
You
here.
mean
all
on
the time.
YouTube?
Not
No,
currently.
in life, dude, in life, what is the first insult dudes tell other dudes? You can't get pussy. You're a fucking simp. You're a bit. That is the first insult. Just like women
Well,
say to
I'm a
men.
little.
I don't think so now.
Let me just say this. I'm a bit older than y'all, by like probably 20 years or more. It wasn't like that when I was growing up.
No, I get it, but Stanley, if you listen to any girl when they're in an argument with a man, eventually it'll always lead to you don't get any pussy. So
Girl or woman?
Whoa. Who says that?
Women do.
You mean
when
on
they're-
YouTube?
No, in real life. This is where I mean I don't think anyone.
Well,
YouTube
wait, are
actually-
these women that you're dating? Or
No, these are any
that
women.
you-
If you argue with a woman, if a girl's a friend of another girl, and you argue, even if your own girlfriends, they'll be you don't get put. That will be their insult. You're gay, or you don't get pussy.
Really?
Never happened to
Well,
me.
that's it. Okay,
Dude,
yeah, I
look,
think
this
I
is
get
what I'm
what
saying.
you're
This is
saying.
why I'm saying.
No, I kind of get what you're saying.
This is why I'm saying
But-
NBC has no idea of what is actually going on in the world.
I know what he's trying to say.
Well,
He
he's
just needs to
he's
admit he's
married.
gay.
You
No,
lose
but what I'm
to
saying,
him.
is,
I wasn't always
anybody
married,
check
Stanley, but
videos, check
Well,
any
you know what I'm
video of
saying?
a man and a woman arguing, it'll eventually be a woman
No,
saying,
know what I mean.
because it is
You're-
I know what you mean.
level of masculinity
"You're
towards men,
gay" or "You can't get
because
pussy."
we
That
do
will be
respect
the
men for
insult
getting a
that'll
lot
go
of
down.
pussy. Yeah. So I see where women
Well,
are coming from.
find a woman who
It's a
doesn't argue
slippery
with
No,
you
that's
that way.
every woman, dude. I could be. My sister tells me that.
Okay,
Dude, if you
well,
have a
you
sister,
should tell
dude, all women. No,
you should never let your sister tell you that.
Stanley, they're like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Kick her in the fucking head? Number one,
Dude,
no,
my
Stanley.
sister will turn 60 and I'm 61.
Yeah, my sister's
My sister-
31, bro.
Well, hold on with him. I literally I've known her for 60 years. I've literally never had her tell me that.
Dude, dude.
like a certain type of woman will do that, like a ghetto woman or something.
Ghetto, dude, her husband's worth $200 million and has a fucking engineering
you'd
company.
still be ghetto.
Yeah, exactly. What are you talking about?
I guess. I mean, if she's ghetto, I mean, I can only imagine what NPC is.
Does she
Like your
listen
mom,
to rap
bitch.
music?
I mean, NPC. I mean, it's funny. It's funny because NPC, where she got married.
Why are you talking about me, bro? What are you fixated on me? We're not talking about me
Because
here.
you made a comment
You can't
about
do
my
anything
sister.
except talk about other
You made
people,
a
bro.
comment about my sister.
What
You
shows you?
simp.
I didn't say
he
anything
did
about your
not
sister,
mean
you
it like
asshole.
You said she's ghetto, you simp.
Wait,
Look
dude,
at
you
I
should
don't
know,
know
bro.
what kind of women. Maybe she's a gay. She's
Yeah,
ghetto.
come on, bro.
Shut the fuck
You
up.
really- look at this guy can't even control himself.
boy.
No, you're just a
You know, you
simp
can't even
bitch
control
that
yourself. You
worship
can't
other
get.
men.
Okay,
Is that
You
right?
worship other men, dude.
Look at this guy.
Imperious.
Well, okay, so Stanley, why didn't you talk to him about the insult he gave me? Why is it always
Because
the
that's about me and
Well, yeah,
me.
because you insulted me. Did you do a passive aggressive feminine insult?
Well,
Did you do a
this is
passive
a
aggressive
lesson
feminine
learned.
insult? Did you do a feminine insult, NPC, because you're feminine? Did you do that?
What are you talking? I don't even know what you're talking
because,
about, bro. Where's
his
your
sister
receipt?
might be ghetto. I've never heard of a girl doing that. Maybe she's ghetto. You're a simp, dude.
I'm not talking about
And
your
that's
sister.
why
You
no
take it
one-
too
that
slow.
might have been-
I said in general, a woman like
might have
that.
been me. I asked if
You
she
know what I mean?
listened to rap
No,
music.
that was you.
Exactly.
That wasn't you.
So why
Stanley.
know what you're talking about?
Wait, hold
No,
it. He might have been following my lead. But it was
He's just
a
obsessed
joke.
with me, I guess.
Yeah,
It
no,
was a
NPC,
joke.
you're obsessed with me. That's why you and
It was
NPC.
No, I don't. I'm trying to get away from you, bro.
Who has
I
12
don't want to be.
streams
We're
about
nothing.
me?
my
We're low
goodness,
class.
my
Look at this.
French
Look at
is
how I
not
trigger
that
this
good.
autist. No, you have
It's you,
12
bro.
hours.
You're the one that's yelling.
You're the one that has 12 hours.
Look at your
streams
voice. Sounds like a
about me.
Disney
I
character.
tried.
Do you have 12
Somewhere
hour
in
streams
the
about
clouds,
me, NPC? Do you and CM have 12
somewhere
hour
in
streams
the
about me?
clouds,
I do
is
not.
You
someone
and CM
named
have
Luke
12 hour
Stanley.
streams about me.
who is
12
shaking
hours.
his head going, Stanley, why do you
12
keep
hours
doing
about
this?
me. I've
Stanley,
infested
I
your
told
mind.
you so.
No, you're not.
I've
Stanley,
infested
you
each one
need
of your
to
minds.
elevate your show above this sort of thing.
You can't with dumb people with a
And
65
boy
IQ.
is looping right.
If they don't have a doctorate, they don't get to talk. There's the rule. No doctorate, no talking.
Just say you've never been intimate with
No
a woman.
doctorate. No, notice, look at what CM. Now CM's arguing like a woman. CM's arguing like a woman. Either you don't get pussy or you're gay.
You've never been intimate with a woman.
Stanley's arguing. Dude, CM's arguing with the lines of.
Hold on.
Shit, blah, blah.
Let Stanley take a break. You know, the old man needs to pour another Guinness down. I was having such a good time. And damn, where am I? I'm at 621. So I can't get automatic clips now. So I'm going to give it one more try. And if I can't get a calm, orderly, productive, enjoyable conversation, there's no reason to continue the show.
Well, Stanley, I mean, you got to
Can I
control. You got to
can I
control.
ask you something, Stanley? Without anybody
ad
talking.
hominems against people's family, Stanley.
You know,
Is that-
like, here's the
is that a
thing.
polite? Is that a
See,
polite?
I guess I'll wait.
Imperious, there's a question on the floor.
Well, I asked you first. I was asking you one.
No, here's the thing.
Is it etiquette?
Oh,
Is it
man.
etiquette? Is it etiquette?
Well, you were talking so fast.
Is
I
it
didn't get it.
etiquette? Is it etiquette for a man to
Is
sit
what
there and
etiquette?
talk about a man's sister as ghetto?
No, are you still holding that?
Well,
I
because you're
I
mad at
made
me
a
and you-
joke about just wait.
It's not about
before
you.
go
I don't
hold
care
on,
if you did
before-
it.
Hold
I don't care
on.
if you did it.
It was just a joke about does she
I
listen
don't
to
care
rap
if you
music?
did it. I care about standards. If you're gonna have this simp cry about Imperious being mean, if you're gonna have this simp
I don't
cry
think
about
he was
Imperious being
calling
mean,
I'm not. I don't care about it, man. Can I speak Stanley, without being interrupted?
Remember, you're the one that makes 12 24-hour streams with CM about me.
I don't make streams about you.
Yeah,
I have
you
my
do.
own
You sit
channel.
on, you just sit on this
Yeah,
little
okay.
panel.
Here's the thing,
All right,
Stanley. I want to
let's
tell you
save
something.
that
It's important.
argument for one of
bitch.
CM's 12-hour
to yourself.
streams. This is not.
No,
This
okay,
is
go ahead,
not
Stan.
a product of CM's. This is
goddamn
Stanley versus the world, not CM the Cali boy.
Yeah.
Yes, and that was a joke
Can I
too.
talk, Edward?
Relax. No, you may not.
Yeah, I can.
Gabriel, you actually had a question, and
Don't tell me what to talk, motherfucker.
Please
Yeah,
ask it.
I was gonna say, isn't
No,
this?
don't bring
it's-
up my fucking name either.
Okay, don't know why you're interrupting your partner here.
I was gonna say, like, this show's your show, right? Am I correct? Yes.
Last I checked, I paid.
Yeah,
I
so-
pay the goddamn bills.
So what I'm saying is, like, I'm willing to, and I have been willing to put aside everything else so we can talk about
have
your
been-
show.
You have been awesome.
And here's the thing. Thank you. And here's the thing.
Except for
like,
calling
the
a
whole
man's
point.
sister ghetto,
Look what I'm
right?
saying.
Except for calling a
Be
man's
quiet,
sister
please.
ghetto,
I'm
right?
trying
Let
Shut
the
up,
man
Asian.
ask
Shut up,
his
Asian.
question. He said,
I'm not,
Wait,
I'm not even
hold on,
Asian.
you
If I
did
was,
what?
who cares?
Imperious, unacceptable.
Well,
Yeah.
then tell him to stop
I
being passive
literally
aggressive
would
woman and
have
acting like a
no
man.
idea.
He's a passive aggressive woman.
Imperious, can't
So
do
Imperious
that.
the only one that can
Stop
fucking
that
yell?
racial bullshit.
I know. I'm
God
sick of
damn
this
it,
shit.
we don't do that race bullshit up here. Imperious,
Thank
you
you.
know better.
This is what I was going to say. Just keep it simple. To keep it simple is like, we're, as a host, as a panelist, we're here to kind of dig up the host and help them out a little bit. Of course, we have our own views and whatnot. But the thing is like, I'm trying to stay on topic, and I wish the other people,
Yeah, stay on
especially
topic. But
Imperious,
calling
was.
someone's
Is that what I'm saying?
etiquette. Calling
Imperious-
someone's sister ghetto.
He can't let it
That's
go.
etiquette. That's
so,
etiquette.
So what I was going to say is like,
Okay.
maybe you can drop him down, and like, I'm trying to be.
I'm about to just do something that's gonna piss some people off. Imperious, keep it together. Take that over to CM's show or wherever it is you do it. I'm trying
We
to
don't care about
actually
that shit.
run a show here. Yeah, I'm getting that impression.
I am.
He's
I'm
not
talking
allowed on
about
my show
etiquette.
because this shit right here.
I'm talking about etiquette.
Okay,
Etiquette is
and
not
what I
talking.
want you to do is not talk about etiquette. Talk
So don't
about it
talk
on
about etiquette.
CM's
Don't
show.
talk about the show. So don't talk about the
Oh,
topic.
motherfucker, I'm going to talk about what I want on my own panel.
So don't talk about the topic. That's what you just said to me.
Did you not, dude, do you think I'm CT? Do you
No,
think I'm
you
John
just said
Galt?
don't talk about the
Do
topic.
you think I'm CM? Dude, you don't
You
run
just
this
said don't talk
motherfucker.
about the
You
topic.
You
literally
ain't allowed on my
do not run this show.
I didn't say I did, but you
You
said talk
are
about
a
the topic.
guest,
So what do you want to
just
talk
like
about?
everyone else.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Gabriel had a question.
But Gabriel also created
Can
a passive aggressive
Gabriel ask
insult.
his question, please?
Why? When he
Talk
has a
about
passive
etiquette.
aggressive insult.
Talk about etiquette. I said, please.
Well, calling people ghetto is not
I
etiquette.
literally said, please.
Oh my god.
Maybe we'll get to your complaint, but please.
It's not a complaint. It's just a fact.
Please, hey, you gotta lead by example.
The word
If
ghetto
you
is
want
not in any
etiquette,
kind of
you gotta
etiquette. The
give
word ghetto
etiquette.
doesn't exist.
Be the bigger man.
Well, I am the bigger man. I'm white.
What is this racial? What the hell, bro? Fuck you, bro. Fuck you, bro.
Have it. Wait, hold
It's
on.
like,
Hey,
No, he's not even white. He's not.
No,
Gabriel.
I'm white as
please
well.
ask-
As well,
please
I'm white
ask
too.
your
So
question.
No, you're a
I'm
half
mixed.
breed.
Please ask.
See, look
Okay.
at-
Please ask
wow,
your question. And
I was gonna say.
I have something I'm going to show you. Asians, if he wants to get all racial, dude, I have a whole thing that pissed the fuck out of John Galt and the anti-black crew over there when I was there. Dude, just ask your question.
I was going to ask you, like, etiquette. When I think of the
series of them,
is that a thing in general in the South to be etiquette to be instilled in you? Because I've heard about the Southern gentleman.
When I was a kid, yes.
Yeah.
I think it's changed. And let me say something. There's been, especially in the Atlanta area, a big influx of Northerners. And some Northerners kind of get it and they kind of, adopt the ways. Some don't. But when I was growing up, like, ma'am was required. Like, I used to,
yes,
like, if you were on a city bus, for instance, and an old lady or even an older man who looked kind of frail, or definitely a pregnant woman, dude, you gave up your seat. And my father or mother wasn't there to tell me to do it. It's just what young men did. Like, literally, if a pregnant woman walks in and all the seats are full, you get up and offer her your seat.
Stanley,
if an old woman, you get up and you offer her her seat. Now, it's where I went to school, but it was just a thing, and it was a community thing. It wasn't just the neighborhood I grew up in. Savannah, and it still is kind of a special place, but I haven't lived there in so long. But even when I lived there, which was damn near 20, 25 years ago, like every day permanent, the South can be. Atlanta is different. We used to say there's Atlanta and the rest of Georgia, and it still is like that.
Well, how was Atlanta, like more like northern style or what?
No, because it's a city.
No, it is a big city.
It's an urban center.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's
Stanley,
a
there's
big
a simple
city.
book that everyone could read to talk. Like, this is not Stanley. Remember, you ever read Cecil Hartley's book on this or no?
No.
The gentleman's book of etiquette, 1870, I think.
I have not. No, I
this is
actually
what I'm saying.
have
Like,
heard of it.
Remember, Stanley, my family's 1,500 years old. This stuff was like. This is what I'm saying. Like, how can you guys are sitting here talking about things that is like. That's what I mean. Like, you have to come.
Well, why are
with
you
that
so
one-
rude though?
Bitch, your family ain't no motherfucking 1,500 years
Stanley,
old.
I didn't say
Bitch,
anything.
your family ain't motherfucking
See what I'm going to
400
Stanley,
years
Stanley.
old.
See, are you going to lecture them,
I think
Stanley?
that's a valid. I think that's a valid question.
Your family ain't no motherfucking 1,500
See,
years
here you
old.
go,
Thanks, Stan.
Stanley.
Okay,
Stanley. So I have to hold
hold on,
myself back. It's
Sam.
always me.
Hold
It's
on,
always
Sam.
the white man that has to hold back the
I
N-words,
think
right?
that was actually a good question.
What
Can
was
you
the
answer
question?
Gabriel's?
What was the
I
question?
said
Gabriel's question?
if you're so schooled
I'm
in
not rude. That's not
hold on,
rude.
I'm asking you a question. Hold on. If you're so schooled in etiquette in your family, 1,500 years, why are you such a rude person in general?
What is etiquette for? See, this is what I'm saying. You guys have a misassociation.
I asked you a question.
I'm answering. See, I can't answer, Stanley.
Well, it's
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's
He doesn't
Go ahead,
want
bro.
me to answer. He doesn't want me to answer.
It's basically an
No,
orderly
you want to answer
thing.
for me? Okay, go ahead.
Literally,
Go answer for me, Stanley.
Whoa! I thought you asked me the question.
No,
My
he
bad.
asked me.
Bitch,
Okay,
shut
well,
up. Stop
number
whining, huh?
one,
Ain't you a
okay.
Slav?
Damn it, dude.
Ain't you a
What are
fucking
you-
Slav?
Okay.
See,
It
Stanley,
was,
you let them do whatever they
Gabriel,
want. Yeah, this is why I don't respect
he's
you.
in the back. Gabriel was very polite when he asked you the question.
No,
and
he
please
wasn't.
answer it.
I was not being rude.
I will
I
answer the
actually thought
question.
he
You want
was.
the answer? You want the question?
He asked
I'll
you.
ask the
You
whole
want the
panel, even
answer? Do you want-
Stanley too.
I'll go on about
Yeah,
asking
please
the
go
question.
ahead.
Okay, Imperius, go ahead.
One, etiquette only existed among the noble upper classes. The idea that etiquette went down to the common man from the elite is a joke. Etiquette was
Okay,
there.
well,
So, okay,
please
you don't want the
explain-
answer. Go ahead.
Can
Go
you,
ahead.
No. Can you elaborate, expand on that?
No,
'Cause
I'm not going to elaborate on
didn't know
anything. You
that.
guys interrupt me and don't let me say
I
anything. Go ahead.
literally did not know
No, you don't
that.
come from it, but you know about it. Go ahead.
No, I've actually, because I thought to a certain
Yeah, you
extent,
thought, but you keep
would
talking. Go ahead.
treat- You would treat your social betters with respect, or
No,
else.
you treat your social betters with reverence.
Okay.
See, you don't understand etiquette, and now you're
No,
arguing.
I
with me about
don't.
this.
That's
Is what
why
I'm saying.
I'm
Nobody
asking you.
understands etiquette,
I'm
but you don't
asking
want me
you
to explain it. You want to argue about it,
I'm literally asking you to explain.
but you're still talking. So it's
Okay.
like you
Well,
can't.
son, it's my panel.
I want the
Please
answer. You have to let
explain.
me give you the answer.
Please explain.
Okay, the answer is this: etiquette was a social cohesion between the elite, between the knighted and the aristocracy, because they respected each other saw each other as human beings. The elite we have never seen you people as human beings, and we never will. So the idea that treating a pet or a dog with courtesy is nonsense. Like all other things, like everything during the Victorian era and the aristocracy era, the actions of the elite trickled down to the common people who emulated what the elite did. But it was never the elite that treated the common people with anything more than disdain.
Now, let me ask you a question. Let's just hold it right there. Do you think that's still the way it is
Yes,
in
it will always
2026?
be that way. Like how I hate all of you.
Really? So you
Yes.
think it's that way in the United States?
Yes. Yeah. Why do you think,
Interesting.
dude? You want me to explain? Why do you think the elite?
Yeah,
Why do you think
please
we're
do.
Why do you think we're squeezing all of you into the poor? There is no more middle class. We'll squeeze you into slave labor, and we're going to have a country like Mexico where we have private militarized communities with our own water filtration.
So
Our own
you
grocery.
think the
Okay, go
United
ahead.
States
Go
is
ahead.
going to be like Mexico?
Go ahead. Go ahead. You know, it's go ahead.
So
I'm
you
not gonna answer.
think that the
You don't have
United
a
States
question.
is
You're
going to
answering
be
for me. So go
okay?
ahead.
Don't know why you're over talking me.
Because you're asking questions when you over talk me
The
without the answer.
question to you is:
There's
do
no
you
reason to
think
answer.
you honestly think that the United States of America is going to become
It's already like that.
Mexicanized?
It's already balkanized. What are
I
you talking about?
disagree.
I know you do, but you want me to give you examples? Do you want examples?
Please do.
The city of Los Angeles is a balkanized city by wealth.
Okay.
The city of Chicago is a balkanized city by
Have you
wealth.
heard me talk about California?
The city of Chicago. See,
It's fun. All you guys
Stanley,
are
you
wrong
just
is
want to
y'all
argue
don't know
too.
what the
You
fuck
don't want a
talking about.
discussion.
Oh, no. Not only do I want to argue,
No,
I want
exactly.
you
That's
to
why. And so
answer.
you're wrong.
I want you to answer
Okay,
my
what about
question.
Chicago? What about Chicago?
Nope. Let's concentrate
Okay,
on Los Angeles.
so California's by
Let's
itself.
concentrate on Los Angeles.
Okay. California's all by itself, Stanley. What about every other major city? Go
Okay.
ahead.
No. It's not all by itself. I just need you.
Yeah,
I just
the
need
niggers
you
in
to tell
California are
me.
different. Okay, next.
I need you to tell
Excuse me?
why
What did you just say?
in Georgia. Hold on, Gabriel.
Go ahead.
Keep your powder
Isn't
dry.
that a hard R, bro?
Wait. Did he say the
Yes,
hard
I
R?
said the niggers in
he said-
California are different. So what is the
Okay,
example you
well,
want?
I can't stand for that
think
shit.
I think that's over with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go hit the showers. We don't do Imperious. I've explained to you many times that the hard ERs don't work here. You're done for the night. You can self-deport like someone who lives in Los Angeles. So I'm sorry about that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Stanley.
No.
Yeah.
He
You were talking about California? Yeah, I don't.
Well,
maybe,
I was asking him about it. But anyway, look, here's the thing. And I would have to go back. One of these days I'm going to do a whole show. I made a joke quite some time ago, but let me show you something Vivek Ramaswamy said. And this is maybe 3 years ago now. And it's one of the you know who John Galt is?
The Urban Landlord. Yes, I used to watch you guys on that.
Oh, I used to. Well, I used to be part of that outfit, and it actually
yeah, Stanley. I watched. That's why I used to watch your show,
really?
Ninja Wash, sometimes. Yeah.
Okay, so here's actually I do remember now. So this is what Vivek said, and I actually think this is why I don't agree with that stuff that this nobility stuff. America has never worked that way, even back in the day. This part right here, where it says our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. at least since the 90s and likely longer, that doesn't start in college, it starts young. And I basically used Vivek's tweet, and I'm not a huge fan, but he was spot on with this. Let's see, reload new version of X. So I literally started dealing with the anti-black blacks like John Galt, black people who hate black people. They think they hate black culture, like black culture is actually a thing. Now, I have a very specific view of culture in general based on something that I read, and I'm not going to get knee deep into it, but here is where I just fucking triggered John Galt and HB. You remember HB? You might even remember a show where I said, hey, you know what? My son, I raised my son to an Asian standard. Okay. I think white people, if you look at the statistics, are second best. My son is at an engineering school where Asians slightly outnumber the white students. So my son literally got in December when it was his first choice. He got in the early session. So he competed with Asians. He got in the first cycle, not the general cycle. Basically, it's the cycle where you go, hey, Georgia Tech, I want you. Do you want me? And motherfucker, they said yes. So that picture that you were showing UNCM the other night,
yes, sir.
It literally, his guidance, and I think I might have told you this story. His guidance counselor calls me on a Thursday, I think it was, and he goes, Mr. Cross, can you come into the school tomorrow? And first thing I thought is, oh shit, what the fuck is he done?
Right.
Well, because I kind of pressed him, like, I need to get ahead of this if he's done something that I need to come in. Turns out that we want to surprise your son. He got in early, and there were two other girls who were like shit. He had a 4.3. They had like 4.5s. So anyway,
were they Asian?
So no, they were white. Two white girls, and my son who's mixed. So that picture that you saw,
yes, sir.
the arm with the little Nike sweatshirt on, that's my son. Dude, like someone from the admissions office, it was a whole to do. They took pictures in the newspaper. So we're in a small Georgia town. It was kind of a big deal. Georgia Tech's a decent school. And he got in outright, full ride.
Wow. It's in STEM.
That's why I don't brook shit. I did it alone. His mother died when he was 7. I motherfucking did it.
Sorry to hear
and
that.
I had help from my family and all that. But dude, motherfucker got in. And he's still there. More than likely he'll graduate. Dude, I know what the fuck I can do. Now, his mother basically trained him. Okay. I just had to maintain. When I was talking about her being a stay-at-home mom, she motherfucking actually, like, dude was reading on an 8th grade level in 1st grade.
Wow.
No, it was, dude, I don't mean to brag, but my point is, dude, the standard was actually our standard, my wife and I's standard. But the joke with these anti-black blacks who want to act like white people are the end all and be all, dude, Asians are the new standard. And my son got in with a full ride. Essentially, he competed with Asians for a slot, and his grades were better. Motherfucker, his SATs weren't like 1,500, but they were above 1,400. The dude worked hard. He got what he wanted, his first choice, and that's that. I don't want to hear about chivalry from 1500 years ago, motherfucker. This is 2026. And I have raised excellence. I was excellence. I've raised excellence. That's my contribution. My son hopefully can figure out how not to wind up in the penitentiary his last 2 years of Georgia Tech. Oh, and you know what the ultimate joke is? He's got an Asian girlfriend who goes to Emory.
Emory?
Oh,
Damn.
yes.
Okay.
Well, Georgia, hey, Emory and Georgia Tech.
It's a good school,
you know
man.
what? No, whatever. But you know what? The one thing I have to give him credit for, dude, I didn't pick his girlfriend. You know, she was friends of friends. And as far as I know, I don't interfere with his business too much. But dude, he's excelling. So I don't want to hear bullshit. I've done as a single father and worked. It was hard. So if I'm sitting here on motherfucking YouTube sipping a Guinness Stout, hanging out on my YouTube show, sorry, I've done my job. Now there's still more work to do, but the shit has happened. I am literally in very minor version, but no one's gonna motherfucking tell me. I'm retired, dude.
That's an origin story, bro. That's I can see why you're so proud of that picture, bro.
No,
For sure.
I'm not proud. It actually happened.
Well, I would be proud. I would be proud.
I actually
My son was
did
like that. Yeah.
So
I'm happy for him.
I hear all these motherfuckers. And dude, there are people, black people, way more successful than me. But I'm happy.
Yeah.
So that's my Asian standard. Dude, you want to piss some anti-black blacks off? Tell them I'm not raising my son to a white standard. He's at an Asian standard. And that Asian standard, quite frankly, it is very might as well call my parents Asian parents because they, dude, let me tell you something I told my son because he would just get pissed off when I tried to check his homework. I told him, well, here's the deal. You make all A's and I won't check your homework. Motherfucker, he made one B. He made one. It was so annoying to him. He made one B in 12 years, and it was in band, and it was my fault that he made the B. And
what was it your fault?
Well, I don't want to get into details, but suffice to say, I was going to fight for that A because I wanted all A's.
All A's,
and my sister is a retired teacher. And I called.
Hey,
it
I
was
don't
a
got much
band
time.
grade.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Okay, don't know why you got to interrupt when I'm talking, motherfucker.
Don't got much time. I gotta go to the grocery store
Don't be
for
the
clothes.
black imperious.
No, fuck you. You got
Okay.
you're racist.
Yeah, you don't tell me fuck me on my own goddamn panel, son. So, as I was saying, just let me not get deep in the story because I have been talking a while. However, it was literally my fault. And I literally went to the band teacher and said, hey, this is my fault. Is there any way? You know, because it was like a point or two off. So I went to his boss. And his boss, who was like a vice principal, said he would go talk. There was no action. And I was literally going to go down to the Board of Education. And my sister, who is a retired teacher, and I think she had been retired by then, I called her because she literally is my best friend. I've known her for 60 years. And knowing that she has better expertise, I asked her, well, this is what I want to do because I want that A. And she's like, no, if you do that, you're going to stigmatize him. You just eat the B. And you know what? He's kind of competitive, but it really was my fault. I had to eat that. And I fucked up as a parent. All I had
Can't
to
be
say,
perfect, Stanley. Goddamn.
no, but God damn it, I was like 1 or 2 points, and
Mhm.
I don't live vicariously through my son, but dude, that shit hurt. We almost got like perfect A's for 12
Yeah.
years, but
That's
he
unheard
he
of, bro.
took AP courses. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah. I mean,
that's
I'm glad you shared that, bro, because we know a little bit about you. Might I'd explain why we see how you move certain ways.
yeah, but that wasn't a purse. That was literally the back of a high school library chair.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I figured you were like in a library or something.
Yeah,
Right
it
there.
was
Yeah.
my dude. If they'd moved the camera over a little bit, you'd have
Your
seen
son would have
red
been
and
there.
gold balloons and stuff.
Yeah.
It was a big to do. They gave him, dude, literally, like an admissions officer came all the way out to my little town because it was a big deal.
Yeah. See, I'm glad you instill those things because I'll just say this: like the way my life is I'm blessed in the sense that I haven't put too much forethought in things, but it seems like 9 times out of 10 I always end up in a blessed situation, right? And like academics wasn't never my thing, even though I liked learning. My thing was sports and whatnot, and I ended up getting into a Jesuit high school, one of the second oldest left west of the Mississippi, and I did my thing and whatever, and I struggled through school, but I'm glad I went there. With that said, I'm saying,
a motherfucking athlete.
Yeah, but with that said, though, like. Yeah. With that said, though, it wasn't until after I got out of college and high school when I started to really love educating myself on my own terms. And and the point is, like, fast forward to 13 years ago, I met my wife, right? And she's pretty cerebral person, but not super intellectual. But when we had our son like 8 years ago, I saw some kicked into her like a new gear where she became not necessarily the tiger mom per se, stereotypical Asian mom, but like she really wanted to make sure he cracked those books, even in because here it's even competitive in the kindergarten, first grade. My son had midterms this year.
You're in
second grade.
Taiwan, right?
Yeah, we have the highest I think we have the highest IQ in the world.
Dude, your poor child.
Yeah, but he's lucky. I mean, he got my genetics. He's blessed, like physically, but like my wife's.
I mean that. Hey,
him, yeah,
dude, it's competitive as hell.
Very competitive. Yeah, the kids they freak out when they get a 99 on something. Yeah, and with that said, like her father, he was a pioneer in biomedical engineering. He was a professor in that, and this is why my wife ended up growing up in America, because he ended up teaching at University of Pittsburgh, and that's where she grew up.
Oh, that's a good med school.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah. So with that said, he has it in him, and my wife is in the position to bring it full circle. What we're talking about today, I'm blessed to be in the position where she doesn't have to stress about going out there and work the 9 to 5. She can really get on top of him about his studies as well as other things he does, because he's into judo and triathlons and other cool things. So with that said, I'm saying that it is a blessing.
Triathlons for kids?
Yeah, my son has already done. He's 8 years old. He's already done 9 of them already in places. He usually places pretty high in them. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I actually have someone that might interest you. Have you ever heard of Arami Ose Frimpong?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, I'll drop the link in the back. You ought to check him out. Now, he's been working on a PhD for a while, but he's like an instructor, philosophy instructor at University of Georgia, and he does it used to be more like twice a week or something. It's a little bit more irregular now, but he is an acquired taste. However, he, in my opinion, he used to be more spot on, but all his kids are older. But he's got like an 8-year-old who has like a state record in the mile or some shit.
Wow,
dude, he is a tiger. He's a tiger something.
Yeah.
But I'll
Please,
find the link and
share
drop
that,
it in the
please.
back.
Yeah. I'm so proud of my. I mean, yeah, I want him to do good. Like because I was 40 years old when I had him, when he was born.
Oh shit!
And
Well, I was 41 when my son was born.
yeah, it just put life into a whole new context, bro. Like for me, a whole new context, man.
Now your knees are gonna hurt more when you get down and play with them, but you know, I know for me, I was way more patient. As a matter of fact, I was probably a bit more patient than my wife.
Yeah. I could see that with certain
You know,
things.
I tell this story like, you know, she used to spank him, and I literally, you know, because I was working, I didn't always know, you know, exactly what was going on, and somehow or another, she just casually mentioned it, and I literally pulled her into the bedroom, and I told her, "Don't you ever spank my son again. Find a better way." It was not gonna happen. He was really weird in that he could actually understand you. You just had to take time to reason. Even when he was like 2 or 3 years old, we never did baby talk or any of that. He literally could. He's always been that way. Funny enough, you might have to tell him 5 times, but he will it'll eventually, you can walk him through like why he needs to do something and why it makes sense. He'll get it. Now he may still like, you know, try and do something, but you know, if he fucks up, you know, he'll understand.
May I ask
But
you
he's
though,
always been
does
good
that mean
about that.
does that mean that like you had a conscious knowing that he could do that from an early age?
Pretty
that
much.
he could understand it as long as you.
Well, let me tell you how I knew.
Mhm.
We had the hardest time getting him potty trained. And, you know, I used to take him into the bathroom with me. So, you know, I figured by osmosis, he would kind of understand, you know, how peeing and pooping and all this stuff for a boy. So he had his little Sesame Street, like potty thing.
The chair,
So,
yeah.
you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, as it turned out, I don't even know that it was, I don't know how we figured it out, but we just could not get him potty trained. Well, it turned out his big deal was he wanted to do it on the big toilet. Like daddy. So this motherfucker
He's ambitious.
would hop up on the toilet. Dude, I used to have to go in there with him because I was afraid he would fall into the toilet.
Right.
That's how small he was. But you know what? I don't know how we figured it out. He might have even kind of indicated it. But once we just let him hang on for dear life and poop like on the adult toilet, we never had a problem with him anymore. You know, I'd
That
wake
quick?
up in the middle of the night. No, but that's how I knew, like, you cannot treat him like Sesame Street. We wound up giving that, you know, away to somebody.
Yeah. That's I mean, in hindsight, sometimes I wish I could have gone back and would have had maybe my mom and my dad and my grandma and my grandparents. They did talk to me like that, try to reason with me, but I have a feeling they really didn't. And I think if somebody would have done that, a lot of obstacles I would have had wouldn't have been so hard for me. You know, if they would have just explained, like, if you just buckle down and do this way, you can do what you really want to do. You know,
Well,
but I didn't
don't know that I
comprehend
was
that.
any better than that.
Yeah. Like I said, I've had a lot of good opportunities in my life growing up, and I wouldn't say I squandered them, but I have a feeling that I could have done
Look,
much better.
you have a purpose now, and dude, I understand. Once you have your child, it is, you become a lot more focused.
Yes,
I know how that is.
Yeah.
Is your wife a lot younger than you are?
She's just a year younger than me. Yeah.
Okay, well, my wife, same thing. She
Yeah.
was actually 11 months younger.
Mm.
No, wait, hold it. Yeah, actually she was 13 months younger. But
Oh,
anyway, no, same here. You know,
yeah. Yeah,
I
my
just
wife
got
was
a
born
lot
in
more
April. I was
focus.
born in November. Yeah.
Right.
Well.
Well, she was February of 66. I'm March of 65.
Mm. Okay. Yeah.
But things work out the way they ought to work out. But at least you kind of understand where I'm coming from. I have hugely high standards. I know what can be done. One of the things I learned as a naval officer,
Mhm.
there are some things you can't do, but you got to try everything before you say you can't. And I used to
Yeah.
have a captain who would say, Stanley, you got to drive the problem. Don't let the
Uh-huh.
problem drive you. You drive the problem. And, uh, shit, if I had my perfect life, my son would be at the Naval Academy right now. But
Yeah.
he didn't want to do it, and I didn't want to force it. But
Yeah.
I've got buddies who were 3-star admirals. I could have gotten him in with his
Yeah.
grades. He'd have gotten in, but
Mhm.
there's still hope for him.
Yeah. Stanley, can
We
you
we need we need
unpack
him
that?
leading the Navy.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now, could you unpack what you said about what your commanding officer said about like driving the problem? What that looks like?
Yeah, it's like some people get overwhelmed. Look, sometimes the problem's personnel, sometimes the problem is operational. You first off, you never get emotional about a problem. You never lose control. The minute you start getting, too emotional about a problem, you lose control.
Mhm.
I have been in situations where literally the wrong decision can get people hurt or killed. And if you're like 23, 24, 22, dude, a bad decision can literally at that age, if you're like an ensign 01 or 02, dude, you can get people killed. It's a
Mhm.
sobering experience. So don't, whatever you got to do to solve the problem, you might need help solving the problem. You might have to work harder. I remember the night before my second deployment, we had a water pump break, and I literally had to go home. We were on that ship a day before. Me and my 2 senior enlisted. Dude, our deployment began a day early because if this pump is broken, we don't get underway. And a ship that does not get underway on time,
Mhm.
let's start with the captain, and the career ending is cascading downward. And it was my piece of equipment, and there's no goddamn way. So to drive the problem, I had
Mhm.
to force 2 enlisted guys. Your deployment begins with me a day early. We were on that goddamn ship, and we got the replacement pump. We got it installed. And no, I wasn't turning wrenches, but it was my equipment. And guess what? We motherfucking deployed. And better than that, I was the officer of the deck who took us out. I got the shit fixed, and then I had to drive the ship out.
Mm.
But we didn't miss the deployment. You know what? And I told these guys, you know what? I'll get you on the flip side. When we get back,
Yeah.
I'll figure out how to make it right. But I drove that goddamn problem. My captain didn't tell me to stay. He probably didn't even know about it. My boss did not tell me, you got to get this done. There was a problem, and I knew it had to be fixed no matter what. I didn't need my boss to tell me. I drove that goddamn problem. I did not wait. Oh, we'll get it tomorrow. The problem did not drive me. I drove the problem and fixed it. And it was the only way it was going to get fixed. And it was an emergent problem. It wasn't like I knew about it a week ahead. It broke like 2 days before the deployment. And I did not want to do it. Shit, I didn't want to be there a day early, but to get the problem fixed. So I don't, dude, my boss probably knew about it, but I know the captain didn't. And you want to know why? Because I told my boss when I got there, I don't need you to micromanage me. The only time I need to hear from you is if I fuck up. And he laughed and he said, okay. And it was one time he said, hey, you remember when you said, I need to talk to you when you fuck up? Well, you fucked up. And we both kind of laughed about it. It wasn't anything major, but it wasn't that day.
Yeah.
Drive the problem, folks. Don't leave it for the last minute. Drive the goddamn problem. And my captain, he was kind of a dick, but you know what? He liked me.
Yeah. That's
anyway, I have
very,
talked
really
way
assertive. Driving the problem, you takes a great deal of assertive being assertive.
It's called follow up. You gotta solve it. You gotta do whatever. Now you don't want to break laws or that sort of thing, but problems must be, dude. My best skill, figuring out how to solve problems. It could be anything from a crossword puzzle to fixing a goddamn pump or troubleshooting a piece of equipment. I will figure it out.
When you retired, did you find that did you have to find a place where you could solve problems, or were there always, even when you're your regular life?
When I retired, I was a single father. So
I
didn't retire from the military. I retired from a civilian job. It just so happened that I could. No, my son was my problem. And, my biggest problem was not being a helicopter parent. But no, my son was my job. And it wasn't like I checked his homework because he had a problem with that. But dude, dude, I was like, hey, your college essay, you want me to help you with it? You want me to proofread it? It was like, nope. See, because he knew what would happen, dude. His aunt, my sister, helped him with it. She's a retired English teacher. And it was a much more, dude, I still don't think, dude, he's gotten A's in AP English and he's written papers for AP history. Dude, I think he can't write for shit. I literally think, dude, the motherfucker can barely spell. Dude,
he sounds like he's an engineer.
Computer science.
I
want him to be a harder engineer. But he
mechanical.
The problem is he's good at a lot of different things. He can fix a car, but he can also write a paper, at least according to the grades. Sometimes being good at a lot of different things, and I had this problem myself. I am just a problem solver. And he is too. He could make a good military officer. Sometimes you have to understand a lot of things. And under pressure, dude, it is fascinating. It's one of these things where at my age, I don't particularly like it. sometimes you think clearer under pressure.
Yeah, I was
That
thinking the same
adrenaline,
thing.
time slows
Yeah.
down. It's weird, but
Yeah.
anyway, I have talked way too much.
Hey,
But
man.
I had a good time talking to you. If only
Yeah.
people like CM could slow the
Hmm.
fuck down.
I think you guys have an interesting dynamic, and kind of like that movie
Yeah.
Watchmen. I don't know if you read the book or the graphic. Here you're
You
talking
know
about
what?
graphic
I've been
novels.
meaning to watch it on HBO. I'm aware of the comic books. I
Yeah.
was never that much
Yeah.
into it.
Well, the reason I bring it up is because of the dynamic between the villain and the so-called hero, and how
Well, you probably
when you
can't
got
tell which is which.
exactly and on a deeper level, because the whole Watchmen is to show you these so-called superheroes as real human beings, that there's some type of respect there underneath the chaos of their competition, or whatever you want to call it, rivalry.
Mhm.
And I see that with you too. There's definitely a lot of chaos and stuff, but I think
Well,
underlying there's some respect. Hopefully that comes out more.
let me put it to you this way, and I think Deacon Dave talking about SKC, people seem to think that I'm in competition. I'm really not. I think John Galt and all these guys,
Mhm.
dude, I've been doing this. I've had my independent channel now because it actually started when I was still at John Galt. I've had it for probably, let's just say, a year and 4 or 5
Yeah.
months, and I think I'm at 338. And I'm gonna be honest, I knew that I'm just not going to be that popular. I'm not interested in a whole lot of just like YN stuff. I don't
Yeah.
care about relationships. I don't care about rap. I care about politics. I care about culture. I care about people who can actually carry on a conversation without flipping out.
Mhm.
And I think, Imperius, he can do it. I don't know what the hell his problem was. Maybe he gets triggered easily. But
Mhm.
this is not that platform. Now, Saturdays, I've kind of, mic 1, 2, 3 up here. It can get sloppy, but we can yell at each other, but Imperius is it's just, I don't know what his thing is, but he needs to understand that I'm not CT.
Mhm.
I want people to donate to the show, but it doesn't have to be. I don't. This show costs me money. However, I like doing it. I would rather people that I want to hang out with. Um, I don't have to do that messy stuff. I don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
It
don't
comes
care to.
naturally sometimes. Right. It's
I
so
don't know
prevalent out
how
there
does it
that
come naturally?
I mean, in the space, I think this YouTube sectors or whatever. Once you start talking about somebody's negative characteristic, it leads to a cause and effect of of just off somewhere where it's not gives you peace of mind. I can't even say it right now,
Well,
but
let me put it to you this way. I was in that chat when It's My Time started, she was getting all bloody and messy.
yeah.
And I didn't come up to that panel because it would have been counterproductive. It just would have been just all motherfucking messy. So yeah, I'm trolling from the chat, but the chat to me is it's bloodless.
Yeah.
I can snipe from the chat and I can score. but it's all like if you decide to read what I wrote, you don't have to do it. Coming up on the panel's a little bit different, but again, like I was saying, I was telling Deacon Dave earlier, it's my time. Y'all only got one part of the story. She is.
To be honest, I wasn't even listening. I was tired, and I may have spoke out of context a little bit.
I'm not even.
I was just saying.
I'm
I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is y'all got
shut up. Actually,
y'all got her side of the story. She did not mention. She knows what pissed me off, and what pissed me off. I should have clipped it and all that stuff, but essentially, she had some white boy from Minnesota call into the show. I had no clue who he was, but he comes in and he comes in hot, and I'm literally like, the only reason I knew kind of the situation is she'd been up on the panel earlier and I could hear her voice in the background. She literally had some strange white boy with a ZZ Top beard call in. Now, he wasn't racial. That much I can say. So that's not my point. But dude, I have no clue who this man is, but he's just telling me, what I can and who I should treat and how I should treat. And I'm like, dude, that is so just low class.
Yeah.
So I am not going to apologize. She needs to tell the full story. It's on a video somewhere. But let me also say this. It really wasn't that important. I'm not going to apologize, and I don't care if she comes back here or not. That is her problem.
Yeah.
So she tried it over at Nightish's, by the way, and it didn't work. So the second tier apparently is CM. She has been trying to stir up mess for quite some time.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to take the bait. This is as much, to be honest, if I had not come on that show, I wouldn't even know anything about it, because I don't care if she goes back to the church. I want her to strike the channel so I can deal with her on a more legalistic manner. But she's going to have to try, because I've literally not done anything libelous or anything like that. If I say she's token, it was a joke. And she didn't say that she wasn't.
You know what? So that was a new situation for me. That's the first time I heard what she was saying. But what I am privy to is the other night when you came on to CM's and with Junior and I and CM, and we were having a great time, and then we got to talking about then I left. Wait, we were talking about the Down syndrome stuff and the older women. Then I left to go do my family stuff. And then when I came back to re-listen to it, I was like, oh, what happened? It was like a complete plot twist. There's like, CM like dropped you and all this stuff. And then I heard what he had to say is, and I don't know if you heard him, but I think he was like, I think he was kind of, I won't say hurt, but like, I think he was thought it was kind of disrespectful how maybe he thought that maybe you should have provided a little bit more of a space for him. Or at least take what he said about his nephew a little bit more, compassion or whatever. I'm just bringing it up because I was like kind of shocked to see like how we went from like everyone like vibing to like some crazy shit. So I don't know if you caught that or whatever.
I know CM, don't know his nephew, much like something. See, the other thing that people don't seem to understand, and people don't seem to understand context. Okay. The other day, it came up, and please stay with me here because I'm going to make a parallel. I'm not going to talk directly about the CM nephew thing,
Yeah, I didn't
If
mean to
I
start
can
anything.
make,
I just want to.
well, no,
Yeah.
I understand what you're doing. You're trying to investigate. Look, you can talk to something without being direct about it.
Yeah.
I don't know CM's nephew or any of that. Sometimes you can maybe infer stuff, and I do that a lot. You know, some people don't understand that. Yeah, I might infer something, but that doesn't mean I talk directly to it.
Mhm.
And it's a subtlety thing. It is, do you actually understand how the language works, sort of thing? I do it from the chat all the time. And sometimes it's just a test.
Mhm.
So I don't care if CM is hurt. I'm going to be blunt about that. Grow up. And if you actually have a problem with it, learn how to talk to me about it. I'm not going to treat CM like a child. He's an adult. And if he can't deal with it, don't come to my show. I don't care. It's not that important. Sometimes, and I can be very blunt. I usually try to be kind, but CM will take you to your limits. And he wants to test where lines are. And I will test your lines. Fuck with me, I'll fuck with you, and I'm just better at it. I've been doing it longer. CM is an amateur. He take that hood shit back to the hood. You're in the big leagues now when you're messing with me. He does that subtle shit all the time. That picture shit that he insisted on driving
Mhm.
and then making shit up. I see nothing wrong with that picture. And I know it's regular roasting and I know how it works, but when I do it back to him, he gets all in his feelings. The motherfucker is out of his depth if he's gonna fucking roast me. I'm way better at it. I've had a lot more practice. And he's not that sophisticated in the first place. Don't fuck with me. And I won't fuck with you simply because I'm better. I'm literally, I live for twisting people's words. It's all, it might be in my mission statement somewhere.
Both you guys are pretty good at that.
I will literally twist your words and laugh when I do it. And you might even let me, like he does. He knows what's going to happen. And he's not, I actually think he's a bit of a sadist. I'm sorry, a masochist. He brings it on himself for some weird form of pleasure. Because you fuck with me, it might not even be the same night, but you will know what happens to you. He needs to stop whining and grow up. And the other thing, if you're going to review my goddamn show, motherfucker, get a goddamn laptop instead of putting your phone in front of a motherfucking Xbox screen. It's embarrassing.
It's lo-fi.
It's ghetto. Don't make a Manhattan joke. if you are making a motherfucking, like, I can't think of a New York equivalent because Harlem's pretty high class now, dude.
Now it is.
You're talking Yamacross Savannah, because I know Savannah. You're talking Fred Wessels in Savannah versus Manhattan. CM needs to grow up. I'm not his YN. I'm not his equal. I'm his better. And he needs to understand that. We can have fun and all that shit, but dude, if I come up to your panel, you need to do. I used to have a thing, and it was a running joke, and I need to bring it back. He needs to meet me where I am, because I'm not going to meet him where he is. I outgrew that shit. I was never there, but I don't need him. I don't give a fuck. I don't need him for this show. He's an amusement, but I got my own YN crew. I don't need another one. Moxie, he's not a good troll. That's the problem. He thinks that Stanley cross-dresser joke is hilarious every time, and it's just not. So
yeah,
hope he's in the bushes. If not, he'll win.
Yeah. I think you guys have, like I said, an interesting dynamic going on. Let's see how it evolves.
It's like Sanford and Son.
Okay. So you say he's Lamont, your friend?
You know what? He's on Esther.
Oh, come on now, Stanley. Yeah.
Oh, he's Woody.
Okay.
It's a joke. Not a very good one, but I don't see him as an equal. That's just the bottom line. He's just not.
Yeah. Oh, I think you guys
I'm
both
61.
have interesting
I'm 61.
takes
He's
on life.
37. We are not equals. And maybe if he had a senior black man to convey that he just is not there. When he can say something like, dude, I heard this motherfucker say, you know what? I need you to understand where I'm going with this, because he will think that I'm talking about his son, but I'm really talking about how he has fathered his son. That comment he made about integrity as a gamer, I found that problematic. I literally knew that we were totally different. So it's not about his son. It's about that comment about something about a gamer with integrity. Dude, what the fuck is that? And I assume his son is, I'm not going to even go there, but I knew there was a huge difference when I heard that comment. Well, how do you become a gamer with integrity? Any clue? That's actually a question.
Just like you would have integrity off the sticks.
Nope, doesn't work. Gaming,
integrity in general.
Be a professional, and I realize there is some. Well, that might actually emphasize my point. We are very different. Like, games are games. It's not even like sports. You literally can live your life without a video game and be successful. Integrity over the internet. Games aren't important.
Well,
Video games aren't important enough to have integrity over.
For some people, they are, though. That's the thing. Maybe not for you, but
that is why we're different. If there can be integrity in raising your kids with video games, I literally said we're different.
Well, yeah, no.
I don't
take
care.
this one statement, though.
I don't care that the twain meet. It is not important to me.
Yeah. I realize that. That doesn't surprise me. But like for some people, right or wrong, or
I don't
or
care
nothing
about
like
other people. I'm not
that's their life.
talking about some people. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about CM. I don't care about other people. I don't need them in the equation. CM is different. We have different value systems.
Absolutely.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care about other people. It's
Yeah.
irrelevant.
Well, in terms of the integrity thing, for me, that's a simple question you asked. Well, how do you have
Don't
integrity?
care about you.
Okay, well, I
We
was
can
going to
talk
share it, but I
about you
guess not.
now, but I need you to understand that this isn't something that is enough of a difference in and of itself. We can be friends. We can, be, YouTube in the chat and all that stuff.
Yeah.
If there's a standard of behavior, I don't have to go in his chat at all. I do find, I actually find the chat on his show more entertaining than he is. There's no integrity on an Xbox, and there's certainly no integrity for the way he treated that picture. It was, and it's YouTube, so I'm not going to get wrapped around the axle, but he could have done better. How many pictures of him have I brought up to my screen? I pretty much ignored his show. Now, a title or something, and I didn't even say see more. I did. Look, a title is not a whole picture that you want to sit there and roast. I'll live with it. I'll live with the joke, but yeah.
I say
wasn't
objectively,
overly
you're
happy.
part of the show, a big part of the show. Last couple episodes, in terms of
cool.
your dialogue in the chat, back and forth. It's funny.
Well, that'll get old.
Yeah,
for him mainly. But anyway, that's pretty much my complaints. And I know you had something you wanted to say, and I cut you off.
Yeah, I mean, you say you don't care about me. You don't care about me. No, I was kidding. It's all good. No, I'll just say that integrity is a big thing. In terms of, I think it overlaps everything. In a sense, it's kind of like all you have as a human. You can say as a man, but as a human, even if you don't have money or status or whatever, it's like integrity is a big deal.
But if you don't have money, you don't have time to play video games.
It's true. That's true.
That's why I don't think video games matter.
Yeah, I don't have time to play video games, but however, I know my son likes to do it.
Talking about you. You didn't.
Well, I mean, that's all I can talk about. I'm trying to.
You didn't say integrity in video games, and you're certainly not raising your son.
Excuse me? I'm not raising my son.
You're certainly not raising your son to have integrity in video games. You literally just said y'all have a different agenda.
I did?
I inferred. I'm inferring.
I mean, I'm just to tell you about the whole thing about video games in general. Like for some,
Well,
you see, I know you say you don't care about people. Some people, I kind of like.
I care about people. I don't care about.
Can I finish? Okay.
Okay.
Respectfully, I just want to say, like, just so you know a little bit about me, like that. Like a lot of times, I'll use an example of what I'm dealing with in order to connect with the other or the masses in general. So that's why I was gonna say about, like, I know for my son, like, video games is a big deal. Maybe because he's so young, he doesn't play video games all the time, but because he works so hard in his school and sports and whatnot. Like sometimes he just unwinds and plays video games, and that's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So I think it serves a purpose too for some people. That's what I wanted to share. Now, if you played it all the time, that'd be a problem for sure. Go ahead.
Well, let me tell you something. I bought my son an Xbox. I think it was the Christmas after my wife died. And, back in the day, I don't know, it was like maybe the first year it came out or the second. So my point is, I remember my son telling me, well, I want to be a video game designer. And that has kind of been his goal very consistently, with a couple deviations throughout the years, and great. However, even as kind of a computer person myself, fishing is what he used to ask me to do. As a matter of fact, to the point of annoyance sometimes. Like, we got to do something else, and maybe we'll go fishing afterwards. And even at his age, he'll be 20 in June. Video games, like, I can still take or leave them. Now, I grew up in a time like shoot, until I was in maybe high school, that was like Atari and Pong. So I had the benefit, and it is a benefit. There is no integrity in video games. It's not real life. And I understand that you can play with other people and, you know, the behavior, but that's just like general stuff. There is no video game integrity. There is no special protocol. Now I'm an old man. I could very well be wrong, but that's how I feel about it. Video games
no,
are
I
nothing
see that.
special.
Well, yeah, as I see, as you can say yourself, old man, I can see that. But this is the thing, like it or not, in this for these younger folks, this is how they connect. This is a rite of passage for a lot of them. It's not. It sounds weird and stupid, especially to someone who's learned it and whatnot. But like, this is what I witness on many facets of all along the world. All over the world, and also
hold on
like
one sec.
What?
Give me 1 second. Trying to. Okay, can you repeat what you just said? My earbuds cut out.
I was saying that, like, that's okay. I can understand how someone that's like a little older and pretty learned or whatnot, like, may see video games as kind of useless, you know, and not worth much. But
I'm not gonna
I've
say
witnessed.
useless.
Okay, fine, or not that important. But for a lot of people that are younger, it is important. It's a way for them to connect. It's people, all types of people who are engineers, people who are deadbeats, people who are athletes, people who are I'm telling you, this is like a part of the modern age for a lot of people. And for example, like, even like sometimes my wife and my son will play a game together, and it's fun. I mean, we'll go hiking and stuff like that, but don't get me wrong, we've had some fun moments like playing games together and whatnot. And there's some people that maybe they don't even like live by their relatives, and this is how they connect. It would be great if they could see each other take a plane, but I'm just saying that video games is very important to a large section of people, right? It is someone who doesn't even play games anymore, really. But I've noticed that.
It's funny hearing an athlete saying that.
A lot of athletes play video games, though, especially like it started in the late 90s.
Let me ask you a question.
What's that?
Back in your high school days, would you ever tell your coach that, hey, let me finish this game before I go out and do what the coach is telling me to do?
Absolutely not. But what I would do is practice.
Then we can stop there.
Why? I was gonna. Okay, go ahead.
Video games weren't more important than your coach's instruction.
No, but after practice, a lot of us would play games.
No is all I need. Your video game, the integrity was doing what your coach said, not in continuing with the video game when you had something better to do. I just need you to understand that that's my point. there are times when you just have to put down the controller and do human stuff.
Of course, and we would.
That's all I want to say.
Mhm.
I don't need further. I hope I've made my point. And kids need to do stuff other than, yeah. You can play an hour a day. Back when I was a kid, it was too much TV. It's always going to be something, but it's up to parents or coaches or even as adults. And I talked about this the other day. I guess it was SKC, a buddy of mine, and I'm not going to bother, trying to find his critique of my show. But dude, I have a hard time. I literally have to focus on reading because I'm online so much.
Yeah, I have to remember to check in with that as well.
You literally, but I know I didn't grow up with it, so it's easier for me to pull away. But dude, sometimes I've had to tell my son, I'll go into the kitchen and he's taking dishes out of the dishwasher or something, one hand at a time. And I'll go, well, if you put down that GD phone for a couple minutes, you can work twice as fast and get back to your phone sooner. Like, don't you
Is he playing a
understand
game or
logistics?
something?
Don't you understand two hands are faster than one? It's like we are literally going to let critical thinking go by the wayside, and parents have to take a stand. So the integrity part, and I think, and I'm going to make a very disparaging point, but I'm going to try and make it as general as I can. I think weaker parents are literally going to not do their kids favors if they don't know that they're an extremist. And I think a lot of parents who are not who are not self-aware don't know they're in trouble. And I'll leave it there. I literally haven't said names, but that's my impression.
No, I mean, that's good to know for even parents who are doing a good job, because you can always slip up. And
parenting is an imperfect science. It's the people who don't know that they. I'm gonna leave it there.
Yeah. By the way, my son's in second grade. He's gotten all straight A's.
Well, I
want to keep it that way.
Good. But not everyone's you or your wife.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them. Yeah.
Yes. Unfortunately, and sometimes they don't understand a problem. And sometimes, and it's not, all I have to say is I've said what I said. Sometimes there are parents, not you. I'm parent emeritus. I'll parent if I have to. That's it. So let's move on. What else? This show is getting long in the tooth.
Yeah.
To keep
I'm gonna go
it
to
at
the bank,
8
my
hours,
friend.
I got 20 minutes. Y'all hit the link if you must. And let me do the quick commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. I've had a whale of a time tonight. Gabe, I have definitely enjoyed talking to you. You kind of, I am slowly getting inebriated on this Guinness Stout stuff.
One of my favorites, Guinness.
Oh, dude, I
love
let
it.
me tell you a story. I first time I ever got drunk, I was like 20 years old. Where I went, my parents weren't really big into that stuff. And I was a good 20 years old, and I could not stand like the regular Bud Lighter stuff. I could only drink dark beer.
Mhm.
It was Guinness Stout in St. Pauli Girl. I don't know if they still make it, but St. Pauli Girl. Yeah, are you familiar with
Oh, she with
St.
the
Pauli Girl?
hot blonde with the big knockers.
Right, but I'm sure they probably still make it. They
I think
made
they do.
a dark beer that was slightly sweet, but I could only drink dark beer. It had just more. It didn't make me throw up. It had a taste or something,
Mhm.
and so Guinness Stout was literally, and it was expensive even
It
then.
is.
It's I could not drink, so I didn't drink a lot. But when I did, it would be something that was imported, and
It's like a meal, Stanley. Sometimes I don't know how to describe it. It's different.
It can be.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it goes good with a meal.
Yeah.
It's
I don't know if
almost
you
like
remember.
wine. There, some people who drink like Belgian box and stuff like that. It actually can complement a meal.
Mhm.
So
Have you ever seen the show The Osbournes?
no, but I know who
Oh,
Ozzy
you
and
heard of it,
Sharon
right?
are.
Yeah. Well, they had that second win when they had their reality show in the early 2000s, The Osbournes, and there was later on in the series, like Sharon was diagnosed with cancer, and I remember one of the episodes of
She's still
her
around,
doctor.
right?
Yeah, she's still around. Yeah, her and Kelly, they're really on that Ozempic stuff. They look really strange.
Oh wow.
Yeah, look, it's crazy. So she was diagnosed with cancer, and I remember one of the episodes, the doctor prescribed her, told her to drink Guinness for iron. I remember him saying that. I thought,
Interesting.
wow, okay, all right. So she gets to drink Guinness. That sounds cool. That sounds cool. But I've always
Yeah.
liked Guinness.
Look, you will definitely not be drinking it like Bud.
Oh no. Well,
That shit's
there's been
it's
some
heavy.
nights. There's been a couple nights back in the day where I thought I could drink it like that. Yeah.
Dude, when I was in college too, but the thing, in a way, it's a good thing. At least you know what good stuff is. And if you've ever have it on, if you ever, you probably have by your age, if you've ever had it on draft, oh my God,
Oh
you
shit.
can
On tap?
drink way by a pint. Every now and again you'll run into some fake English bar.
Yeah.
Dude, and it is so damn smooth. You'll regret it. Dude, a
Yeah.
couple pints. Nope. That's all she wrote. The only people who are going to be able to do more than a couple pints are people that are in their 20s. And generally athletes at that. Guinness on draft, it's like grocery store bread and homemade bread. It is just
Big
that
difference.
for me anyway.
Have you ever been to Ireland?
Nope. I have outside of Spain and Italy. I've never been to France, which I wanted to
I've been
go,
there
but
once. It was fun.
yeah, I just finished a PBS series. It was The Count of Monte Cristo. So anyway, I'm old. The only place I want to go back to over there is Haifa, Israel. It was just, I loved it there. And Cuba, I've never been to outside of Guantanamo, but shit, Guantanamo was actually really cool. This is years, decades ago. And
Did you
there
order
were
the code red?
Cuban restaurants and stuff.
I'm sorry. I had to say, did you order the code red?
The
That's
what?
from Did You Order the Code Red? That was from A Few Good Men, which took place on
Oh
Guantanamo
no,
Bay.
that's a Marines thing.
Okay. Yeah.
I know. No, as a matter of fact, do you recall off the top of your head when the movie came out?
I'm saying like 92 or 93.
Okay, so I was in the Navy. I was in Guantanamo in like 1992.
92. That's
Actually,
exactly
I've
when it
been
came out.
there a few times, and I've been to Puerto Rico a few times, which I enjoyed.
I've been there. I like that place.
Yeah, I've been to St. John, which I adored. St. John, like again, this is like 93, dude. And I know it's way developed now. I went to this beach and there was no one there. Like no one. I used to
That's a
like to
good sign.
wander out, just wander on my own. And so I'm on this beautiful beach. Oh, excuse me. And I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take a swim. And dude, I get a bit far out and I can feel I'm being tugged out to sea.
Oh
And
no.
I'm like, oh shit.
Shit's dangerous. Bro.
luckily I realized what was going on. And there's a way you can swim parallel. And yeah.
That's scary, bro.
No, dude, that water was so damn blue. It was St. John was actually one of my favorite places too, but I don't need to go there.
Yeah, Cancun was the best water, the coolest water. It was like that blue, like breakfast at Tiffany's. I mean, not breakfast at Tiffany, Tiffany's store blue. It was like that. And my favorite place to go though ever is Maui. It's in Hawaii.
I
like
never
it there.
been.
Yeah, it's pretty beautiful. To see
Did you go
those
surfing?
mountains coming out the. Yeah.
Did you
It took
really?
me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it took me like half the day to finally stand up. It was exhausting, bro. Like it's hard. You're not used to that type of stuff.
You know that balancing stuff.
Yeah. I love the ocean though. I've become, I used to go to Santa Cruz all the time. Santa Cruz, California, Northern California. That was the closest beach where I grew up. And cold water though, very cold water.
Yeah, it's good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you got plans, so you're gonna have a good. Hopefully, you're gonna shut it down and enjoy the rest of the night. Maybe read a book or something.
Beer's left. So
Either you guys.
we shall see.
Okay.
You can run along.
No, I know that. Yeah, I got some stuff to do at the bank, but appreciate
well, good.
you. It's been fun.
You are a family man. You have obligations.
Yeah, this family man likes
One
to
day
have
you will
fun.
be a
Too.
parent emeritus.
Parent emeritus. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's an empty nest joke.
Yeah. Now, I have to admit though, like this has been a refreshing talk because it's nice to talk. I always like to talk to like parents, especially fathers that've been there, done that, and it was refreshing to hear your story. Thanks for sharing it with me.
Yeah, it's tough, but dude, look, my wife literally, one of these days and I've told the story before. It was interest at first sight, but it was love at second sight. And like the second time I actually talked to her, and it was my neighbor, my brother-in-law, her brother's like after party for his wedding. Dude, it was almost like the movies. And funny enough, let me tell you the funny story. I had a date for the wedding, which my brother's future wife, it is so complicated. I had met this woman from Miami, and my neighbor who became my neighbors, future brother and sister-in-law, they liked this girl, so they thought they were going to surprise me by inviting her back up for the wedding. And after our first date, or it was like a weekend thing, she met all my mountain friends. I was done with her. I was like, "Yep, it was fun, but we'll talk and then we'll lose contact." Well, my sister-in-law thought, "Ooh." So there was a date for this wedding that I didn't invite my future sister-in-law did. So it so happens that this date is from Miami. And I'm up in Northern Virginia at elevation. So this July, when they got, it'll get cold even in July, believe it or not. And like 60s is cold, at the up at elevation. So I'm going to the after party because I was in the wedding party. I was one of the groomsmen, which that's a whole story too. It was at John Marshall's estate. So I'm changing from civilian clothes into like the wedding clothes in an old slave quarters.
Oh, they got
Like,
layers. That's levels
well,
to that.
John Marshall was the first Chief Justice. Marshall, Virginia is what it's called now. It used to be Salem, Virginia. But dude, his estate is more or less intact, and god damn it, there are still the slave quarters. They've been preserved well, but that's where I changed. No big deal.
No big deal.
All I have to say is the next day, there's the after party. There was a little formal reception and all this, but the jam was up on the mountain at my neighbor's house, like 2 acres. People would just, do whatever. So my date, it was cold. So, she was Miami cold.
She's not climatized.
She did not want to go to the party because it was too cold. So I built her a fire. And dude, that was the worst. If she actually wanted to get married, that was the worst mistake of her life. Because, dude, I went down there and my wife, they told me, well, she has a boyfriend. She's not really available. Well, guess who was at that after party? Dude, it was like the movies, like everyone moved away. She and I talked for probably 3 hours. It was like 200 people there. We ran into each other. We were a couple ever since. It was like, holy shit. It was love at second sight. And dude, we wound up getting married. That's how.
Yeah.
She was so smart and funny. God damn it. I wouldn't be on YouTube if she were still around. She was fascinating.
Yeah.
And
wait, that's a good thing you said that, because a lot of times people bust up their relationships because they be on YouTube too much.
Well, this was way before YouTube.
Yeah. You know what I mean, though? If she was here, you probably wouldn't be doing your show like this, right?
Dude. Now the bad part was that after party, I think, was on a Sunday. So I had to drive my Miami date to to Dulles the next morning, and I couldn't wait to drop her off. Dude, it was you know what? I'm a horrible person.
You take pleasure in that, Stanley. Sounds like.
No, I do not, dude. Dude, the only reason I'm not gonna go to hell is I literally met, dude. My wife died like 13 years ago.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
I got my son where he needs to be. Dude, it's my time is not a suitable replacement. There might be, but I'm good. You do not understand how I felt about her. I was motherfucking like 38, never cheated. She was just my person. And I've never met anyone like her. Now, it is biased probably, but I'm not looking for a replacement. If it happens, great. But
yeah,
the woman that I meet is literally going to have to, like, I don't know how to describe her, and I'm okay if I never meet her. I'm good. And a lot of YNs don't understand. But dude, once you meet that woman and you lose her, dude, I'm going to compare every woman to her. There is, for someone like me, there's going to be a comparison.
Right.
And why would I put another woman through that? And dude, if you haven't noticed, I'm a dick. I do not want to do that to some poor woman who means well. I can't do that. Never say never, but I also know me. And that woman's gonna have to be like, I don't know who she'll be, but I know she probably won't be.
Yeah, negation right there. You already got that.
No, it is avoidance. It's like, why the hell would I put some woman who's age appropriate? She better be. I won't do it. I am who I am, and I miss who I miss, and never say never. But this woman's gonna have to be like the only woman I could imagine would be a mix of a woman.
Yeah.
So I have bored everyone, and I see a whole bunch of laughing out there. Dirty dude.
I know what they're laughing at.
What's up, Luke? What's up, Brian? No, there are a bunch of people who are, who know me for a bit, who are more age appropriate. They kind of know what I mean.
Okay.
Look, all I have to tell you, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, motherfucker, cherish those dog park days. Cherish your family, because it went away overnight and then a week later. It was just that quick. Dude, it took me, my head was in a fog for probably a good 5 years. I went into like, I must make sure that my son gets somewhere, honestly. And we had the appropriate grief counseling and all that stuff. My son was better off than I was. Now, the good thing is that, by that time, I'm automatic. I know how to survive, but dude, I was so fucking unhappy. It was literally like, and to this day, I'm good. I've kind of fuck. Let me put it to you this way. My wife and I used to be into music, and we used to watch cooking shows. Like on Saturdays, we'd be watching cooking shows all day. I literally have not watched a cooking show in 13 years. I don't listen to music much. That's it. I cannot watch a cooking show.
Wow.
But I'm functional.
Yeah.
I found YouTube. I can do a cooking show. I can watch YouTube cooking shows, but going to the Food Network, Chopped was
Yeah,
our thing. we used
I
to
remember that
make
show.
up our own ingredients. Like, what the fuck would you do with a can of sardines and peanut butter, dear?
What? That sounds diabolical. Yeah,
No, it was fun.
yeah, yeah. One of these days, I'll tell you about where I met how I met my wife. It's kind
Well,
of
dude,
different.
I tell you what,
Yeah.
let's do a Saturday show.
Okay, let's do it.
No, you know what? Saturday shows tend to be a little, less formal. But there is, dude, let's just do how I met my wife or husband day. I can plan that.
Sounds like fun.
That's loose.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
Oh, sounds like a mess, but shit, I might just do it. No, dude, this would be the messiest. Saturday's show is Stanley makes the world feel better by driving the short yellow bus. It's literally
Off the
the
cliff.
title of Saturday's show.
Oh, you should.
So why not christen the short yellow bus by, driving some people down memory lane?
That's good, man. I'm tired of all these. Like you said, like you sure about these YN like dating shows and shit. Like, don't get me wrong, but
dude,
it's like I can't relate anymore.
It is the blind leading the stupid, and dude, there are female versions of YNs. That's
for
thing
sure.
No one wants to talk about.
Yeah,
it's like, why in the hell would a man marry you?
Yeah. I met my wife. I'll just say this: I met my wife. 6 months later, we got married. I was hooked when I finally figured out, like, because I love to dream. I love my dream life. But when my waking life started to be better than my dreaming life, dream life was when I met her, and that was it. It was a wrap. It was a wrap, man. It's been pretty good ever since.
Well, in my opinion, when you know. I am not sure. I never really thought about like love at first sight or anything. Dude, it was. And the thing is that I just knew it wasn't like boom, I was discombobulated. Dude, I met this woman and we just became a couple. I'm sure I must have like said we just kind of knew for a couple weeks. I remember we were both kind of tipsy. And I'm like, have you thought about getting married? And we, dude, it was just a thing. And the thing is I wasn't scared. I literally, dude, I'm like 38, 39, and I wasn't scared. It just seemed like the natural progression of things.
Yeah, I was 33.
Oh, well, that's even better.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I hope my son doesn't wait as long. I'd like to meet
your grandchildren,
or two.
Right.
But if I don't,
yeah. You know what?
Sure.
Look, like my son doesn't have grandparents on both sides. They both passed away, right? And then with my, I never even met my father-in-law. I told you, the scientist, the doctor.
Really?
But he he already had passed away by the time I met my wife. But the point is, like, I've met his, I met his wife before she passed away. I met his relatives. I met his students, his grad students. And I have to say, even through my wife and her brother, who I love her brother, that's my brother, Michael. I have to say, he has such a strong presence that he lives through them. That like, so I'm saying, like, even if I'm not here for my grandchildren, because I'm older, and then or whatever, like, I still feel like, in the right people, they'll see those grandparents. You know, I guess I'm optimistic.
Well, all I have to say is I know my son's a lot more. Well, he's smarter and more personable. So, you know, if I've made the world better, he's a better person. People, look, I am who I am. Um, there, I'm good, and my son is better, and that's all you can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad that we're on the same page with that. Like Imperius is back talking his shit in the chat.
He'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I do have to say this. The right woman meeting the right man, dude, it's just you're not gonna get good relationship advice on YouTube.
Right.
These people who just want to, and this is part of my thing about the YouTube integrity. So give me a sec. F integrity is not going to teach you how to. A video game is not going to teach you how to treat, meet, or marry a woman. That is holding hands. That is spending time together. That is a lot of things. And get your ass off a video game. Meet some people. And again, my son, dude, my son lives with a bunch of nerds. He met his girlfriend through friends, bunch of nerds, and she's a nerd too. However, she's at Emory doing computer shit. My son's at Georgia Tech doing a bunch of computer shit. But you know what? They go out to Japanese restaurants. You know, Atlanta, I guess, is cool around that Midtown area. He goes to, well, during football season, he was never that much into football, but he got into it at Georgia Tech. It gives me pleasure to know that he's not all study. Look, there, you know, I almost bought him like a giant like gift pack of Trojans for Christmas. And I was gonna order it from Amazon, and you know what? I'm like, nah, that's too crass. I'm not gonna do it.
My cousin did that. She was a woman when I went to college. That's what
No,
she's.
I'm sorry. I'm too much of a prude, and I'm like, you know, I don't know. It just didn't seem appropriate.
Now you want grandchildren right away. There you go.
No, motherfucker. You better get your college degree first, dude. You need the degree. And you know what? The interesting thing is that she's Emory. She's a nerd too. You know, I figure, you know, they'll be okay. But I knew it was serious when this motherfucker, like, I didn't even have to give him money. Somehow or another, he got money he's got his two grandpas on both sides. Somehow or another, this motherfucker flew out to San Francisco to see his girl. And I was like, really?
That ain't cheap.
I'm like, really? Hey, he's like, this is what I'm doing. I said, okay, call me if you need me. Motherfucker. Now, you know, it's not like super impressive, but last time he took a flight out west, he was 5. So, hey, apparently college students can figure it out. But hey, it was so serious. I hope, dude, I don't know. I didn't ask. I don't care so much. But he figured out how to get to San Francisco and back. So it must be it's serious.
Yeah.
You know.
Love will do that for you. Like Me and my wife, we met in America.
Motherfucker,
but, like,
nobody at 18 knows what the hell love is.
I don't think
At
I
least
knew
I
at
don't think
33
so.
even really. I knew what I didn't want. I think more
you
than
have
anything.
a better idea than at 18.
Yeah, that's
do you
true.
agree? Or, I mean, look, there's always the Disney stories, but
Yeah. I think love is being consistent. The older I get, it's being consistent. Like when the person is consistently
always showing up, always
showing
being
up.
there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Mhm.
But
Especially in
is
the
that
hard
a
times.
consequence, or I think it's more love will make you consistent? Do you agree with that?
I agree.
I
Yeah,
could be wrong.
I agree. Especially if you're someone who's not naturally consistent. Or yeah.
Oh, I was that guy, dude. Let me tell you a story. And I know, and after this we will end the show, but and this is the my I'll just tell you the story. So I live like on the same road as my now brother-in-law. So he comes tooling by in the truck, and I had just finished up mowing the front lawn. And I lived on an acre property, and back in the day, it was a push mower. I just fucking woke up early and just pushed mowed. Now the backyard sloped down, so it's not the full acre, but the front lawn was pretty challenging. So I just finished it up. I'm grassy because it was a push mower without a bag. So he's like, "What you doing?" I'm like, "I just finished up." He's like, "Hop in." So we go tooling. This is like redneck heaven. Dude, we are tooling around the mountain drinking beer. Now, the bad thing was that I was supposed to be down meeting my wife because she lived down in Fairfax and I was up on the mountain. And I figured, this is honestly what I figured. So my brother-in-law's wife lives on the mountain. I'm with my fiance or girlfriend, whatever she is. I'm with her brother. So I figure, hey, if I go, hey, I'm with your brother, that's the automatic excuse. So we were probably just, doing that redneck bullshit. So by the time we get back, he drops me off. Unfortunately, I'd left my phone in the bedroom and I realized it while we were just out doing the redneck shit. Honestly, I figured it'll be okay. She'll understand. Dude, I get in there, 19 calls. And then a similar number, my sister-in-law, they've been calling each other, calling us. And so I call this woman. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I finished mowing the lawn and yeah, I was out hanging out with your brother. I think I'm gonna come over tomorrow morning. We'll have to push it off a day." Oh no. And she was calm. She was like, "Nope, I expect you here." So, oh my God, I'd been drinking, so I had to sober up a couple hours, and it was probably still a little bit dodgy. So I knew I was in trouble. She wasn't chuckling or being coquettish. I'm like, oh shit. So I literally get down there. I go to McDonald's. I buy some cheeseburgers. I'm like, oh yeah, let's get her favorite shake. So I show up. Dude, she looked me in my eye and she said, "You better be glad that you came, because if you hadn't, we'd be over." And she had a good sense of humor. So I just kind of went, "Oh, really?" No,
Yeah.
she was dead. No, she was dead motherfucking serious. dude, she scared the fuck. Really? Because I was up hanging out and all that.
Yeah.
Dude, it was my YN maid's response. Dude, no, she was dead motherfucking serious. It's like I literally asked her, "You're kidding, right?"
Yeah.
She's like, "Nope." And
Was
walked
that the first
away.
time you seen her like that before?
Oh, that was the first time.
Yeah, because I know for me that was tough when I saw her.
Love and
Yeah. I know. Because that was with me. Like it was all honeymoon, and then something happened, and then like I got that what you're going through, and I was like, holy shit! Like my heart went into my stomach. I was like, someone punched me. I was like, what the hell is this? I don't like this feeling.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I guess I'm sure I've been late for something, but dude, I called. Dude, oh shit. Dude, it sent a cold chill. Like, son, your mountain bum days are over.
No more wheeling for Stanley.
But yeah, fuck, I was like 38, 39. It had to happen sometime. And who better for it to happen? Dude, it is literally like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to grovel. Dude, I didn't grovel. Dude, I'm like, oh my God. Now, she didn't make me like apologize. Dude, she just said what she had to say and walked off. And then it was over. We never talked about it again. So, salute to that woman. She knew what she wanted, and she had her standard, and that was that. Meet it or don't. And that's what I loved. Meet it or don't. And
Sounds like somebody I know.
I'm not marrying someone who doesn't meet my standard.
Yeah.
So anyway, that is my lesson, and there are plenty of old YNs who need to understand. Women don't need you as you are; they need better. I'm always pretty smart. I had a job, but motherfucker, I had to, even where I was, I had to step up. And sometimes stepping up is being there when you're expected to be there.
Wisdom, man.
Oh,
All right,
that's not
Stanley.
wisdom. That's just, hey, I need you. Honestly, I knew, if you ask yourself, like, I can't live without her, I will never be happy if I don't. That's the time. And I almost forgot. And to be honest, bottom line, if she had just let it go, I probably wouldn't have respected her. I'd have done it again. She tamed her man. No, seriously, don't do it again. She didn't fuss, she didn't muss, but she gave me that cold chill. Like, this is not the behavior this fine woman expects, and I will meet the measure, or I'll just be in a YN.
Yeah. Has there been moments where you had to do that to her, for her?
No. Maybe once, but pretty much no.
Yeah.
She always met her end of the bargain. And then I'm gonna tell you, when it was all over, I'm sitting in the funeral home, and they must have the body identified. And I did it myself because I did not want my father-in-law to do it. And I remember thinking, the man should see his child on like a gurney. I just couldn't do it. So I'm like, I'll do it. And dude, it broke me. I didn't cry or anything like that, but dude, I still have that image. But at least my father-in-law didn't have to do it. Sometimes you got to take one for the team. You should never see your child on a slab dead. Hey, sometimes you gotta motherfucker. I had to make
I've
the
been there,
decision
Stanley.
to pull the plug. Oh, okay, good. Then you know.
It's the worst thing ever. Yeah.
I would say it's character building, but it's not. Not, dude, I don't think about it a lot, but that's why I look at some of these motherfucking YNs and go like, you don't know. You don't know hardship. You don't know shit.
Right.
That's why
You haven't been tested.
and I know it seems so trivial, but y'all think I haven't done shit. I have, dude. I wanted my father-in-law, please make this decision. Please make the decision. But no, motherfucker, you are married to her. You must, dude. Let me tell you something, dude. I asked my son, and he was 7 goddamn years old. And of course, I'm going to be persnickety. The nurses plaited my wife's hair up, and I'm like, no, she didn't wear her hair like this. I literally made him unplait it and put it about her shoulders. That's how she wore her hair. And the question is, do you, 7-year-old go and say goodbye to your mother? God damn, dude. The woman is in intensive care and she's on life support. And my son, thank God, he's like, no, I don't want to see her. That's why I've always been impressed with. He knew that shit. Dude, I didn't see her. I didn't go in either. Dude, it was hard. Dude, the motherfucking doctors were crying. That's how bad it was. And anyway, I don't mean to belabor this, but for all these pussies who think I don't know or haven't experienced life or all I know is in a textbook, nah, sir. I've had to make life-ending decisions just in my own little personal life. I have fucking hurt. So, I will make jokes and I'll get in there and, roast some people or troll. Motherfucker, y'all don't know hurt. Y'all don't. You've not made a decision that literally you had no choice but to make. So, as we used to say when I was a kid, fuck them bugs, dude. Y'all need to fly off. I'll brush you off my shoulder, and not you, Gabriel, but you know where I'm going with this.
I get
Y'all
you.
don't know. Everyone but you don't know shit. Fuck you all. I have made decisions, and you textbooks don't explain grief. So anyway, I will end this, and I'm so sorry to put you through this.
No, it's all good. I'm enjoying myself.
I've been motherfucking rambling on, but you know what? You're a good person to talk to, and I appreciate your patience. Quite frankly.
No, I just appreciate this. You need to listen when you come on my show. You got to listen to me ramble.
Oh, absolutely, dude, absolutely. I subscribe. I'll be there.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you. This has been fun for me, Stanley, and I'll see you Saturday, man. Oh, tentatively, right?
Yeah.
Saturday?
Okay. Let's do a hey, how'd you meet your wife or your husband show?
Yeah.
And I'll hype it up. And it may not be a big thing, it may be, but dude, I miss my wife sometimes intensely. I have never and I wish that kind of love on my son, certainly.
Yeah.
And everyone, motherfucker, dude,
Well,
you know it. You know it.
Well, I'll tell you this,
But
like immediately, like maybe because your son in the future, yeah, he will most likely get married. But to a married man right now, I needed to hear what you had to say. This is why I'm going to go down there and like
really?
spend some time with my wife, bro. I mean, it can always be
Oh,
better, right?
motherfucker, you better.
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
dude, let me tell you something. We were just, oh man, we were making plans on a Saturday, and the next Sunday, they're moving her via helicopter. Like,
Yeah.
dude, she was gone
Funny.
in a week, and technically she was gone by
Right
midweek.
away, huh? Yeah.
Dude, it was sepsis. It was like like they couldn't figure out what was wrong.
Uh-huh.
And I remember now what was so cool is the surgeon was a young black guy, and he was hyper confident. Dude, and he was kind of handsome, and all these nurses were like, "Oh boy,
Mhm.
Your wife's in good hands," and all that stuff. But the bottom line is it was so sudden, dude. It
Yeah.
was just that. And I'm also going to say, dude, my father-in-law, I'll see him on Friday. Look, family is everything. Because
Mhm.
I'm gonna be honest, and there's other parts of the story. Thank God for my parents, and thank God for my father-in-law. Those are dude, I have said I don't have heroes. My mother and my father are my heroes, and, my father-in-law, is a hero, and I knew my mother-in-law too. She could be a little bit of a pistol,
Mhm.
but, all I have to say is y'all better take care of your family.
Yeah.
If you are married and you have a child like you do, Gabe, I know it's gonna sound so like cliche and mawkish
Mhm.
and all that. Dude, cherish them. It's gonna get tough. There gonna be days when you just want to go to sleep, or dude, you can lose your uh, life is precarious. And y'all will live to 90, but I'm not gonna be that lucky. But I have this is why I don't sweat a lot. I've had, dude, I've had paradise. I was so motherfucking happy.
Mm.
So, and my son's still around. So, you know,
Hey Stanley, I'll just leave you with this. Like she shines for you, brother. I
oh my
see it, man.
Lord, I
Appreciate you,
hope
man.
so. Yes, sir.
You do it. You
So,
doing her right. You're doing her right, man.
oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm retired and need to be less messy, but
Yeah, you be
well,
both.
my son's gonna be home on Friday, so I gotta, his room is fine. I don't even go in there, but
Oh, I thought you meant
it is
messy in
all
general,
okay.
like YouTube shit. You mean actually messy. Huh?
Well, you know
Everything's
what?
YouTube.
I will promise to clean it up. Look, I know I can be a little, in there, but dude, I'll
Uh-huh.
mix it up because I simply know more. I've been
Yeah.
through some shit. I do not fear the little inexperienced folks.
Mhm.
I have done more. I've experienced more. Um, period. So keep trying, folks.
All right, Stanley. I
But,
appreciate you. Chat,
all
bro.
right,
Big up to
dude.
Stanley, man.
Big
You
salute
don't
to
know what
you
you
and your
got here.
family.
Yeah. All right, Stanley. You have a great night. Peace,
You
brother.
too. All right, folks. This concludes the whiny story of Stanley versus the world. I absolutely had a good time. NPC, way cooler than cool. I enjoyed talking. enjoyed talking to him. So I will be back probably tomorrow around 3:30. It'll be news, but that's what we do during the week. And Mariah, dirty dude, I have not said hello, Pepe. But dirty dude, thank you so much for being here. You are literally awesome. And Deacon Dave, Imperious, y'all all take it easy. And who knows? I may hop over to CM's Messy Show. So see y'all tomorrow.